Chapter 686. Dad, where is immortal Ni? Can I ask him for help if I run into trouble in the future? Muyu asked tentatively. Dead Tree pondered for a moment and said, You don't have to pin your hopes on him. He doesn't like to show his face in public. Otherwise, why hasn't anyone heard of him in the cultivation world? Muyu still didn't give up. Dad, you know that there are already flesh-winged horned monsters in my place. You can't bear to let me deal with them alone, can you? Since flesh-winged horned monsters have appeared in the third heaven, immortal Ni, as a cultivator, has the responsibility to help the cultivation world, right? He explained the general situation of the cultivation world and also told Kumu about the ugly face of the three-layered palace. Dead Tree nodded thoughtfully. He majored in thunder and lightning magic. Generally, he will appear in places where there is frequent thunder. Xiao Shui made a fuss about nothing. Is he struck by thunder every day? Is he as handsome as me? Dead Tree and Muyu both glared at Xiao Shui. Dad, how do we kill those flesh-winged horned monsters? Muyu told him about killing Akatsuki in the mass burial valley, but the White Ape Demon King said that Akatsuki was not so easy to kill. He could kill the flesh-winged horned monsters by stripping off the death chi in their bodies, but the death chi was too dangerous. It was better to use it less. Moreover, he didn't use the death chi to deal with Akatsuki in the mass burial valley. Dead Tree shook his head and said, These things can't be killed in the third heaven. They will be resurrected after a while. However, the sunlight in the third heaven is their nemesis and will temporarily kill them. What if it's cloudy? Yes, the weather in the third heaven has gradually deteriorated in recent years. Many cities have smog every few days. You have to wear a mask when you go out. You can't distinguish between humans and animals 2 meters away. Dragon Vine interrupted. There is a rare treasure in the eternal daylight forbidden land called the extreme daylight mysterious spirit. They absorb the essence of sunlight all year round, and the light they emit is the same as sunlight. It can be used to kill the lunar race, and it can also be used to seal them. Forbidden land of eternal daylight? Where is it? Muyu had never heard of such a place before. There are a few extreme places in the 3 continents, just like the empty spiritual land where the 9 heavens devil sealing formation is used, where the 5 elements are in balance. The forbidden land of eternal daylight is a place where only daylight exists, but I'm not sure where exactly it is. The only thing I'm sure of is that it should be at a very high place. The ancient records say that someone has been there before. Muyu sighed. Can't you just give me a map and let me find it? I hate being like a headless fly the most. A person with a poor sense of direction could even find the wrong way in the Moyun mountain range where he was born. Furthermore, he had to go around looking for this and that every day. He was really asking for trouble. Hurry up and master the force of nature, then scram back to where you came from, the Dead Tree said impatiently. Oh. Muyu shrugged helplessly. What else could he say? Right, there's one more thing. What is it? Don't call me Dad. Yes, Dad. The Dead Tree had been adjusting his breathing to recover, and Muyu was also controlling the force of nature according to the Dead Tree's method. He had finally stepped into the threshold under the Dead Tree's guidance, and could barely transfer the formation to a small stone in an instant. In fact, transferring the formation to a small stone was only the most basic method of controlling the force of nature. The force of nature emphasized that everything could be used to form a formation, not just a small stone. This method of casting the formation was only to make it faster, but to really create a formation like the one under the Moyun mountain range's mass burial valley that sealed the world's rift, it was impossible to complete it in an instant. However, after asking his dad, Muyu already knew how to repair the hole under the rift caused by Akatsuki's corrosion. After mastering the force of nature, there was no need to consider the problem of the formation base, because everything could be used as a formation base, and the formation displayed would be more flexible. This point needed to be comprehended by oneself. Many people's deduction ability was not strong enough, so it was difficult to control the force of nature. Muyu had always been very proud of his wind-sun thin-line sky formation, but the Dead Tree mercilessly criticized the formation he had invented, and all kinds of potential shortcomings were directly dug out, making Muyu begin to doubt life at some point. One of the most inexplicable shortcomings was that there was a formation pattern that was not beautiful, and it looked very vulgar and shameless. Mu Yu's heart had been galloping, but he still had to wear an awkward and polite smile on his face, constantly telling himself that this matter was his fault, that his dad was right, and that he should pay the price for watching his master's wife bathe. After Mu Yu was scolded 250 times, the dead tree began to help Mu Yu perfect the wind-sun thin-line sky. The dead tree was not restricted by Mu Yu in the wind-sun thin-line sky just now, mainly because the formation using the force of nature could get rid of the original formation's restrictions. When dealing with the enemy, the wind-sun thin-line sky restricted the opponent and oneself. Therefore, the dead tree made Mu Yu have to use the force of nature when using the wind-sun thin-line sky. Only in this way could the formation be used on the opponent, and he would not be restricted. In particular, the dead tree slightly assisted Mu Yu in modifying it, combining the wind-sun thin-line sky and the mirror image formation. In this way, once the opponent was restricted in the wind-sun thin-line sky, Mu Yu could completely use the mirror image formation's confusion to directly kill the opponent. Mu Yu had a bright idea, and proposed to mix so close, yet worlds apart into the wind-sun thin-line sky. It could attack and defend, and it was omnipotent, simply invincible in the world. Then, the dead tree began to scold again. He scolded without restraint, and his voice was somewhat hoarse. Okay. I thought too simply, I shouldn't bite off more than I can chew. Mu Yu helplessly handed the golden throat jade spirit liquid in his hand to the dead tree to moisten his throat. The dead tree did not dislike the liquid made by Mu Yu. He drank a mouthful and said, "No, in fact, your idea is quite good." Mu Yu widened his eyes. "Then why did you scold me? Do I need a reason to scold you?" The dead tree asked with a face full of anger, as if Mu Yu dared to say no, he would slap him. Mu Yu smiled brightly. Please continue. I still have roaring throat candy here. Eating one can make you swear for 10 days and 10 nights without being mute. If it's not enough, I still have Vixen voice vibrating pill." The dead tree snorted coldly. These days, when he was with Mu Yu, he was full of anger, and his words were slippery. He felt that he didn't need to rely on formations to cover up his stuttering. A month passed quickly, and the dead tree kept teaching Mu Yu. Mu Yu also made rapid progress. He learned all the profound formations that he didn't understand before in the Xian formations, mainly the part about the power of nature. As for the part about formations, because Mu Yu's cultivation wasn't qualified, he could only wait until the future. "Dad, you've been with me for a month, shouldn't the master's wife be worried?" Mu Yu asked. He remembered that Deadwood Daddy and Miao Yuyan were still in the valley last time, and they were still happily touring the mountains and rivers. But later, he ran to the gate of hell to rob something, and he probably hid it from Miao Yuyan. The dead tree glared at Mu Yu. "Isn't it because of the dirty things you did that made the Red Dust sect look everywhere for her? She didn't want to make the sect anxious and go back." "That's too bad, I wanted to go back to the Saintess Pond with her." Mu Yu yawned. The dead tree glared at Mu Yu angrily again. "Hurry up and scram." The dead tree didn't want to see Mu Yu for even a second. Mu Yu understood that it was time for him to go back. In fact, he had been delaying because he wanted to spend more time with his dad. Although his dad in this spacetime also scolded him like that, Mu Yu could see that his dad still had a sharp tongue, and at least he reluctantly acknowledged him. He actually wanted to stay in this spacetime, because if he stayed in this spacetime forever, he could change the future of this spacetime, including avoiding Bai Jie's trap for Fenghouchen, preventing his dad's death, and helping his master expose the Sanchong scheme, returning the world to its former glory. But this spacetime didn't belong to him. Even if he could summon the wind and rain in this spacetime, kill Bai Jie, and destroy the Sanchong, this spacetime was still fake to him. He couldn't lie to himself. "Dad, then I'll be going." Mu Yu smiled, but his heart was melancholy. Although there were some twists and turns in the process of reuniting, at least he once again felt the disdain and concern of Deadwood's father. He really liked the atmosphere when the two of them bickered with each other. It was as if time had returned to the valley. From time to time, Deadwood would make his father angry, and then his father would rain curses on him. He liked that kind of life. For Mu Yu, There were two people he respected the most in his life. One was his master, who was gentle and kind. He never criticized Mu Yu, nor did he restrict Mu Yu. He let Mu Yu judge the good and evil in the world by himself. He believed that Mu Yu could make the right choice, and he used his own way to protect Mu Yu and the others from harm. The other was Deadwood Daddy, who had a bad temper and always scolded Mu Yu. He was always angered by Mu Yu, but this person was willing to use his life to protect Mu Yu. Whether it was Falling Dust Mountain or Withered Tree Valley, Mu Yu liked this kind of life. But the life he wanted was destroyed by Jie in the Sanchong. So he had to leave here. In the past, the two of them had always protected Mu Yu, and now Mu Yu wanted to protect them. Deadwood silently sat on the wooden chair, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Mu Yu looked at Deadwood with a complicated expression and turned to leave. But Deadwood's voice sounded, "You still won't give up on that matter." Mu Yu looked at the white clouds in the sky. The white clouds were very leisurely. He liked this spacetime because here, the people he cared about were all alive, and it made their lives safer. Even the mother he had never met before could live. But he had to leave because this spacetime belonged to the other Mu Yu who had not yet been born. "I never thought of giving up," Mu Yu said calmly. Deadwood was silent for a moment. This time, he did not scold him again. Instead, he said hesitantly, "Be careful. Protecting yourself is more important than reviving him." Deadwood still did not want Mu Yu to revive him. He did not understand what would happen in the future, but he believed that the choice he made in the future would not be wrong. Mu Yu shook his head. Was protecting himself more important than reviving him? Mu Yu's heart ached. He did not want to refute his father's words. Some people, to him, were a belief to continue walking. No one was more important than another. "I know what I have to do, father." There seemed to be something rolling in the corner of Mu Yu's eyes, but he smiled and the thing at the corner of his eyes disappeared. That sky was so blue, that father was so stubborn, and that son was so stubborn. It turned out that their personalities were so similar. Chapter 687. When Mu Yu returned to the Red Dust Sect, he still ran into some trouble. Although the Red Dust Sect was relieved by Miao Yuyen's return, they did not relax. On the contrary, they did not let down their guard against the Red Dust Sect. Instead, they tightened their security around the Red Dust Sect. After all, a strange man had barged in last time. This incident had caused the Red Dust Sect to suspect that there was a problem with their defensive formation. Therefore, they had specially invited the Talisman Grandmaster to repair the formation. When Mu Yu arrived at the Red Dust Sect, he saw Array Heavenly Dao and Zhuge Xiaosheng from 34 years ago. Array Heavenly Dao had not reached the end of his lifespan yet. He had also been invited to reinforce the defensive formation. He carefully checked all the loopholes in the defensive formation. The moment Mu Yu saw Array Heavenly Dao, he immediately ran away from the Red Dust Sect. This was because Array Heavenly Dao had sensed something just now. In a flash, he had appeared where Mu Yu had just appeared. If Mu Yu had not rushed into the trees to hide his presence, he would have been caught red-handed by Array Heavenly Dao. "What's wrong, Grandmaster?" "Patriarch." Zhuge Xiaosheng hurried over and inquired. Array Heavenly Dao frowned slightly and shook his head. "Nothing. Maybe it was an illusion." Array Heavenly Dao scanned the surroundings. After finding nothing out of the ordinary, he returned to the Red Dust Sect to set up the formation. Mu Yu carefully concealed his presence. He knew that Array Heavenly Dao must have sensed the presence of chaos yin and yang in his body. When the chaotic yin-yang was combined with the Array Hall and the Array Glyphstone, he could control any Array Master and Glyph Master within the range of the Array Hall. However, once he left the Array Hall, he could not use the chaotic yin-yang and the others. Once the other Array Masters thought of the chaotic yin-yang, they would be able to sense him, the Sect Master of the Array Glyph Sect, who had not yet fully matured. He waited outside the Red Dust Sect for 2 days, waiting for Array Heavenly Dao and Zhuge Xiaosheng to leave. Only then did he find a chance to approach the defensive formation of the Red Dust Sect. He found that the defensive formation had been strengthened. Deadwood Daddy's jade pendant alone could not enter. "Aren't they too cruel?" Doesn't that mean Miao Yuyan and Kumu won't be able to meet again? Long Ting muttered. Then, he thought that it was fortunate that after they left this space-time, everything would return to normal, so he was not in a hurry. Give father some time, he will definitely create another jade pendant to break this array. Needless to say, I feel that he will be able to break this array after spending some time. Mu Yu stroked his chin as his eyes flashed. He could clearly see the invisible mountain protection formation runes flowing. How long is a period of time? Little Marshall asked. Not long, 2 or 3 months. Then let's go back and invite Deadwood over. Little Shuai rolled his eyes. In the end, they found an opportunity and waited for a female disciple who returned from outside. They kidnapped her and brought her to the small forest. Aya, this is so exciting. This one is a coconut type, and she has long legs. Xiao Shuai excitedly looked at the young lady who had been subdued by Mu Yu and lost consciousness. The women of the Red Dust sect were all as beautiful as flowers. It was rumored that the cultivation method they practiced could make people beautiful. It was probably true, because Mu Yu had yet to find any of them who looked like common goods. Can you stop talking? This is a kidnapping. Be serious. We are robbers with principles. We can't act like hooligans. Mu Yu looked around with a guilty conscience to see if anyone was running over. Perhaps because of their clothes, the disciples of the Red Dust sect always had a hazy beauty that made people's imaginations run wild. Falling into the Saintess pool to watch the Saintess bathe, kidnapping a girl from the Red Dust sect in the small forest, this trip through space-time really did all the things that Mu Yu usually did not dare to do. When I go back, I must write an article about my experiences after traveling through space-time. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Little Marshall laughed. TSK. Useless. When you go back, don't forget that your little Momo is still waiting for you outside the Demon Island. Long Ting kindly reminded. Shut up. This time, Mu Yu planned to use the soul formation to control this female disciple and let her take Mu Ling into the Red Dust sect. He turned Mu Ling into a thin vine and hid in her hair. In the end, he successfully entered the Red Dust sect. Using the cover of the forest, he quickly arrived at the Saintess pool where he had fallen. This was actually the place where the disciples of the Red Dust sect usually bathed. It was not a very important place. However, when Mu Yu arrived, he saw a group of girls playing in the water. Aya, I'm so happy. I'll be traveling through space-time every day. Little Marshall happily set standards for the girls in the Saintess pool. There were all kinds of fruits, and he excitedly said that he saw a pumpkin. Mu Yu reminded Little Marshall that pumpkins were not fruits, but Little Marshall did not care. Its standards were simple and crude. Mu Yu originally wanted to pretend to be serious and wait for all the girls to finish bathing and leave, but there was always a burst of laughter coming from the pool, which made him restless. Let's go outside and wait. Mu Yu was a little thirsty. He had always thought of himself as a decent young man. No, I want to see. Little Marshall insisted on staying. Mu Yu thought about it and decided to stay. In any case, it was pleasing to the eye. Long Teng could not appreciate the beauty of humans. Its race was too arrogant and looked down on other races except for dragons. It even looked down on hybrid dragons. However, it liked to quarrel with Little Marshall, arguing about the figure of a beautiful girl. When Little Marshall said that it had a slender waist, Long Ting said that it also had one. However, Little Marshall said that Long Ting had a bucket waist. In the dead of night, the girls playing in the water finally left. Mu Yu immediately drilled out of the trees and flew towards the Saintess pool. He could clearly feel where the aura of the Sky Spill reincarnation seal was. A ripple appeared in the air and took him away from this space-time. After leaving this space-time, all the impressions of Mu Yu and Gui Shiming were quickly destroyed. Everything returned to normal, as if they had never been here. Mu Yu returned to the Sky Spill Nebula. Boundless starlight appeared in front of his eyes, and he immediately saw Gui Shiming, who was not far away. Gui Shiming seemed to have just left this space-time. He also saw Mu Yu, but the difference was that Gui Shiming's gaze towards Mu Yu had a trace of ridicule. Because Gui Shiming had already determined that the soul return to the heart was in Mu Yu's hand. Didn't the Japanese leave a month earlier than us? Why did he come out with us? Long Ting asked puzzledly. It would be strange if he didn't come out with us, Xiao Shuai said. Xiao Shuai explained that after traveling through spacetime, their time in the real world did not actually pass. In other words, Mu Yu seemed to have been delayed there for more than a month, but in reality, only about a breath of time had passed in the outside world. No matter how long they stayed in the past, the time they returned was the moment they had just traveled to the past. Doesn't this mean that there is no difference between staying in the past for a year or 10 years? In any case, when we return to the present, time has not passed. Long Ting asked curiously. Then why did you stay in the past for 10 years? Did you have nothing better to do? You can't change the past, nor can you cultivate in the past. Staying in the past, other than seeing some historical events that you have disturbed, what can you get? It's completely meaningless. Xiao Shuai replied. But we have an extra 10 years of life out of thin air. Time is fair to everyone. How long you stay in the past is how long your lifespan has passed. There is no such thing as an extra life. Xiao Shuai was very clear about these things. As Mu Yu listened to Xiao Shuai and Long Ting discuss time, he began to think about how to deal with Gui Shiming. Gui Shiming already knew that the person who took the soul return to heart from Ghost Lord 34 years ago was Deadwood Evergreen. Now that Deadwood Evergreen was dead, the soul return to heart must be in Mu Yu's hands. Brat, I didn't expect you to act so well. I thought you didn't even know what the soul return to heart looked like. It turns out that you have always been acting dumb in front of me. You have already obtained the soul return to heart from Deadwood Evergreen. If you know what's good for you, then hand it over. Gui Shiming looked at Mu Yu and said. Mu Yu coldly snorted. He was too lazy to explain anything. He followed the original path and left the Sky Spill Nebula. He walked out of the cave and returned to the outside of the cave. Gui Shiming also followed him out. You want to get the soul return to heart from my hands? I'll give it to you. Mu Yu suddenly attacked. The shadow clone sword flashed with golden array runes. It turned into a shadow and pierced towards Gui Shiming. He had to kill Gui Shiming. He couldn't let the other people from the Gate of Hell know the whereabouts of the soul return to heart. The people from the Gate of Hell couldn't find the soul return to heart after so many years. Then Mu Yu couldn't let them find it. Most importantly, once the people from the Gate of Hell knew that the soul return to heart was related to Mu Yu, then Mu Yu would be even more uneasy in the future. But Gui Shiming was already prepared. He dodged and pulled away from Mu Yu. You want to kill me? Gui Shiming sneered. Mu Yu didn't stop and didn't say anything. His right hand held the shadow clone sword. His left hand flashed with a golden array rune. He wiped it on the shadow clone sword again. The shadow clone sword fiercely pierced out. It merged into the void and then appeared in front of Gui Shiming. The sharp sword Qi mercilessly attacked. Gui Piming furrowed his eyebrows. A soul armament appeared in his left hand to meet Mu Yu's shadow swords. At the same time, the blood-colored ghost axe left his hand and chopped down at Mu Yu. But Mu Yu didn't make any move to block the blood-colored ghost axe. Another shadow appeared in his hand and he continued to leap forward. And at this time, the blood-colored ghost axe was less than an inch away from his head, but that inch couldn't be chopped down. This short distance of an inch seemed to be separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. It couldn't be reached. So near, yet worlds apart. Chapter 688. Gui Shiming suddenly remembered that the Heavenly Birth Reincarnation Seal had this kind of strange formation that prevented them from touching each other. He didn't know why Mu Yu wasn't affected by this formation, but he already understood that if they fought on the Heavenly Birth Reincarnation Seal, he could only passively take a beating. Brat, just you wait. Gui Shiming left as soon as he touched the seal. He immediately rushed down the mountain. He had to leave this place, or else he would definitely be killed by Mu Yu. Mu Yu chased after him relentlessly. If he couldn't kill Gui Shiming, then there would be a lot of trouble in the future, and the Heavenly Birth Reincarnation Seal was the most advantageous battlefield for him. If he used the Horizon Apart Neighbor formation on the Shadow Clone Sword, he could single-handedly kill Gui Shiming. Little commander, dragon vine. Mu Yu shouted softly. The wind heart-linking formation under his feet surged out. Gui Shiming was a very difficult opponent. After all, he was a body integration stage opponent. If he left this place, it would probably be difficult to kill Gui Shiming. Understood. Little Japanese, where do you think you're going? Little Commander's entire body was already emitting blue electric sparks. A huge lightning sword soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds in the sky above the heavenly birth reincarnation seal. Dragon Vine also roared, and a breath shot out, blocking Gui Xiaming's path. Gui Shiming looked coldly at Mu Yu. After he found out that the soul transference was stolen by Deadwood Evergreen, he didn't plan to continue fighting with Mu Yu. This was the Demon Sealing Pagoda. Mu Yu would eventually walk out of the Demon Sealing Pagoda. When the time came, their plan of the Gate of Hell would be realized and all the souls on the island would be collected. Without Helion Kong's protection, Mu Yu wouldn't be able to escape from Gui Yeming's hands. Gui Shiming didn't want to fight to the death with Mu Yu here. Gui cherished his life and did not want to continue fighting, but Mu Yu did not want to let him go. Mu Yu, Little Shuai, and Long Ting surrounded Gui, cherishing life from different directions. If it was before he transmigrated, Mu Yu might not have the confidence to kill Gui, cherishing life. But after Deadwood Daddy taught him the knowledge of Shen formations, combined with the so close yet worlds apart formation here, he already had the confidence to keep Gui cherishing life. The formation runes under his feet flickered, and the Wind Zun, a single line, appeared. The green formation runes were like a winding lightning, rushing towards Gui Shiming's feet. At the same time, two other cyan runes shot out from Mu Yu's body and connected with the Dragon Vine Junior Marshal. From afar, it looked like a triangular barrier, trapping Gui Shiming inside. Gui Shiming had already suffered several losses in front of Mu Yu, and now he did not dare to underestimate Mu Yu's array formation techniques. He leaped up, and the blood-red long axe chopped out a ghost chi. The ghost chi turned into a resentful snake, opening its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow the cyan runes. The cyan runes and the resentful snake suddenly clashed together, sending out bursts of strong spirit energy fluctuations that swept out. The cyan runes were directly swallowed by the resentful snake, and the resentful snake turned into 100 feet long, coiling around Gui Shiming's body. I admit that you are indeed powerful, but even if you have the support of a soul tool, your own cultivation is still not qualified. How can it be so easy to kill me? Gui Shiming said coldly. Soul power wrapped around the resentful snake that was formed by the ghost chi. The resentful snake flicked its scarlet tongue, and a pair of yellow eyes were still suffused with a dim light. From time to time, vengeful spirits would flash through its big eyes. But at this moment, a cyan rune suddenly flashed in its eyes, and then the entire snake body suddenly trembled. Then the resentful snake shrunk, and the scales on its body were covered with dense runes, which in turn wrapped around Gui Shiming. Gui Shiming was startled. He did not expect that after the resentful snake swallowed the runes, it would still be invaded by the other party. Ghost chi surged from his body, and he broke free from the resentful snake. But the resentful snake suddenly exploded, and the runes were still connected to his body. Being connected by the cyan runes, he did not feel anything strange, but he was connected by Mu Yu. When he wanted to break free, the runes under his feet transformed into two other runes, extending out, and connected with Xiao Shuai and Long Teng. What is this thing? Gui Shiming frowned. He did not feel any threat from the runes, but the feeling of being marked made him very angry. A cyan rune also appeared on Xiao Shuai and Long Teng's bodies, connecting with the runes that extended out from Gui Shiming's body. The Wind Zun one-line heavenly barrier guided by the dead tree, with Mu Yu, Xiao Shuai, and Long Teng as carriers, trapped the opponent at the intersection of three straight line. No matter where Gui Shiming moved to, as long as he did not break free from the runes, Gui Shiming would have to bear the attacks from three direction. In the past, when Mu Yu used this array technique, he had always only extended out one rune, but this kind of rune would often be torn apart by force. But with the help of Xiao Shuai and Long Teng, he could create a barrier, and it would not be so easy to be broken by others. Mu Yu's shadow clone sword was already horizontally in front of his chest, A sharp sword intent suddenly spread out from his body. Golden light enveloped the shadow clone sword, making the shadow clone sword plated with a layer of hazy light and shadow. With a stab of the sword, it instantly transformed into thousands of sword auras. Each sword aura deduced the Heaven Sword 9 guides. Following the straight lines of the runes, the sword aura pierced through the air and attacked. The dragon scales on Long Teng's body opened up. The mysterious dragon runes also surged with golden light. A golden light gradually rose from its tail. It glared angrily, and spat out a golden dragon breath with a roar. The dragon breath intertwined in the air, turning into a sharp sword, revolving around the Wind Zun's line of sky formation, and blasted towards Gui Shiming. The thunder and lightning on Xiao Shuai's body also turned into an afterimage. The blue brilliance revealed a golden light. The lightning responded. The violent thunder and lightning under the golden brilliance surged forward. The tyrannical attacks from 3 directions made Gui Shiming feel a burst of pressure. He could not dodge, because of the Wind Zun's line of sky formation. No matter where he moved, Mu Yu and the other 2's attacks would not miss. The most terrifying thing was, Gui Shiming could not move out of the triangular barrier formed by Mu Yu and the other 2. The remaining 5 twins floated out from Gui Shiming's body. Each twin's body was covered with soul power. The twins' hands formed a seal. The dense resentful spirit floated out from the twins' body, forming a layer of shield in the air, protecting Gui Shiming in the middle. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yu's sword shadow had already arrived. Gui Shiming held his breath. The blood-red long axe divided into 3, each facing the attack of Mu Yu and the other 2. In Gui Shiming's eyes, Xiao Shuai's lightning attack speed was the fastest, followed by Long Teng, and finally Mu Yu. He immediately put his center of gravity on Xiao Shuai's formation. The blood-red long axe drew a red shadow in the air, chopping towards Xiao Shuai. But he still miscalculated. "Worlds apart, neighbor," Mu Yu lightly shouted, his palm clenched. The formation in his hand seemed to cross the limit of space, acting on Long Teng's breath. That golden sword-shaped breath was clearly still some distance away from Gui Shiming, but in the blink of an eye, it had already flashed the oncoming blood-red long axe, and approached Gui Shiming before Xiao Shuai's thunder and lightning. What? Gui Shiming was shocked. He thought Xiao Shuai's lightning would be faster, but he did not expect Long Teng's breath to unexpectedly appear in front of Xiao Shuai. In a hurry, he could only lean to the side and mobilize the spiritual power in his body, defending against Long Teng's attack. But at this time, Mu Yu's shadow sword suddenly disappeared into the void, directly passing through the shield formed by the twins around Gui Shiming, aiming straight for Gui Shiming's forehead. Worlds apart, neighbor, it was not only used to break this level of the suppressing demon pagodas so close, yet worlds apart, it could also be used in battle. These 2 formation techniques were used as a part of the Sky Sword 9 guiding formation, illusory and real, real and illusory. The attack trajectory of each sword could not be as simple as it looked on the surface. Damn it! Gui Shiming angrily roared. He had never underestimated Mu Yu's swordsmanship, but he believed that his cultivation was higher than Mu Yu by a level. Even if the opponent was Jianying Chen Feng and Withered Tree Evergreen's disciple, he could still deal with him. But the situation in front of him was really beyond his expectations. It was the first time he felt the aura of death. In the past it was only him who killed others. When was there a reason for others to kill him? At this time, he had no choice but to condense a dense ghost energy between his eyebrows, blocking the attack of the shadow swords. Kai. Unfortunately, Gui Shiming was still a step too late. The shadow swords were sharp and fierce. A cold light flashed. The speed was too fast. It had already left a shocking bloody hole on Gui Shiming's forehead. Gui Shiming's forehead was pierced. The aura on his body stagnated for a moment. Then the dragon breath and lightning took the opportunity to penetrate Gui Shiming's heart, destroying his heart. His chest could already be seen burning a hole. Gui Shiming's 3 blood-colored ghost axes chopped in front of Mu Yu's group, but because of so close, yet worlds apart, they were unable to hit them. The short distance was incomparably far. Mu Yu's chest slightly rose and fell. The Wind Zun one-line formation technique, after being improved by Withered Tree's guidance, was even stronger. It could also achieve a more unexpected effect, but the spiritual power it consumed was even greater, and the spiritual power Long Ting and Little Commander relied on to attack also came from Mu Yu's body. This almost took away more than half of Mu Yu's spiritual power, making him somewhat powerless. He only attacked and did not defend in this battle, because the powerful so close, yet worlds apart formation here was the best defense for him. If there was no so close, yet worlds apart, he would not dare to fight with his life so unscrupulously. Is the little devil dead? Long Ting stretched out a dragon claw. The claw was filled with golden formation patterns, directly crushing the blood-colored long axe that was about to hit him, but could not hit him. The blood-colored long axe turned into ghost energy and disappeared. Want to kill me? You're not qualified. 2 bloody holes appeared on Gui Zieming's forehead and chest, but Gui Zieming didn't show any signs of collapsing. The aura in his body only stagnated for a moment, and then the ghostly aura rolled out again. Very quickly, the ghostly aura covered the bloody holes, wrapped around the sword chi that Mu Yu had sent into his body, and forced all of it out. Damn, how can the little devil not die after being hit in the head? Xiao Shui also shattered the blood-colored long axe that Gui Shiming chopped over. The thunder sword in his hand once again flickered with electric sparks, preparing to give the little devil a head-on blow. Do you know what it means to have 6 twins? Gui Shiming gloomily looked at Mu Yu. Gui Laro Wu, who was around him, suddenly made a muffled sound, and exploded without any resistance, turning into a black mist and entering Gui Shiming's 7 orifices. It means I have 7 lives. 6 twins, plus Gui Shiming himself, that was 7 lives. After Gui Shiming absorbed Gui Laro Wu's soul, the aura in his body once again reached the peak, as if he had never been injured. This guy is really strange. 7 lives? Then I'll kill you 7 times. Mu Yu coldly said. He had already killed Gui Laochi and Gui Laroliu. At this moment, Gui Shiming had killed one of the twins. This meant that Gui Shiming only had 3 twins and himself left, which meant that he had 4 lives left. Generally speaking, the people of the Gate of Hell only had 1 twin, which meant they had 2 lives, but Gui Shiming had 6 twins, which was quite strange. Mu Yu had never encountered people of the Gate of Hell like Gui Shiming before. Obviously, Gui Shiming was a freak specially created for this trip to the Demon Island. But this kind of strange thing was not popularized among the people of the Gate of Hell. Needless to say, to let a person have 7 lives, the cost was quite great. My life was originally used as a sacrifice to Yushan, but now it seems I have to kill you first. A blood-red skull appeared in Gui Zieming's hand. This blood-red skull was engraved with complicated ghostly runes. It looked like fresh blood was flowing through them. The whole skull looked ferocious and terrifying. Even the dried-up mouth was opening and closing, as if it was letting out a sinister and eerie laugh. The blood-colored skull suddenly emitted a blood-colored ghost chi, which hit the soles of Gui Shiming's feet, and suddenly, the formation of Gui Shiming's formation was directly shatter. The formation of Wind Zun frontline had been broken. The blood-colored skull fluttered in the air, as if it had been soaked in blood for many years, exuding a strange and pungent smell of blood. The sunken eye sockets were like a blood pool slowly flowing. Mu Yu looked at the blood-colored skull, and an ominous premonition spread all over his body. He smelled a dangerous aura from the blood-colored skull. This skull was obviously not simple. If you didn't have Helion Kong's help, what could you have done? Gui Shiming asked coldly. He knew that Mu Yu, with his severed soul stage cultivation, was able to contend with him, a body fusion stage cultivator, because of Helion Kong's soul tool. If you didn't have Gui Ye's help, what would you be? Mu Yu retorted. Gui Shiming was clearly a tool specially created for this operation. The exit of the Demon Ceiling Pagoda was unpredictable, and he was able to explore this floor alone, not by luck or relying on Mu Yu's powerful deduction ability, but only with the help of Gui Yezi. Gui Yezi was not a simple person. He probably didn't stay on the Demon Island to die here, but deliberately stayed behind for a bigger scheme. Unfortunately, even without their help, you are not my match. The blood on the blood-colored skull in Gui Shiming's hand became more and more obvious. To Mu Yu's surprise, the soul armament on his body that had been providing him with soul force suddenly became chaotic. As if it was affected by the bloody skull, a crack appeared on the surface of He Lienkong's soul armament. Not good. Mu Yu's expression changed slightly. The soul power provided by Helion Kong's soul tool quickly disappeared, and Mu Yu's cultivation fell back to the severed soul stage. Chapter 689. The reason why Mu Yu dared to fight with Gui Shiming, who was at the body integration stage, was mainly because he had the support of Helion Kong's soul tool. However, without Helion Kong's soul tool, it would be difficult for him to win with his severed soul stage cultivation base. The Blood Realm Demon Puppet was originally prepared for the Sea Demon King and all the souls on the Demon Island. You should be glad that you can see it. Gui Shiming stared at Mu Yu sinisterly. The Blood Realm Demon Puppet was made from the blood of tens of thousands of people. It was soaked in ghost chi all year round. It was made from the fusion of blood chi and ghost chi and refined from countless resentful souls. It was called the King of Skeletons. The Blood Realm Demon Puppet had a very evil power. As soon as it appeared, even Helion Kong's soul tool seemed to have lost control. This skull seemed to have the power to summon all the dead skeletons. Even the soul tool of a powerhouse like Helion Kong couldn't resist it. If it wasn't for the demon subduing pagoda on the Demon Island, Gui Shiming would have used the Blood Realm Demon Puppet to attack Helion Kong and the others. Mu Yu also had some understanding of the Blood Realm Demon Puppet. 34 years ago at the Gate of Hell, Ghost Lord and Gui Yezi had already said that they would bring the Blood Realm Demon Puppet along when they communicated through Soul Return. Then, the Dead Tree also explained to him what the Blood Realm Demon Puppet was. This skull must be taken care of. The shadow sword in Mu Yu's hand merged into the void again. The shadow sword glowing with golden formation patterns bloomed with thousands of sword lights and rushed towards Gui Shiming from all directions. Then, countless sword shadows and lightning appeared from all directions in the sky. Xiao Shuai and Long Teng's attacks also bombarded. The sky full of sword shadows and lightning surrounded Gui Shiming. Every attack aura was real, but every attack aura was mutually illusory. Mu Yu used the mirror image formation in the shadow sword, making the sword's angle more tricky, so Gui Shiming couldn't distinguish how to deal with it. Gui Shiming only coldly shouted, and the bloody skull instantly transformed into a powerful blood curtain, as if it was made of blood, flowing in the air, and all of the attacks suddenly turned into nothingness. You won't be able to use He Lienkong's soul tool in front of the blood-colored skeleton. Let's see what you have to fight me, Gui Piming said malevolently. The black ghost chi all over his body had turned into blood. It was as if he was covered in a layer of scarlet blood clothes, which kept flowing around his body. It was very strange. The blood-red light surged towards Mu Yu like a surging sea. However, so close, yet worlds apart blocked all of the sea of blood once again. This flaws so close, yet worlds apart was extremely tyrannical. Even with the help of the blood skull, Ghost cherishing his life could not harm Mu Yu. Brat, are you still planning to stop me from leaving? This time, I'll wait for you at the next level. Gui Shiming snorted coldly. He didn't continue to waste time and had already flown towards the exit. This time, Mu Yu couldn't stop it because he couldn't. Gui Shiming had already disappeared at the exit in the blink of an eye and left this floor. The Japanese didn't use this thing to deal with us at the Sea Demon Palace. It's definitely because there are restrictions on its use. He probably can't fully control it. Should we chase after him? Long Teng asked. Mu Yu turned his head and glanced at the Heavenly Birth Reincarnation seal in the distance. After Gui Shiming left here, Mu Yu lost his most advantageous reliance. He ran towards the Heavenly Birth Reincarnation seal again and arrived at the cave entrance halfway up the mountain. He sat under the banyan tree and wanted to ask his master some questions. But this time, when Mu Yu sat down, Feng Haochen didn't appear. Little Commander, what's going on? Where's Master? Mu Yu was puzzled. Master said that he was someone who lived in the past and guarded the Heavenly Birth Reincarnation seal here, but why did Mu Yu already disappear this time? I don't know. That's just a consciousness he left behind in the past. It probably already dissipated. Little Commander guessed. Mu Yu was in a dilemma. Now that the consciousness left behind by his master had already disappeared, then he had to rely on himself from now on. If we don't kill the Japanese, we'll be hunted down by the Gate of Hell. Long Teng reminded. Mu Yu muttered to himself for a moment. He looked at Helion Kong's soul tool. Helion Kong's soul tool had already lost its function. The soul power contained inside seemed to have already quieted down and couldn't help Muyu anymore. If he fought with Gui Shiming again, his chances of winning would probably be much lower. But if he let Gui Shiming pass on the news of soul conversion to his own people, then Muyu would really be in endless trouble. I can't care so much anymore. Muyu brought Little Commander and Long Teng and quickly ran towards the exit. He stepped into the whirlpool and left this floor. This time he arrived at a grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. The passageway was a stone arch made of stone. The grass here was long and birds were flying. The sky was azure and there was also a clear river meandering around. It was originally a very quiet and beautiful place, but at this moment it was filled with the smell of blood. Gui Shiming sneered at Muyu from not far away. I thought you didn't dare to chase after me. At this moment, Gui Shiming had completely changed his appearance. His entire body was covered in blood, like a blood man. Especially his face, the skin seemed to have been corroded by something, and the blood vessels under the skin could clearly be seen. These blood vessels were still overflowing with blood, which resonated with the blood around his body. The person who uses the Blood Realm Demon Puppet has to pay the price of also becoming a skeleton. Muyu looked at Gui Shiming with disgust. No wonder Gui Shiming didn't use the Blood Realm Demon Puppet all along. This kind of ghost technique would harm both the user and the user. Perhaps he would be corroded by the Blood Realm Demon Puppet and become a living skeleton in the end. Gui Shiming laughed sinisterly. When he laughed, he looked even more like a demon. I originally didn't plan to use the Blood Realm Demon Puppet so early, but I have already calculated according to the sect's guidance. This floor will lead to the 99th floor in 14 hours. That is the Sea Demon King's sealed ground. So it doesn't matter when I use it. Before Gui Shiming came here, he had already learned how the entrance of this tower changed with the help of the sect's guidance. That was also the reason why he could find this place. He was restricted by so close yet worlds apart on the 81st floor. He couldn't break free from Muyu's restraint and could only take a beating. That was why he had no choice but to use the Blood Realm Demon Puppet to escape. His final goal was to head to the 99th floor and use the Blood Realm Demon Puppet to deal with the Sea Demon King. That was why he chose to use the Blood Realm Demon Puppet at this moment. Muyu deduced in his heart. He also realized the time they needed to head to the 99th floor. They were currently on the 89th floor. They would indeed reach the 99th floor in 14 hours. But he had to think of a way to kill Gui Shiming right now. After Gui Shiming borrowed the Blood Realm Demon Puppet, the aura on his body was extremely powerful. However, he was still at the Unity stage. This made Muyu even more curious. That was because he didn't understand. With the Blood Realm Demon Puppet, Gui Shiming's cultivation was still at the Unity stage. Then what did he rely on to subdue the Sea Demon King Yujiang? Gui Shiming waved his big hand. The blood-colored long axe was already stained with blood. Immediately after, the resentful spirits that floated out from his body were also bathed in blood. They turned into repulsive and bloody blood souls. The resentful spirits that were stained with blood streaked across the sky. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Muyu. Mu Ling's sword had already released countless tree branches. They entangled in the air and swept towards the blood souls. These blood souls still had the protection of soul power, so they were not afraid of the death aura of Mu Ling's sword. They actually passed through the branches that Mu Ling had transformed into without any hindrance, and continued to grab at Muyu. What the hell? Muyu frowned. Sword light flashed in his hand as the so close, yet worlds apart array was activated. Although these blood souls were not afraid of Mu Ling, they were still blocked by the array. However, the blood-red axe came crashing down, and the power of the body integration stage exploded, instantly shattering Muyu's so close, yet so far spell formation. Muyu's so close, yet worlds apart was still a few grades inferior to the array technique beside the heavenly birth reincarnation seal. His so close, yet worlds apart was unable to block Gui cherishing life. With no other choice, Muyu could only rely on the Big Dipper constellation formation to retreat. At the same time, the shadow swords in his hand interweaved to form streaks of green light, stabbing at Gui cherishing life from various tricky angles. However, the blood souls chased after Mu Yu relentlessly. Mu Yu discovered that his sword chi could not harm these blood souls. It could not even touch the blood souls. Originally, this was a contest of strength. At the beginning, Mu Yu relied on so close, yet worlds apart to prevent Gui cherishing life from touching him. But now, it was his turn to be unable to touch the opponent. Little Commander, is there any way to restrain the blood souls? Mu Yu dodged from time to time, but Gui cherishing life speed was still closing in on Mu Yu. If not for the fact that Mu Yu's Big Dipper constellation formation had reached the point of perfection, he would not be able to hold on for long. Only skeletons. These blood souls, other than skeletons, nothing can touch them. Little Commander's lightning interweaved in the air. The lightning that had always been successful was actually helpless in front of the blood souls this time. Skeletons? How could there be such a thing? The Blood Realm demon puppet could even subdue Helion Kong's soul tool. How could we take out skeletons? Dragon Vine said. Its attacks could not touch the blood souls either. Can skeletons touch them? Mu Yu's eyes lit up. Gui Yez's soul tool had already appeared in his hand. If Helion Kong's soul tool had a problem, then Gui Yez's soul tool might be different. Gui Yez's black skull wasn't affected by the Blood Realm demon puppet. If Mu Yu's guess was correct, then Gui Yez's soul armament and the Blood Realm demon puppet were of the same origin, so they wouldn't affect each other. However, the difference between Gui Yez's soul tool and Helion Kong's soul tool was that Helion Kong's leg bone soul tool did not give off the aura of death at all. Instead, it gave off a comfortable feeling. Gui Yez's soul tool, on the other hand, was cold and exuded a gloomy ghostly aura. It was very strange. Mu Yu used his spirit power to activate Gui Yez's soul tool. The grey soul power once again enveloped Mu Yu's body. Unlike Helion Kong's soul power, Gui Yez's soul tool was very cold. Mu Yu felt as if he was wrapped in ice. There was also a domineering cold aura that wanted to invade Mu Yu's body. Mu Ling's sword blocked the ghostly aura in Gui Yez's soul tool in time, protecting Mu Yu. Mu Yu held Gui Yez's skull and directly smashed it at the incoming blood souls. With a poochie sound, a blood soul was directly shattered by Gui Yez's soul tool, turning into a pool of blood that spilled onto the ground. It was effective. Mu Yu held Gui Yez's skull in his hand, using it as the most primitive weapon. Because Gui Yez's soul tool was originally very extraordinary, the blood souls seemed to have met their nemesis and were destroyed one after another. However, Gui Yezi revealed a bloody smile at this moment. Do you really think that Senior Gui Yezi would be willing to let you take away his soul tool? You're too naive. Gui Yezi had already reached out his right hand towards Mu Yu, aiming at Gui Yez's soul tool. Gui Yez's soul tool in Mu Yu's hand suddenly erupted with a tyrannical resistance, exploding onto Mu Yu's body. Mu Yu could not dodge in time and was hit squarely in the chest. Like an invasion of ice, the dense ghostly aura penetrated his body and devoured his meridians. Chapter 690. Damn it, the Japanese's things are really disgusting. Mu Yu spat and touched the place on his chest that was hit by the soul power. At this moment, it was still so cold that his chest felt numb. Fortunately, the black and white spirit power quickly gushed out from his body and calmed his damaged meridians. At the same time, it also swallowed the cold soul power. Now that even Gui Shiming's soul tool was taken back by Gui Shiming and there was a problem with Helion Kong's soul tool, it was really too difficult for him to deal with Gui Shiming, who was at the body integration stage with his spirit severing stage cultivation. The attacks of those blood souls gave him a headache. This thing was too strange and couldn't be blocked. It was very troublesome. Don't you have any other moves? Then hand over the soul transference for me. Gui Shiming was originally not in a hurry to ask Mu Yu for the soul transference, but now that he had used the Blood Realm demon puppet, this was his strongest moment. He wanted to directly deal with Mu Yu to prevent Mu Yu from escaping later. Mu Yu saw the blood souls that blotted out the sky and covered the earth pouncing over again. He could only dodge, but the blood souls were extremely fast and couldn't be stopped by anything. One of the blood souls directly grabbed Mu Yu's shoulder. Mu Yu's shoulder didn't have any scars, but he felt a heart-wrenching pain. This pain didn't affect his body, but it grabbed his soul, causing him to involuntarily tremble. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Most importantly, this pain couldn't be removed. The black and white spirit power in his body couldn't help him at all. Damn it, it hurts. Dragon Vine roared angrily. It was also caught by the blood soul, and its tyrannical breath was completely useless. Xiao Shui had already put away his thunder sword and pounced into Mu Yu's pocket with Dragon Vine following closely behind. They were completely helpless against these blood souls. Mu Yu was already surrounded by more and more blood souls. These blood souls had no other nemesis other than the skeletons. Their existence posed a great threat to Mu Yu. Let my blood soul tear your soul into pieces. Gui cherishing life cackled. Countless blood souls once again flew out from the blood all over his body and rushed towards Mu Yu. These blood souls came in a menacing manner, like a pack of hungry wolves that saw lambs. Every blood soul emitted a thirst for blood. No, we still can't beat this guy. Mu Yu didn't manage to kill Gui Zieming with the help of So Close, yet worlds apart earlier, so he had already lost the initiative. Now, Gui Zieming had become extremely strange with the help of this blood-colored skull. Mu Yu couldn't borrow He Lienkong's soul weapon anymore, so he had no way of contending against Gui Zieming at all. Let's retreat first. Little Commander was still cursing as he touched the place where he was attacked by Blood Soul. Yes. Mu Yu was already prepared to hide inside the Mu Ling to block the attacks of the Blood Soul, but at that moment, there was a shout. A curtain of blue water suddenly shot out from the Blood Soul and wrapped around Mu Yu's arm. Then, a familiar spiritual energy came into contact with the Mu Ling Xiao Shui. Mu Yu was overjoyed. Turning around, he merged into the Mu Ling. The water and Mu Ling fused together and a strange energy spread out. Immediately, Mu Yu was pulled out from the encirclement of the Blood Soul and appeared next to Xiao Shui. Why is this person from the gate of hell so disgusting? Xiao Shui looked at Gui cherishing life with disgust. She could clearly feel the pressure from the Blood Soul and didn't dare to fight against it. The Japanese have always been this disgusting. But Xiao Shui, it's good to meet you here. Mu Yu entered the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda with Xiao Shui. However, after entering the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, everyone was sent to a different floor. He didn't expect to meet Xiao Shui on this floor. Are you all right? Xiao Shui saw Mu Yu rubbing his shoulder and asked with concern. I'm fine. I was bitten by the Japanese. That guy's zodiac was a dog. Mu Yu rubbed his shoulder, but it was useless. The pain came from his soul and not his body. Xiao Shui stretched out her hand and tapped Mu Yu's shoulder. A strange blue light fused into Mu Yu's shoulder. To Mu Yu's surprise, Xiao Shui's energy had the effect of nourishing his soul. The pain from being scratched by the Blood Soul gradually disappeared. Hey, Xiao Shui, you can heal the pain of the soul? Mu Yu asked in surprise. Xiao Shui shook her head and said, I don't think so. I think it's because our physiques complement each other. My energy and yours are compatible. So the fusion of water and wood has such an effect. Didn't I say we were a match made in heaven? Mu Yu said with a grin. Xiao Shui snapped, still joking at a time like this. Hurry up and get rid of this guy. Shui Ling and Mu Ling reunited happily. A blue light blossomed from their bodies. A blue water curtain wrapped around the green leaves and swayed in the air, confronting Gui Shiming. Another one has come to throw his life away. Gui Shiming looked at Xiao Shui and Mu Yu coldly, not worried at all. To him, even if several people came, he wouldn't be afraid. After all, he was the one with the highest cultivation among those who entered the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. Gui Shiming's skin was slowly being corroded. The blood vessels under his skin were pulsing, and in some places, white bones could be seen. As more and more bones were exposed, Gui Shiming's aura became stronger and stronger. How do we get rid of this guy? Xiao Shui asked in her heart. Water and wood allowed them to communicate with each other. This ability was very similar to the wind-wind heart-linking formation. Mu Yu didn't know either. The only thing he was certain of was that Gui Shiming's cultivation was still rising. After the Blood Realm Devil puppet turned Gui Shiming into a skeleton, Gui Shiming would become extremely terrifying. It was possible that his cultivation would reach transcending tribulation stage. Even if Mu Yu and Xiao Shui joined forces, they wouldn't be Gui Shiming's opponent with water and wood's end. The blood souls pounced again. The blue and green water curtain wrapped around the two of them. This time, the blood souls were blocked by the water curtain. The fusion of the two had an unpredictable power that seemed to surpass the restraint of the blood souls. Countless blood souls rushed over, but they were all repelled by Mu Yu. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the blood-colored axe had already smashed down. The water curtain formed by the two of them collapsed, and the powerful impact swept them away. No, our severed soul stage cultivation is still too weak. Xiao Shui frowned and quickly retreated. Mu Yu originally thought that by relying on Helian Kong's soul tool, he could use the formation to surround and kill Gui Shifei. However, he didn't expect Gui Shifei to be so secretive. He even had such a powerful weapon that directly suppressed Helian Kong's soul tool. Now, he and Xiao Shui were both spirit-severing stage cultivators. The two of them might not be simple, but they still couldn't fight Gui Shiming. Let's leave here first. Mu Yu looked at the blood souls pouncing down. He knew that he probably couldn't deal with Gui Shiming. He could only leave and think of a way. The two of them made a prompt decision and directly retreated to the exit. Gui Shiming wanted to stop Mu Yu from leaving, but Mu Yu and Xiao Shui were already close to the exit. They quickly disappeared into the passage and returned to the 81st floor. You can escape now, but you can't escape forever. You will eventually leave the demon-subduing pagoda, Gui Shiming said coldly. He didn't chase because the 81st floor's so close, yet worlds apart was too powerful. Although the Blood Realm Devil puppet was powerful, it wasn't enough to help him resolve the so close, yet worlds apart. After returning to the 81st floor, Mu Yu finally heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Gui Shiming wouldn't chase him here. This could be considered his temporary shelter. Xiao Shui, which floor did you come from just now? 46th floor. Mu Yu recalled the Mu Ling and landed at the foot of the Skybirth reincarnation seal. He walked up the stone stairs and sat down. Right, where is this place? Why didn't Gui Shiming chase after us? Xiao Shui asked curiously. Ever since she entered the demon-subduing pagoda, she was like a headless fly running around. She didn't understand the rules of the exits at all. Every floor was different, and she didn't know the formation of each floor. After arriving here, Gui Shiming didn't chase after them. She was somewhat puzzled. This is the 81st floor. There's a very powerful formation here that can stop Gui Shiming. Mu Yu gave Xiao Shui a simple explanation, including how he had clashed with Gui Shiming and how to proceed to the 99th floor. However, he didn't tell her that he had returned to the past because it involved too many things. He couldn't be bothered to explain too much. You know how to get to the 99th floor? Xiao Shui was overjoyed because she came to the demon-subduing pagoda for the Sea Demon King Yu Jiang. She didn't know how to calculate the demon-subduing pagoda, so she was just blindly trying her luck. She didn't expect that she would know how to get to the 99th floor. She sat down beside Mu Yu. Xiao Shui happily jumped into her embrace and rubbed against her. I calculated it. Oh, right. What is the 46th floor? Mu Yu was very dissatisfied with Xiao Shui's actions. He always liked to take advantage of girls. He wanted to throw Xiao Shui out, but when he thought about how this guy would shamelessly come back later, he held back. There was only one exit to the 81st floor. It was connected to the 89th floor. The 89th floor had two exits, one of which was connected to the 46th floor. That place is very strange. After entering the 46th floor, all of your cultivation will disappear. You won't be able to fly and you won't have any spiritual energy. Xiao Shui rubbed Xiao Shui's head. Cultivation disappears. That's the spirit extinction no immortal domain. Strange, Daoist Shen Jizi actually found someone to set up this domain in the demon-subduing pagoda. Mu Yu muttered. Spirit extinction no immortal domain? What's that? Xiao Shui didn't understand. She thought that the 46th floor was just an ordinary formation. Spirit extinction no immortal domain. It's an ability that only Grand Ascension stage cultivators have. I heard my father say that in this domain, all cultivators and mortals can't use any spiritual energy. They can only live like mortals. Chapter 691. From a certain point of view, spirit extinction without immortal was even more powerful than the forbidden technique domain of the formation runestone. The forbidden technique domain only restricted formation rune techniques, while spirit extinction without immortal directly sealed one's cultivation. Of course, it wasn't a question of which was better or worse. The true ability of the formation runestone was to break all formation rune techniques and talisman techniques in the world. After the forbidden technique domain banned formation rune techniques and talisman techniques, one could use spiritual energy to fight. Whoever had a higher cultivation would have an absolute advantage. The spirit extinction domain allowed the people inside to fight with their bare hands. Whoever was more agile and stronger would win. Cultivation was no longer the main point. This was disadvantageous to the person using the domain. However, those who comprehended this domain were usually body cultivators. Their physical strength had already reached a very abnormal level. They could kill people with a single punch without relying on cultivation. Daoist Master Xian Jiz's domain ability was all techniques return to origin and not the spirit extinction domain. This domain definitely belonged to someone else and was borrowed here. I know how to deal with Gui Xieshi. Mu Yu stroked his chin and said, "You want to lure Gui Xieshi into the spirit extinction domain?" Qiao Shui said. She then frowned, "But you said that he wanted to go to the 99th floor. That's another exit. How could he follow us to the 46th floor?" Gui Xieshi wanted to capture the Sea Goblin King Yujiang. Qiao Shui naturally wouldn't let him succeed. "If I destroy the exit, then he will follow us." Mu Yu smiled faintly. "Destroy the other exit? Can the exit be destroyed?" Qiao Shui said in surprise. "It can be destroyed temporarily." Mu Yu explained. On the 73rd floor, Boss Lu had a conflict with Gui Han and the others. They crashed into a snow mountain and destroyed the exit. Although the exit would be repaired later, it would still take some time. It would take about an hour for it to recover. Gui Xieshi was now on the 89th floor. One of the exits on the 89th floor would lead to the 99th floor after 14 hours, which was the floor where the Sea Goblin King was trapped. However, this exit would only lead to the 99th floor for a very short period of time. In less than a quarter of an hour, it would switch to another floor. If Gui Shiming wanted to go to the 99th floor, he had to pass through the exit within half a quarter of an hour. What Mu Yu wanted to do was to prevent Gui Shiming from going to the 99th floor during this half a quarter of an hour. As for the other exit on the 89th floor, it would lead to the 46th floor within 20 hours. After Mu Yu destroyed one of the exits, Gui Qiao Shui would definitely chase after Mu Yu in anger. At that time, Mu Yu and Qiao Shui could just run to the 46th floor. "But this also means that I won't be able to save the Sea Demon King," Qiao Shui said hesitantly. "Even if you go to the 99th floor, you might not be able to save the Sea Demon King. Most importantly, if you go to the 99th floor with Gui Shiming, how will you fight against Gui Shiming? The Blood Realm demonic puppet in his body is specially used to deal with Sea Fiend Kings, and it is also quite troublesome for us," Mu Yu said. Before they could think of a way to deal with Gui Shiming, they could only do this to prevent Gui Shiming from succeeding. "If we can't get it, the Japanese won't be able to either." "I like this idea," Xiao Shui laughed. Long Ting curled his lips. "Back then, the Japanese also seemed to treat us like this. When they were breaking through the stone pillar formation in the Sea Demon King's palace, Gui Shiming had deliberately used a stick on Mu Yu, not letting Mu Yu break through the formation alone. "Who cares? Politeness demands reciprocity," Mu Yu said. "But the Sea Demon King's matter is very important." Qiao Shui's expression was very serious. Mu Yu said helplessly, "It doesn't matter, I already gave Boss Lu a path to the 99th floor. They will take care of this matter. After we use the spirit extinction no immortal domain to kill Gui Shiming, we can change the path to the 99th floor from the 46th floor." Qiao Shui nodded. It seemed like this was the only way. The two of them sat down and began to meditate. In the next 14 hours, they had to be prepared to deal with Gui Shiming. Gui Shiming would wait at the 89th floor for 14 hours, until the exit changed and led to the 99th floor. As long as Mu Yu ran to the 89th floor and destroyed the exit after 12.5 hours, he would be able to stop Gui Shiming from going to the 99th floor. Mu Yu sat cross-legged on the side, quickly evolving the formation in his mind. This time, when he returned to the past, his father explained a lot of formation knowledge to him, which made him enlightened. When he transmigrated to the past, he didn't cultivate, because it was useless to cultivate in the past. Otherwise, he could cultivate in the past for a year and a half, and then come back after breaking through. Now, his cultivation was at the 7th level of the spirit severing stage. It was quite rare to have this cultivation at this age in the cultivation world, but Mu Yu still felt that it was not enough. He couldn't wait to improve his cultivation. Since his cultivation reached the spirit severing stage, the speed of his improvement slowed down. Although this speed was much faster than other people, Mu Yu knew that if he wanted to do something, he had to quickly improve his strength. Mu Yu silently operated the falling dust cultivation method in his heart. The black and white spirit power in his body quickly circulated, maintaining a wonderful state, helping him to break through the barrier. But this barrier seemed to be there and not there, making Mu Yu unable to break through it quickly. Qiao Shui was also cultivating on the side. The aura of the two was very condensed, and the spirit power seemed to ripple in the air. Then, as if it was attracted by something, the spirit power of the two people suddenly merged together. This was a very wonderful feeling. After the spirit power circulated 3 times from Mu Yu's body, it automatically left Mu Yu's body and drilled into Qiao Shui's body, and began to circulate in Qiao Shui's body. At the same time, Qiao Shui's spirit power also drilled into Mu Yu's body. The cool feeling made Mu Yu feel refreshed, and he felt that his meridians were becoming more and more active. Mu Yu suddenly found that he liked Qiao Shui's spirit power very much. The blue spirit power intertwined with the black and white spirit power in his body, and for the first time, the black and white spirit power didn't reject it. His heart seemed to sink into a distant and tranquil world, comfortable and leisurely. It was as if he had come to a peaceful forest, watching the vegetation grow, flowers bloom, and everything flourish. The birds in the forest sang happily, the bees and butterflies danced in the flowers, the leaves swayed, and the breeze blew on his face. Mu Yu sat cross-legged in the sky above this forest. He opened his eyes and looked at the clouds in the sky. The sun was warm, and he didn't have any worries. He was carefree and free. He liked this feeling very much. At this time, there was a small river flowing through the forest. The river flowed around the entire forest, nourishing the trees that were full of vitality. It was so comfortable that he could even vaguely hear the sound of flowing water. It sounded so cheerful in his ears. There was no sudden feeling. It was as if everything had always been like this. Water and wood depended on each other and grew together. Mu Yu turned around and stopped at the bank of the river. He gently splashed the water, and the water suddenly flowed slowly, forming Qiao Shui's appearance. They stared at each other without saying a word because they both knew what the other was thinking. This was a pair of pure and wonderful people, each comprehending the other's thoughts. Time slowly flowed and the 4 seasons changed around them. Only the two of them remained unchanged. For some reason, Mu Yu suddenly pulled Qiao Shui into his embrace. His lips lightly touched, and a warm impulse spread throughout his body. At that moment, Mu Yu forgot everything except for his instincts. His heart was jumping happily like a little deer. Qiao Shui also looked at Mu Yu. Her cheeks were flushed red. In her eyes, there was only Mu Yu. He was a sunny boy full of vitality. He gently knocked on her heart and quietly walked into her world. Their clothes fluttered, hazy and graceful. It was neither close nor distant. Their touch was so casual and natural. There was a trace of wildness, but it was also so free and easy. The birds in the forest were singing, the bees and butterflies were dancing, the leaves were drifting, and the river was flowing. But in their world, there was only each other. Little Shui and Long Ting had already been blown away by Mu Yu and Qiao Shui's strange aura. The winning fish in Xiao Shue's body was also crying out from the waterfall at the foot of the reincarnation seal. The two of them were also squeezed out. The alternating blue and green water curtain enveloped Mu Yu and Xiao Shue's figures. The worlds apart neighbors' formation runes were still reverberating inside. No one knew what was going on inside. Little Shuai had just been pushed out from a soft place and was still a little dissatisfied. He looked at the water curtain and muttered, "It's already been 8 hours. Don't tell me they went to do something embarrassing." Long Ting rubbed its chin. It wasn't very clear about this either. "I don't know. Do you and little Momo do this too? Bah. Will you die if you don't mention little Momo?" Little Shuai gritted his teeth and pounced at Long Ting. Long Ting and little Shuai began to fight again. The auras within the water curtain intertwined with one another and some changes occurred. Then, a light ripple flowed out, and the two powers became more and more powerful. Mu Yu and Xiao Shui finally came to their senses. They were both stunned to find that the two of them were hugging each other. "How did this happen to you?" Xiao Shui's face was bright red as she pushed Mu Yu away. She quickly put on her clothes and glared at Mu Yu. It was as if the two of them had done that thing unintentionally, and it was completely out of their control. Mu Yu scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I don't know what happened either. Do you think Spirit Lord Shui Yuming and Spirit Lord Mu Yuming are a match made in heaven? Isn't it strange? How would I know? I'm not ready to do that with you. Xiao Shui's heart was still thumping. She frowned as if she didn't know what to do with what had just happened. "Didn't you say that liking someone is a kind of freedom?" Mu Yu muttered. "Liking someone is one thing, but a girl's first time is very important. I don't want to do that with you while I'm unconscious." Xiao Shui gritted her teeth. "So it's like that. It's your first time, and it's also my first time. In any case, it's not a loss. But I'm not too sure." "Hey! How mysterious. How did my cultivation reach the 9th heavenly layer of the spirit severing stage?" Mu Yu stood up in surprise and sized up his body. Then, he waved his hand and the aura of the 9th heavenly layer of the spirit severing stage rippled out. 8 hours ago, he was only at the 7th sky of spirit severing stage. He didn't expect that after cultivating, he would inexplicably break through the obstacles and break through 2 stages consecutively. At this moment, his aura was probably not far away from the form synthesis stage. Xiao Shui's fingertips were also flowing with a clear spring. Her cultivation had also reached the 6th heavenly layer of the spirit severing stage from the 3rd heavenly layer of the spirit severing stage. After their auras fused together, there was actually such a miraculous effect. "Put on your clothes, okay?" Xiao Shui said in annoyance. Mu Yu smiled awkwardly and put on his clothes. Then, he moved closer to Xiao Shui and said, "So there are so many benefits to cultivating together. Really, we should have done this long ago. Don't be a hooligan." Xiao Shui flicked her finger and splashed the clear spring water on Mu Yu's face. "Who said that? I'm a good, virtuous, and upright youth." Mu Yu wiped the water off his face and said indifferently, "You're better at talking than singing." Xiao Shui rolled her eyes at Mu Yu and stood up. Then, she removed the water curtain around them. They were still at the foot of the mountain where the heavenly reincarnation seal was. She waved her hand and the water mist drifted over. The winning fish in the distance floated in front of her and happily floated in the air. Mu Yu coughed and tidied up his clothes. He looked around and saw that Xiao Shui and Long Teng were still fighting. He quickly ran over and separated them. He asked, "Xiao Shui, how long has it been?" "There are still 6 hours." Xiao Shui spat out a fruit core and used his spiritual power to support a dozen peaches on his tail. Long Teng was also eating a peach and was happily munching on it. "Where did you get the peaches?" Mu Yu asked curiously. "From the heavenly reincarnation seal. You and Xiao Shui have been doing it for so long. You can't let me starve, right?" Xiao Shui said. Mu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He snatched 2 peaches from Xiao Shui and handed one to Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui took the peach and took a bite. She said, "We accidentally did that thing. What do we do now?" Although Xiao Shui liked Mu Yu, she knew some things. In particular, Mu Yu still hadn't thought about his relationship with Tian Ran. Xiao Shui felt that she had used despicable means to forcefully bind Mu Yu with her body. This wasn't a relationship she wanted. I didn't do it on purpose. It was all because of that strange aura. Mu Yu wasn't embarrassed about what had happened. After all, what should have happened and what shouldn't have happened had already happened. What else could have happened? He just had to fill his stomach first. He ate the peach and found that it was quite delicious. At the very least, he felt a warm current flowing into his body. It was very comfortable. So you're going to pretend that nothing happened? Xiao Shui frowned. She was very dissatisfied with Mu Yu's indifferent attitude. Mu Yu felt a little guilty under his stare. This, stupid, of course we're going to be together. Xiao Shui raised his hand obediently. You're going to be together with Xiao Momo. Mu Yu wanted to beat this guy to death for talking too much. However, after ravaging Xiao Shui for a while, he looked up at Xiao Shui and smiled. Don't worry, I'll be responsible for you. It's only right that we be together. Since it had already happened, Mu Yu didn't want to run away from it. Chapter 692. Mu Yu was slightly startled, and his eyes flickered. He hadn't seen Tian Ran for a long time, but he still had Tian Ran in his heart. After being reminded by Xiao Shui, Mu Yu felt that he had wronged Tian Ran. I don't know. Mu Yu muttered. Are you going to use you don't know to avoid this question? Xiao Shui said unyieldingly. Mu Yu shook his head. What happened just now was out of our control, but I at least know one thing. Since we had that kind of relationship, I will take responsibility for you. I will protect you in the future and not let you suffer any harm. As for Tian Ran, I will make it clear to her. He wasn't a person who liked to avoid responsibility. You still like Tian Ran in your heart, don't you? Xiao Shui gritted her teeth and asked. I. Mu Yu looked away. He didn't want to lie to Xiao Shui. Let's just pretend that today's matter never happened. Xiao Shui pursed her lips and didn't look at Mu Yu. She was a girl with principles, and although she liked Mu Yu, she wouldn't force Mu Yu to do anything, especially before Mu Yu was completely sure of his feelings. She didn't want to use this kind of method to force him. Mu Yu scratched the back of his head, not knowing how to respond to Xiao Shui. Patting his head, he simply stopped thinking about this matter and said, let's quickly adjust our state, we still have to fight the Japanese. This time you cultivate, I will watch from the side. Xiao Shui waved her water spirit and let the winning fish fly in the air. The beautiful winning fish cried out happily, just like a water spirit in the air. She didn't want to do that kind of thing with Mu Yu again. Just now, the two of them seemed to have done it unconsciously. It was a kind of instinct that belonged to the water spirit and Mu Ling. The two of them didn't consciously resist. But it was also because of this that Xiao Shui was a little concerned. She hoped that the two of them would be willing. Mu Yu sighed. He wasn't very clear about Xiao Shui's thoughts. Even his own heart was in a mess. 6 hours passed very quickly. Little Shui estimated that there should be about 15 minutes left. Mu Yu and Xiao Shui looked at each other and nodded. They entered the passage one after another and returned to the 89th floor. At this moment, the 89th floor seemed to have changed its appearance. Originally, it was a vast and boundless grassland. However, at this moment, the air was filled with blood-red ghost fog. The pungent smell of blood seemed to make the entire grassland gloomy. At this moment, Gui Shiming was floating in the air. What was shocking was that Gui Shiming's entire head had been corroded by the Bloodrealm demon puppet. Half of his face was exposed to the white bones. His eye sockets were sunken, and his eyeballs looked as if they were placed carelessly in their sockets, as if they could fall out at any moment. At this moment, Gui Shiming's aura was even stronger. Countless blood souls were screaming mournfully as they stared at Mu Yu, waiting for Gui Shiming's order. Do you still want to come back and throw away your lives? Gui Shiming coldly looked at Mu Yu. Mu Yu turned around and looked at the stone-arched door behind him. This stone-arched door was the passageway that led to this place. After a few minutes, it would lead to the 99th floor. That was the place where the sea fiend King Yu Jiang was sealed. Of course not. Aren't you talking nonsense? Mu Yu suddenly made his move. The shadow sword had already slashed out. Gui Shiming snorted. Just as he was about to teach Mu Yu a lesson, his expression suddenly changed. This was because Mu Yu's shadow sword was actually heading towards the stone arch Yu Dare. Gui Shiming never thought that Mu Yu would do such a thing. He thought that Mu Yu had returned here to prepare to go to the 99th floor with him. However, he never thought that Mu Yu would actually destroy the passage. However, it was already too late for him to stop. Mu Yu's speed was too fast. That stone arch was not that hard. With just a slight vibration from the sword chi, it turned into a pile of rocks. That whirlpool also disappeared. Gui Shiming suddenly stood up. The two eyeballs in his sunken eye sockets looked very scary. He furiously looked at Mu Yu. The blood in his body started to boil again. The blood souls that filled the sky were already descending towards Mu Yu and Xiao Shui. Go! Xiao Shui came from the 46th floor just now. She knew where the other exit was. She and Mu Yu leaped and dodged the blood souls that filled the sky. They quickly rushed towards the left. Gui Shiming landed in front of the passage. He was too careless. He never thought that Mu Yu would do such a thing. He touched the stones but found that there were no signs of the stones reassembling. Mu Yu estimated that it would take at least half an hour for the passage to be restored. At that time, the passage would have already connected to the other floors. Gui Shiming would not be able to make it in time. You deserve to die. Gui Shiming had spent so much time here just to enter the 99th floor. Like everyone else, he did not know that the passage could be destroyed. He also did not know that the passage could be restored. He thought that Mu Yu would only dare to hide on the 81st floor and rely on the protection of so close, yet worlds apart. However, Mu Yu's actions were truly out of his expectations. Blood splattered and turned into a long river that instantly swept over. Gui Shiming's figure was already standing in front of Mu Yu and Xiao Shui, blocking their path. You destroyed the passage and ruined my plan. However, I also cut off your escape route. Let's see how you're going to escape this time, Gui Shiming said coldly. Mu Yu's gaze swept past Gui Shiming. The passage was not far behind him, but he was still one step behind. At this moment, Gui Shiming was charging over aggressively. He was afraid that he and Xiao Shui would be caught in a bitter battle. The water spirit and Mu Ling fused together. An azure water curtain soared into the sky and repelled all the blood souls. Ghost cherishing his life's blood-red long axe chopped down, bringing with it a sharp whistling sound. Mu Yu did not dare to be careless. This was an attack from a body integration stage expert. He did not dare to underestimate it. Runes reverberated and a black and white vortex revolved in his hand. This time, he had no choice but to use the wind-wind technique to deal with the enemy. Otherwise, he would not be able to protect himself. His left hand became as black as ink and emitted an ice-cold death chi. The death chi seemed to be able to devour everything in the world. The death chi vortex trembled and infected the blood-colored axe. However, Gui Shiming's powerful attack still landed on Mu Yu's hand. His death chi was unable to block it in time and was sent flying. The death chi rampaged in his palm and was about to go out of control. Mu Yu could only forcefully retract it. With a difference of one realm, the death chi did not have a chance to get close to Gui Shiming before it was suppressed. He retreated. Because he had not fully familiarized himself with the death chi, he was unable to deal with Gui Shiming like how he dealt with the flesh-winged horned monsters. Xiao Shui's sky-filling icicles rushed down and repelled the blood souls. At the same time, the water curtain turned into a water ball and enveloped all the blood souls. After the fusion of water and wood, the water ball could obstruct the blood souls. The blood souls struggled in the water ball, trying to break free. However, Xiao Shui had already frozen all the water ball. From afar, it looked like a crystal specimen. However, Gui Shiming only snorted coldly. All the ice balls exploded and the blood souls rushed out again. They turned into blood shadows and penetrated the blue water curtain in an instant. At this time, Xiao Shui had already disappeared in the mist and landed beside Mu Yu. The two of them had already bypassed Gui Shiming and rushed towards the passage again. However, Gui Shiming's lingering spirit chased after them like a shadow. The sky-filling blood souls formed countless sharp awls in the air. The speed of these awls was as fast as an extreme immortal. In an instant, they enveloped Mu Yu's body. This time, Mu Yu did not even have the time to drill into Mu Ling. He was like a rake that was tightly pierced by all the awls. Mu Yu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The blood-colored awls had already penetrated his body. He had already prepared himself for the heart-wrenching pain of his soul being penetrated. However, what he did not expect was that the pain of his soul did not appear. On the contrary, those blood souls that passed through his body were like a shadow flashing by. There was no effect at all. Yi! What's going on? Mu Yu dodged and retreated. Just now, he was scratched by the blood souls and the pain was unbearable. However, this time, it was very strange. There was no pain at all on his body. How is this possible? How can you be fine? Gui Shiming's face slightly changed. His badly mutilated face looked even more sinister. He stared at Mu Yu with resentment. He thought that Mu Yu's soul would be pierced full of holes by the blood awls. However, the situation was completely opposite. The two of them were puzzled. Xiao Shui also came out while rubbing his butt. Just now, he had been shouting for a while. The two blood awls had also penetrated his body. However, after he shouted twice, he realized that there was something different and lowered his voice. Xiao Shui also landed in bewilderment. Just now, the blood awls on her body were not any less than Mu Yu's. However, she was also fine. The situation in front of her seemed a little strange. Could it be that you guys did something shameful just now? Xiao Shui said in surprise. What nonsense are you talking about? Mu Yu flicked his little head. However, Long Teng exclaimed, it's peaches. We just ate the peaches that were planted on the mountain of the Heaven Birth Reincarnation Seal. Peaches have this kind of effect. Mu Yu was greatly surprised. The Heaven Birth Reincarnation Seal was like an independent world. The plants and animals on the mountain were all real. As for why, Mu Yu was not clear, but he did not expect that the things there could restrain the blood soul. I seem to understand. The Heaven Birth Reincarnation Seal has its own rules. After we ate the peaches that it produced, we were tainted with the aura of the Heaven Birth Reincarnation Seal. Only the soul can enter the cycle of reincarnation. The Heaven Birth Reincarnation Seal is a magic treasure that protects the soul. Xiao Shui said thoughtfully. Then how long can it protect us? Mu Yu asked. I'm not sure. In any case, it won't be long. Let's hurry up and leave. Xiao Shui said. However, at this time, Gui Shiming had already summoned the blood soul to grab Mu Yu. This time, Mu Yu did not even resist. He watched as the blood soul pierced through his body, and he was safe and sound. It's ineffective. If it's ineffective, then it's easy. Mu Yu laughed. Easy? That's not necessarily true. Gui Shiming's blood-colored long axe instantly appeared above Mu Yu's head. Even if the blood soul was ineffective, his strength was still higher than Mu Yu's. Mu Yu didn't even have time to be proud of himself when Gui Cherishing Life's attack fell on him. He could only barely resist the attack. The powerful spiritual energy blasted on his shadow sword. Suddenly, his body turned upside down, and his liver seemed to have been displaced. However, Gui Shiming's attack also sent Mu Yu to the entrance of the passage. Mu Yu's Mu Ling had been connected to Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui used the Mu Ling to appear beside Mu Yu in the blink of an eye. Gui Shiming. You're still too inexperienced to kill me, Mu Yu shouted, deliberately angering Gui Shiming. He even made a provocative gesture. With that, the two of them did not hesitate to step into the 46th floor. I will kill you today. Chapter 693. After Mu Yu entered the 46th floor, he arrived at a hill. Behind him was a cave that was surrounded by weeds and broken rocks. Below him was a mountain path that led to a village. This place was like a paradise. The fields crisscrossed and there were a few villagers farming in the fields. There were also a few children playing under the trees beside the fields. A burst of laughter could be faintly heard. When Mu Yu first arrived at this floor, he did not feel any abnormalities. His body also did not feel any discomfort. He did not feel the suppression of his spiritual energy. The black and white spiritual energy was still circulating in his body as if everything was normal. I have to find a suitable weapon. You can't use Yu Meng's ability here, Qiao Shui said as she picked up a stone from the grass. Hey, are we going to throw stones and fight? Mu Yu felt that it was a bit funny. This scene was too strange. Throwing stones and fighting was something that children liked to do the most. In any case, they were cultivators who could fly and break cliffs. Throwing stones around was too degrading. What else? Playing rock paper scissors to win? Qiao Shui picked up a few more stones. She usually liked to control water. Sometimes, she would use water to condense ice to deal with her enemies. Therefore, stones were the most suitable weapon for her. Then Qiao Shui said, "Those villagers are very strange. However, they should be illusions. Let's try not to provoke them." "Why?" Little Shui asked curiously. "Because they have hoes and hatchets," Qiao Shui said simply. Mu Yu could not help but laugh. Mortals and cultivators stood on the same starting line. Needless to say, they knew the dangers of weapons. Fortunately, Mu Yu took out the Shadow Clone Sword in advance. Although he could not use his spiritual energy on the Shadow Clone Sword and could not release a tyrannical sword aura, he could at least use it as a weapon. After Daoist Master Xian Jizi set up the Spirit Extinction No Immortal domain on this floor, he also created a group of people in an illusion array. Chen Xiong really did not know what his intentions were. Just as Mu Yu was thinking about how to kill Gui Shiming had already stepped out of the cave. "You're not running anymore?" Gui Pai Ming's anger soared to the sky. Originally, he only needed to wait for a while to reach the 99th floor. Then, he would have captured the Sea Demon King on the 99th floor. Then, his mission would have been completed. However, Mu Yu had destroyed the exit. He stood outside the cave and coldly stared at Mu Yu and Qiao Shui. He had never been to the 46th floor before, so he didn't know what was so strange about this floor. But now that he was using the Blood Realm Devil Puppet, he believed that no matter what tricks Mu Yu played, he would still be far from being his match. "Escape. Come at me if you have the ability." Mu Yu waved the Shadow Clone Sword in his hand, thinking that the powerful human who had comprehended the Spirit Extinction No Immortal realm had really helped him a lot. In the Spirit Extinction No Immortal realm, whoever was more agile would be able to dominate. Just like Jiyu Etian from the Qiantian school in the Moyun mountain range, he didn't have much spiritual power in his body and relied entirely on the strength of his body. If a body cultivator relied on his body to reach the Grand Ascension stage and comprehended the domain of Spirit Extinction, then he would be invincible in his domain. "Go to hell!" Gui Shiming fiercely shouted, his hand suddenly grabbed, and his body jumped high. At the very least, he thought that he would jump 10 feet high. But in reality, he only jumped on the spot and landed back on the ground. Nothing happened. He even staggered a little. "Die your sister." Mu Yu ran over, raised his Shadow Clone Sword and slashed at Gui Shiming. Gui Shiming frowned slightly and coldly snorted. He thought that the ghost chi in his body would surge out and send Mu Yu flying. But no ghost chi appeared. Mu Yu's Shadow Clone Sword slashed at Gui Shiming's face. Gui Shiming reacted at the last moment, his body slanted and dodged the sword. However, the Shadow Clone Sword also left a bloody wound on his body. Gui Shiming had already sensed that something was wrong. He found that he could not summon his blood-red long axe, his blood soul also did not move, there was obviously no abnormality in the surroundings, the spiritual power in his body was also flowing normally, but why did his technique lose its effectiveness? Qiao Shui's stone was already smashing towards Gui Shiming. This time Gui Shiming did not block it and dodged. They were cultivators, their body was usually nourished by spiritual power, so in fact, their degree of flexibility was still there, even their strength was still there. Strictly speaking, they were still much more powerful than ordinary mortals. Qiao Shui's stone smashed Gui Shiming away, and Mu Yu was already standing at the entrance of the cave, preventing Gui Shiming from escaping. Is it another array technique? Gui Shiming was very annoyed. He quickly understood that in this place, his cultivation was equivalent to being crippled, and he could not summon his Blood Realm Devil puppet. But he did not associate it with domain. He thought that it was just like the so close yet worlds apart that he encountered on the 81st floor, which restricted people's cultivation. He must leave this floor, otherwise it would be very disadvantageous for him. Everyone has lost their cultivation. What makes you think that the two of you can beat me? Gui Shiming grabbed the stone thrown by Xiao Shui. Just now, Mu Yu and Xiao Shui's actions showed that the other party did not have any advantage here. This was much better than the so close yet worlds apart array technique. Gui Shiming did not need to escape. Based on my shadow clone, Mu Yu rushed towards Gui Shiming with the shadow clone sword in his hand. The shadow clone sword had 9 sword moves. These 9 sword moves were not a joke. Even without spiritual power, Mu Yu could still fight in close combat, directly using the sword move to kill. The nimble shadow clone sword reflected the sunlight. The sword light streaked across, and stabbed towards Gui Shiming's shoulder. Gui Shiming continuously retreated to dodge, but Mu Yu's speed was not slow at all. The falling dust steps under his feet made Mu Yu like a swimming fish. The tip of his foot touched the stone, his body twisted in the air, and the sword edge once again left a deep sword mark on Gui Shiming's shoulder. The falling dust steps was not an ordinary movement technique. Back at the falling dust mountain, Kong Kong and Meow Meow could rely on the falling dust steps to leap over the cliff. Naturally Mu Yu could also do it. Relying on my unparalleled handsomeness, Xiao Shui shouted loudly. His body had already nimbly pounced towards Gui Shiming. His small claws were as thin as cicada's wings. These claws could be said to be indestructible. Even demon beasts with thick skin would not be able to block, let alone Gui Shiming. Xiao Shui's figure was very fast. With a wave of his claws, the stone that Gui Shiming threw out had already been split into 2, and then on Gui Shiming's chest, another deep wound could be seen. But Gui Shiming seemed to have lost his sense of pain, because his whole body was corroded by the Blood Realm Devil puppet. His flesh was already badly mutilated, looking extremely ferocious. There was no difference at all. Mu Yu and Xiao Shui's wounds on his body, he did not even frown. What do you think the Blood Realm Devil puppet's function is? I am now a skeleton body. You can't hurt me, much less kill me. Gui Shiming laughed sinisterly. Gui Shiming's body had already been slashed by Mu Yu's sword. In the end, Mu Yu had even stabbed a sword into his heart, but he still revealed a strange smile, not feeling any panic. Have you fought enough? Gui Shiming threw a punch at Mu Yu. Mu Yu's fist met his. The powerful force made both of them retreat a few steps. The stones in Xiao Shui's hand were like hidden weapons, flying from all kinds of tricky angles. The wounds on Gui Shiming's body increased, but he still did not care. Can't kill you? Mu Yu held the shadow clone sword tightly. His sword was quite sharp, but it was still unable to kill Gui Shiming. The Blood Realm Devil puppet was such an evil thing. It made Gui Shiming unrecognizable, but it also made him seem like an unkillable monster. The people of the Gate of Hell were really capable of doing anything to achieve their goals, turning themselves into puppets that did not feel pain. That's right, I can't kill you. Gui Shiming was riddled with wounds by Mu Yu, Xiao Shui, and Xiao Shui, but he still stood tall. Dragon Vine roared. Its sharp claws tore off a piece of flesh from Gui Shiming's back, but it was still useless. Xiao Shui grabbed an opportunity. His sharp claws ruthlessly cut Gui Shiming's wrist. Like cutting tofu, he actually cut off Gui Shiming's hand. It's useless. Gui Shiming bent down to pick up his hand and pressed it again. The hand that was cut off actually reattached itself back in perfect condition. I know how to deal with him now. Let's attack together. Xiao Shui, cut off his 4 limbs. Mu Yu lightly shouted and once again rushed forward. The shadow clone sword was a divine weapon, incomparably sharp, flickering with a cold light as it slashed across Gui Shiming's neck. Although Gui Shiming had fused with the Blood Realm Devil puppet, it did not increase his speed. Under the joint attack of Mu Yu and others, Gui Shiming could only passively take a beating. Dong dong dong. Gui Shiming's head fell to the ground and rolled far away. Gui Shiming's body quickly rushed towards his head, wanting to pick up his head and reattach it. But Xiao Shui's sharp claws slashed across and cut off his 4 limbs. Xiao Shui turned her face away. This kind of dismemberment situation looked very bloody. But even though Gui Shiming was dismembered, every part of his body still slowly rolled and crawled back. I said before, you can't kill me, Gui Shiming shouted. Even though his 4 limbs were cut off by Mu Yu, he was not worried at all. I don't need to kill you. Mu Yu stepped on Gui Shiming's head and kicked his head away. Just separate your body. Mu Yu coldly snorted. Xiao Shui shouted, let me lift up your skull. Its sharp claws slashed across Gui Shiming's skull, but it clearly cut the skull into 2 halves, and in a blink of an eye, the 2 halves were reattached by a strange power. My skull is fused with the Blood Realm Devil puppet. It is impossible for you to break my skull, Gui Shiming said in resentment. He finally realized that something is wrong. Although he will not die, being dismembered will still cause him a lot of trouble. Mu Yu and others came prepared. He has been set up. Both sides have lost their cultivation. He is not a body cultivator. It is impossible for him to win against Mu Yu and others. So it's like that. Then I will dig a living dead tomb for you. Mu Yu walked to the side and spent a long time digging a 5-meter deep hole with Xiao Shui. They kicked Gui Shiming's head into it and then moved a large stone to press it down and bury him. Chapter 694. Let's talk about it when you have the chance to come out. Mu Yu set up a soundproof array outside, making Gui Zhenming completely shut up. Fortunately, there is the spirit extinction no immortal domain. If there was no spirit extinction no immortal, they probably wouldn't know how to deal with Gui Zhenming. Mu Yu kicked the hand of Gui Zhenming, who was about to dig the ground to save his head. Even though Gui Zhenming's 4 limbs had been cut off, his hands and feet were still restless and wriggling on the ground unwillingly. This scene was too strange. The Japanese we met before didn't have this kind of undying ghost technique. They have been looking for the Demon King, isn't it, for the Demon King's body? Why do I feel that Gui Zhenming's body is already considered an undying body? What else are they looking for? Longteng asked curiously. Mu Yu shook his head and said, there must be a flaw in this technique. Otherwise, each of them would have been wandering around with a blood-colored skull. The blood-colored skull has corroded their bodies, making them ugly and ferocious. Maybe the Japanese don't want to use this ghost technique and become ugly? Xiao Shui guessed. Mu Yu laughed. He did not rule out this possibility. Why do I feel that this is a bit cruel? Xiao Shui said softly. Gui Zhenming's hand scratched randomly and touched her shoes. She stepped on that hand in disgust. Mu Yu shook his head. They have sacrificed so many blood souls in the gate of hell, which means that they have killed so many people. Compared to those vengeful spirits, it is not cruel. This is the best way to prevent him from doing evil forever. Mu Yu also did not like to do this kind of thing, but Gui Zhenming had become very strange after fusing with the Blood Realm Devil puppet. He could not be killed, so this was undoubtedly the best way to deal with him. The next exits would soon lead to different levels. Mu Yu only needed to seal those moving hands and feet in different places. It would be impossible for Gui Zhenming to reform his body. Mu Yu returned to the 89th floor and set up an array on this floor to seal Gui Zhenming's left hand. At this moment, the other exit on the 89th floor had already been restored and led to the 25th floor. He once again sealed Gui Zhenming's right hand. There was no need to show mercy to people like Gui Zhenming. Let's go. We need to change our path to the 99th floor. Step by step, seal by seal. Mu Yu dragged Gui Zhenming's legs, who was still moving, and entered the next level. Because he had missed the path to the 99th floor, this meant that Mu Yu needed to deduce another path to the 99th floor. After some calculations, Mu Yu estimated that it would take about 3 days. At this moment, Mu Yu was on the 21st floor. He would stay on this floor for 2 days. After 2 days, he would directly go to the 99th floor. The 21st floor was just an ordinary tower without any strange decorations. Not every floor of the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda was full of secrets. Aside from a few special formations, the rest were nothing more than illusions. Xiao Shui sat by the side and cultivated. Mu Yu looked at Xiao Shui in boredom and yawned. Qiao Shui did not allow Mu Yu to cultivate with her at the same time to avoid some uncontrollable situation, so Mu Yu could only look at her for now. His feelings for Qiao Shui had always been unclear. Because of the relationship between Shui Ling and Mu Ling, when he fought with Qiao Shui, he was always able to produce unexpected results. This feeling made Mu Yu very happy, but Mu Yu was not sure whether it was him who fell in love with Qiao Shui, or Gomang in his body who fell in love with Shen Ming in Qiao Shui's body. From the beginning to the end, it was the water spirit and the wood spirit that had merged together. What had happened to them was due to the natural resonance between Mu Yuming and Shui Yuming. At that time, neither of them were able to control themselves. If it was because of Spirit Lord Yu Meng's influence that caused Mu Yu's feelings for Qiao Shui to change, he would feel very uncomfortable in his heart because it felt like Mu Yu was being forced to fall in love with Qiao Shui. He couldn't be sure of this, so sometimes he felt that he had let down Qiao Shui and Tian Ran. "What are you thinking about?" Qiao Shui suddenly opened her eyes and saw Mu Yu staring at her in a daze, so she asked aloud. "No, nothing, I was just thinking about how beautiful you are," Mu Yu grinned, covering up the worries in his heart. "Yes, elder sister Qiao Shui is very beautiful." Little Shui climbed onto Qiao Shui's legs and was about to continue climbing. Mu Yu grabbed Little Shui's tail and pulled him back. "Are you thinking about Tian Ran?" Qiao Shui asked softly. Girls always seemed to be sensitive to certain things and could guess Mu Yu's thoughts at a glance. Mu Yu froze for a moment and pursed his lips. He didn't know how to answer this question as he was really thinking about how to explain it to Tian Ran. He didn't know if Tian Ran would forgive him. He hadn't seen Tian Ran for a long time and didn't know how Tian Ran was doing. "Tian Ran is a very good girl." Qiao Shui was silent for a moment before saying. Mu Yu felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. This was a very strange feeling. A girl with whom he had a relationship was praising another girl, and both of these girls had an unclear relationship with him. He was caught in the middle, but he didn't want to let either of them down. "You're also a very good girl," Mu Yu smiled. These were his heartfelt words. Qiao Shui smiled faintly. Her smile was like a lotus blooming in the water, elegant and leisurely, causing Mu Yu to fall into a daze for a moment. "I'm thinking about that matter. Perhaps I fell in love with you because of Shui Ling's influence. We both need to calm down and think about our true feelings," Qiao Shui said calmly. "Ian, that's what I was thinking, but no matter what, I will protect you." Mu Yu felt relieved, Qiao Shui's words making him feel a lot more relaxed. "Go ahead and cultivate. I'll stay here and watch over you," Qiao Shui said as she sat in the clear spring with the winning fish swimming around her. Mu Yu nodded. He really needed to think about his own feelings. Qiao Shui watched as Mu Yu entered a calm state and sighed in her heart. She had already thought about this matter clearly. She didn't like Mu Yu because of Shui Ling, but because Mu Yu had sacrificed himself to save her in the second heavenly layer. At that time, Mu Yu's figure had already been engraved in her heart. At that time, Shui Ling didn't affect her at all. If it was because of Yu Meng's ability, then Mu Yu should have fallen in love with her at first sight. But Mu Yu didn't. Mu Yu really began to have a good impression of her when Shui Ling and Mu Ling fused with each other. Qiao Shui's eyes were extremely clear, just like her heart, without any impurities. Soon, 30 hours had passed. At this time, the entrance to the 21st floor suddenly swayed, and then two figures hurriedly flashed in. "Who?" Qiao Shui's water spirit blocked in front of her. "Qiao Shui? Great, it's you." A familiar voice sounded. "Xingyun." Qiao Shui frowned and put away her water spirit. Qiao Shui hadn't seen Long Xingyun since the incident on Volcano Island. At that time, when Qiao Shui and Mu Yu were separated by the mermaid monster, Long Xingyun didn't even appear in front of Qiao Shui. Instead, he had the mermaid monster trap Qiao Shui somewhere else. Qiao Shui came to Demon Island on her own and came ashore on the human side. "You still dare to come here?" Mu Yu lazily opened his eyes and stared at Long Xingyun. On the 18th layer, they met Long Xingyun. This guy has been eyeing Long Ting. Originally, the arrogant Long Ting wanted to kill Long Xingyun but was rescued by Long Yeli. Long Xingyun saw Mu Yu sitting cross-legged on the ground and his face suddenly changed. His eyes fell on Long Ting on Mu Yu's shoulder and were full of resentment. Bastard. Long Ting said contemptuously. Long Xingyun and Long Yeli's expression was very ugly. Because Qiao Shui was present, they didn't say anything. Long Xingyun squeezed out a smile and walked to Qiao Shui's side and said, Qiao Shui, are you okay these days? When we were separated by the sea flame beast, I was worried about you. Qiao Shui frowned. Worried about me? But Mu Yu said that you were the one who told the mermaid demon to separate me from Mu Yu, and even trapped me. Long Xingyun pretended to be surprised and said, Mermaid monster? What mermaid monster? Why would I do something like that to you? Don't be fooled by that kid. We are all monsters and he is a human. He is trying to drive a wedge between us. Don't believe his nonsense. Drive a wedge between us. You're really thick-skinned. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. Are all bastards like you? Long Ting roared angrily. Long Xingyun said without changing his expression, I would never frame Qiao Shui. Don't accuse me if you don't have evidence. I should have killed you on the 18th layer, Mu Yu said in disgust. Although Qiao Shui didn't know who instigated the Mermaid King, at that time, the Mermaid King had just gained sentience with the help of others. Therefore, she could guess the ins and outs of this matter. Moreover, she believed that Mu Yu wouldn't speak carelessly. Xingyun, let's not talk about the past. You better be careful. Mu Yu's Long Ting is the successor that Grandpa Green Dragon has been looking for. You better watch yourself. Otherwise, even I can't help you. Qiao Shui warned. Qiao Shui grew up with Long Xingyun and knew what kind of person Long Xingyun was. However, Long Xingyun's position in the Green Dragon dynasty was very high. She didn't want to fall out with Long Xingyun, nor did she want to see Long Xingyun killed by Mu Yu. Long Xingyun was a little angry, but he still forced a smile and said, Qiao Shui, don't worry. I will respect Grandpa Green Dragon's wishes regarding the true dragon. I won't do anything wrong. I will let you go because of Qiao Shui. Next time, you will die. Mu Yu said calmly, but his eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. With Qiao Shui here, Mu Yu didn't want to make things difficult for Qiao Shui. However, if Long Xingyun still wanted to die, he would not hesitate to kill Long Xingyun. How arrogant of you. I only lost to you last time because I was careless. Do you really think there's no one else in the Green Dragon dynasty? Long Xingyun said angrily. He had never been threatened before, but Long Yeli pulled Long Xingyun back and shook his head. Long Yeli had lost to Mu Yu before, so he was still afraid of Mu Yu's strength. What Long Yeli didn't know was that Mu Yu's Hellion Kong Soul armament had lost its effect. Without it, Mu Yu would have a hard time defeating Long Yeli. Mu Yu didn't want to waste any more words with Long Xingyun. He continued to meditate while Long Ting watched Long Xingyun's every move. Qiao Shui, do you know how to get to the 99th floor? Long Xingyun asked. Qiao Shui looked hesitantly at Mu Yu. There is a pattern to the passageways in the spirit ceiling tower. If we wait here for a while, the passageway on this floor will lead to the 99th floor. Really? You've discovered the pattern in the spirit ceiling tower? Qiao Shui, you really are smart. No wonder Grandpa Azure Dragon thinks so highly of you. Qiao Shui, you must have brought that guy here, right? He's really lucky to have met you, Qiao Shui. Long Xingyun didn't hide his praise for Qiao Shui. No, we're just lucky. Mu Yu was the one who discovered the pattern. You should be thanking him. Qiao Shui walked to the side and sat down to meditate. Long Xingyun's face froze. He wanted to use this opportunity to praise Qiao Shui, but he ended up making a fool of himself. He glared at Mu Yu angrily before sitting down next to Qiao Shui. While Qiao Shui and Mu Yu were meditating, a blue light suddenly burst out of Mu Yu's body. It resonated with the blue light on Qiao Shui's body. Then, they gradually merged together, exchanging energy within their bodies. Long Xingyun's eyes widened. He watched as Qiao Shui and Mu Yu's auras intertwined. Furthermore, it was so natural. It was clearly the fusion of auras between two people who had reached a certain level of tacit understanding. It was the legendary dual cultivation. Yet, Qiao Shui and Mu Yu had such a level of tacit understanding, He couldn't hide his jealousy. Long Xingyun had liked Qiao Shui for a long time. Even if they were dual cultivating, it should be him and Qiao Shui, not her and Mu Yu. Qiao Shui, what are you doing? Long Xingyun couldn't help but interrupt Qiao Shui's cultivation. Qiao Shui opened her eyes. Only then did she come to her senses. She had only sat down to cultivate because she didn't want to talk to Long Xingyun. However, she had forgotten that cultivating with Mu Yu would create an indescribable effect. No, nothing. You and Uncle Yi Li should cultivate together. We still have to go to the 99th floor later. However, the gate of hell has already reached it. We need to be prepared. Qiao Shui's face was a little red. If Long Xingyun hadn't interrupted her cultivation, she would have probably fallen into that state with Mu Yu again. She didn't know if anyone would see her and Mu Yu doing that. What if? Thinking of this, she quickly sat up straight, secretly glanced at Mu Yu, and then looked away. Long Xingyun noticed Qiao Shui's strange behavior. He would be an idiot if he still didn't understand what was going on. Chapter 695. Long Xingyun was worried that something would happen between Qiao Shui and Mu Yu, so he couldn't focus on his cultivation. Instead, he had been guarding Mu Yu with Qiao Shui. The more Long Xingyun thought about it, the angrier he got. If it weren't for Qiao Shui, he would have rushed over and fought Mu Yu again. Although he had already lost once, he still believed that Mu Yu was just lucky. Mu Yu woke up about an hour before the passage changed. He stretched lazily and didn't care about Long Xingyun's murderous gaze. He smiled and said, "Qiao Shui, after cultivating with you last time, my cultivation base has improved tremendously. I feel like it won't be long before I reach the form synthesis stage." Really? Qiao Shui was surprised. Then she realized that she had overreacted, so she quickly covered it up. Long Xingyun was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Mu Yu's words were so harsh in Long Xingyun's ears. It was as if Mu Yu was provoking him, and he said it so straightforwardly. It was unforgivable. "Qiao Shui, you are the little princess of the monster clan. How could you?" Long Xingyun suppressed his anger and tried to sound as calm as possible. "It's none of your business." Qiao Shui didn't want to explain. "How is it none of my business? I promised Grandpa that I would take care of you," Long Xingyun said anxiously. "I can take care of myself. After all, I came here alone." Qiao Shui looked at Long Xingyun meaningfully. She was very dissatisfied with Long Xingyun's actions. Although Long Xingyun didn't hurt her, he still trapped her with the mermaid. If it weren't for her powerful control of water, she would still be in the dark. Long Xingyun's face turned red and white. He seemed very guilty. Mu Yu stood up and patted the dust off his clothes. He said, "It's time to have a talk with the Sea Goblin King. Kid, I'm warning you. You'd better behave. Don't even think about the Sea Goblin King." Long Xingyun also stood up and glared at Mu Yu. "Are you qualified?" Mu Yu's body suddenly emitted a powerful aura. The cultivation of the 9th celestial stage of spirit severing stage was like a raging storm. It actually forced Long Xingyun back a few steps. Long Xingyun looked at Mu Yu in shock and anger. He was also at the 9th level of the spirit severing stage, but in front of Mu Yu, he felt small. How was this possible? I must have been hurt by that damned dragon a few days ago. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Long Xingyun comforted himself. But, in fact, what he didn't want to admit was that, not long ago, Long Yeli had used his own dragon essence to help him heal the injuries he suffered during the fight with Long Teng. The physique of the demon clansman was very strong, especially the dragon clansman who had the bloodline of the green dragon. Their recovery ability was even stronger. "Xingyun, don't randomly suspect others. Mu Yu doesn't have any ill intentions toward the Sea Demon King." Qiao Shui furrowed her brows. "But he's a human," Long Xingyun said. "Don't forget that he was the one who saved Uncle Ape." Qiao Shui looked at Long Xingyun and raised her voice. "If it wasn't for Mu Yu, the White Ape Demon King would have been captured by the people from the Gate of Hell." Long Xingyun also knew about this. Long Xingyun was annoyed. Seeing that Qiao Shui was a little angry, He didn't say anything else. An hour passed very quickly, and the passageway had already undergone a change silently. Mu Yu signaled to Qiao Shui and walked into the tunnel first. The others followed closely behind Mu Yu. This time, they came to a strange place. It was a vast expanse of white that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was as if they had come to the clouds. Among the clouds, they could see the peaks of mountains and huge spheres. Every pillar was different in length. Some were so tall that the top couldn't be seen, and some were only 1 or 2 meters tall. The thickness was also different. Some thin pillars were as thin as chopsticks, and some thick pillars were so thick that 10 people wouldn't be able to hug them. These pillars of different lengths and thicknesses were scattered all over the place. There were thousands of them. Some were very close to each other, and some were very far away. Other than the pillars, there were also some huge square stones and spheres of different diameters. They ranged from the size of a palm to a dozen meters tall. There were all kinds of things floating in the air. Is this the place where the Sea Monster King is sealed? Where is the Sea Monster King? Long Xingyun asked. Is he sealed in one of these buildings? Long Yeli said. The two of them flew toward the nearest pillar. However, when they tried to get close to the pillar moved away. The way it moved was very casual, as if it was blown away by the wind. It also seemed that Long Xingyun and Long Yeli had some kind of repulsive force. The pillars didn't want to let them get close. What's going on? Long Xingyun refused to give up. He quickly approached the other pillar, but the pillar would always put some distance between him and the pillar before it finally stabilized. Mu Yu, these pillars seem to be avoiding us. What do you think? Qiao Shui wasn't as impatient as Long Xingyun. Instead, she asked Mu Yu. Mu Yu rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. He said, these pillars and stones have a very advanced formation cast on them. It's called opposite shore of the swamp. It's a formation used to protect things. Once something gets close, it will automatically disperse and keep a certain distance from each other. They won't touch each other. Swamp opposite shore was actually similar to so close, yet so far to a certain extent, but so close, yet so far was more suitable to be used in battle because it allowed the caster to counterattack at close range. Once swamp opposite shore was used, he would be pushed away. It was not as practical as so close, yet so far. Long Xingyun stopped trying. He yelled angrily, then why didn't you say so earlier? Mu Yu looked calmly at him and said, the demon clan only sent someone like you, and it's a joke for you to want to save the Sea Demon King. If you're ugly, you should read more books. If you don't understand something, you should ask more questions. Don't blindly try. How dare you insult me? Long Xingyun's face turned red, but he didn't know how to retort. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you, Mu Yu said impatiently. Long Xingyun still didn't understand the situation. He still thought he was a little prince of the shifters. He was arrogant and didn't have the strength to back it up. Long Yeli, who was in the body integration stage, was defeated by Mu Yu. Long Xingyun was nothing. Xingyun, when are you going to learn to respect others? Qiao Shui scolded. She knew that Mu Yu was only putting up with Long Xingyun's nonsense because of her. However, Long Xingyun's behavior was just too laughable. Long Xingyun forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. After being reprimanded by Qiao Shui over and over again, his heart was already sullen to the extreme. His hatred for Mu Yu had also reached an unreasonable level. Qiao Shui asked, Mu Yu, is there any way to deal with this Zitai Nirvana formation? Mu Yu shook his head. The person who cast this formation has a higher cultivation than me. Normal methods won't work. I have to look around. Then he thought of something and said, that's strange. I remember pointing out a path for Boss Lu and the dragon turtle. They should have reached the 99th floor before us. Why haven't I seen them here? Let's look around first. There are too many pillars and balls here. They're blocking each other. Perhaps they've been here for a long time. They're just hiding somewhere we can't see, Qiao Shui guessed. Long Yeli took a glance at Mu Yu and asked, if the Sea Fiend King is sealed in a pillar or stone, then how can we be sure where he is sealed? I don't know, Mu Yu answered bluntly. 5,000 years ago, Enlightened Master Shen Jizi sealed the Siren King in the Devil Sealing Pagoda. As for how he did it, no one knew except for Enlightened Master Shen Jizi himself. Long Yeli didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he brought Long Xingyun through the pillars to see if there were any traces of Boss Lu and the others. Mu Yu stood in front of a pillar, thinking of a way to break the formation. He knew how to set up the Zetai Nirvana formation, and he also knew how to break it. However, this formation was set up by Enlightened Master Shen Jizi after all. Breaking it was going to take a lot of effort. This was especially true for the thousands of pillars and countless stones that had been imbued with the Zetai Nirvana formation. If he had to break it one by one, he didn't know how long it would take. Little Shuai, Long Ting, did you two notice anything strange about these pillars? Mu Yu asked. Strange? What do you mean? Long Ting didn't really understand what Mu Yu meant. For example, the Siren King's aura, or the fact that some pillars are different from others, Mu Yu said. Little Shuai's nose was usually the most sensitive. He could often see some differences. Long Ting was a dragon comparable to a demon king. In some aspects, his sense of smell was even more sensitive than Mu Yu's. Impossible. Don't you know what the Zetai Nirvana formation is? A formation used to protect something can naturally isolate the aura of something. Little Shuai shook his head and said. Long Ting also shook his head. Then it seems like we can only use the stupidest method. Let's try to break the formation on one of the pillars first, Mu Yu said. Then which one should we start looking from? Long Ting asked. That one. That one looks good. Little Shuai pointed at a pillar that was as thick as a bowl and said. Looks good. Little Mouse, do you think we're looking for carrots? That one is so small. How can it fit the Siren King inside? Long Ting scolded. What if there's a spatial formation inside? What do you know? The Siren King is such a powerful person. He should at least find the thickest pillar to fit his status. This shows how righteous he is towards his prisoners. You're not even a human. How can you be righteous? But Reverend Shen Jizi is. Little Shuai and Long Ting began to argue about which pillar was most likely to hide the Siren King. They were very excited. Little Shuai insisted that the mini pillar was most likely to hide the Siren King, because Reverend Shen Jizi liked to use the universe in the sleeve. Meanwhile, Long Ting believed that the tallest pillar should be the one hiding the Siren King. Mu Yu also couldn't make a judgment. He had seen the Siren King's appearance in Reverend Shen Jizi's illusion. At the very least, he had fought Reverend Shen Jizi in his human form. That was why he estimated the Siren King's height and chose a pillar that seemed a bit bigger than the Siren King's head. He began to try to break the Zetai Nirvana formation on this pillar. Mu Yu began to calculate the effective range of the Zetai Nirvana formation. The bigger the pillar, the more powerful the Zetai Nirvana formation would be, and the more troublesome it would be to break it. The pillar's formation patterns quickly evolved in his mind. His eyes flickered with radiance. The pillar in his eyes turned into a body formed by densely packed formation patterns that rippled like water. Chapter 696. Deadwood once told Mu Yu that no formation was perfect. Every formation had a weakness. No matter how small the weakness of a formation was, as long as one could find the weakness, then the formation would break on its own. Strictly speaking, the opposite shore of the lake formation wasn't impossible to approach. On the object being used, the formation pattern was constantly flowing, and its formation pattern would always have a weak point. At a certain time, the lake DUI position of the formation pattern would flow to the southeast. At that time, as long as one used a distant fire formation from the southeast within a certain distance, one could approach it. This specific distance had a requirement. According to the size of the object being protected, the distance to break the formation was different. Once one got too close, it would cause the pillar to automatically move away. If one got too far, the distant fire formation wouldn't be able to break it. In the 8 trigrams formation technique, according to the attribute of one's spiritual power, the position of the formation they were good at was also different. Mu Yu's spiritual power was of the wood element, so he usually used the wind and thunder positions. The distant fire position was learned by those of the fire element. The distant fire position was learned by those of the metal element. The mountain gen was of the earth element, and the water ridge was of the water element. Fire restrained metal, so the opposite shore of the lake Dui formation needed the distant fire formation to break it. But that didn't mean that those of the wood element couldn't use other elements of the formation. It was just that the power would be reduced. Muyu knew a lot of formation techniques. He didn't often use the distant fire position's profound formation, but at least he understood some simple ones. Breaking the formation only required the distant fire position's formation. It didn't matter whether it was simple or complex. The reason why Muyu was surprised was because if there was only one pillar, stone ball, or square that was being used with the opposite shore of the lake Dui formation, then he could directly break it. But here, countless objects restrained each other. When the weak point of one pillar flowed out, another pillar or stone ball would appear at that specific distance to break it, blocking the opportunity to use the distant fire formation. And when the person breaking the formation got close to the wrong distance, it would disrupt the operation between them, and the weak point would disappear. The reason why Daoist Master Xian Jizi had arranged so many pillars and stones here was to interact with each other and conceal the weaknesses of the formation patterns, making it even more difficult to break the formation. Muyu's initial plan was to break the pillars one by one, but he soon realized that this was not feasible. If he wanted to break the formation, he had to take into account the positions of the thousands of pillars and memorize them all. This was a huge project. If a pillar was forced to move halfway, all the deductions would have to be done all over again. This formation is truly frighteningly complex. Muyu couldn't help but shake his head. In order to trap the Sea Demon King, Daoist Xian Jizi spent a large amount of energy to complicate the formation spell, and even with Muyu's deduction ability, he still couldn't deduce it in a short time. That Daoist Master Profound Secrets really has nothing better to do, complicating Zedui's Nirvana formation. Didn't he say that the Demon King must be born? With his method of using the formation spell, without profound attainments in formation spell, there's no way to save the Sea Demon King. Little Shuai couldn't help but mutter after hearing Muyu's explanation. No, Daoist Master Xian Jizi's original intention wasn't for someone to break this formation, but to find the pagoda spirit. Once the pagoda spirit is found and controlled, everything inside the pagoda can be controlled. In that case, we won't need to break the formation at all, Muyu said. Muyu had come to the pagoda spirit this time to find the pagoda spirit, control the entire pagoda spirit, and then remove the restrictions on the demon island to free the trapped souls of Helion Kong and the others. However, he had almost run through the entire pagoda spirit, yet he still hadn't found the pagoda spirit. Now that he had appeared here, he had to make a choice. Should he continue to look for the pagoda spirit on the other floors, or should he spend time to break the Zedui's Nirvana formation? Which method is more reliable? Long Teng asked. Both methods are unreliable. Who knows what the pagoda spirit looks like? Now, where is he sleeping soundly in some corner? If we want to break this formation, I'm afraid we'll need at least 3 days to figure it out, Muyu said with a headache. Soon, Qiao Shui and Long Xingyun returned. They didn't find any trace of Boss Lu, but they found another exit. As for where it led to, Qiao Shui and the others didn't know. Muyu briefly explained the situation in front of him, saying that he would need at least 3 days to deduce the array pattern of the Zeti opposite shore array formation and find the weak point of the entire array formation. 3 days. Why did it take so long? Don't tell me you're just making up excuses because you don't know how to break it. Long Xingyun sneered. Muyu glanced at Long Xingyun and said, "Is that so? Then why do you think I'm making up excuses? Of course, you just want to show off in front of Qiao Shui, right? I know you humans too well," Long Xingyun said. Muyu frowned and said calmly, "First of all, you have to understand that I'm not interested in saving the Siren King. It has nothing to do with me whether the Siren King comes out or not. I'm only here to stop the plan of the Gate of Hell and help others. You can do whatever you want. I don't need to help you. You think we can't save the Siren King without you? You think too highly of yourself. Long Xingyun snorted. Mu Yu shrugged and said indifferently, then let's go save them. Why are you talking nonsense with me? Do you want to save the Siren King with your saliva? The main purpose of coming to the Demon Island was to find a way to repair his father's soul. Now that he knew who had the soul conversion technique, what he wanted to do now was to find the pagoda spirit, remove the restriction on the entire Demon Island, and leave the island. As for the Siren King, every time he got involved with the Siren King, nothing good happened. Daoist Master Xianjizi said that the Siren King must come out, but Daoist Master Xianjizi didn't say when the Siren King must come out. The Siren King must come out now, and the Siren King must come out in the future. All of this had nothing to do with Mu Yu. I will definitely save the Siren King. You don't need to worry about it, Long Xingyun said angrily. Mu Yu turned around and left. When Xiao Shui saw that Mu Yu was about to leave, she became anxious and caught up with him. She grabbed Mu Yu's hand and asked, "Where are you going? I don't want to get involved in the matters of your demon race. The Siren King's coming out or not has nothing to do with me. Since your demon race has such a smart guy who can save the Siren King, I don't need to do anything." Mu Yu didn't want to waste words with an eyesore. If it wasn't for Xiao Shui, he would have already taught Long Xingyun a lesson. When Long Xingyun saw that Xiao Shui was holding Mu Yu's hand, his eyes burned with jealousy. Xiao Shui said earnestly, "Can you help me? Help me save the Siren King. Xiao Shui, we don't need to rely on outsiders. We can save the Siren King ourselves." Long Xingyun said arrogantly. "Save the Siren King ourselves? Xingyun, tell me, how are you going to save the Siren King? Originally, we were going to rely on Uncle Ape. He could have thought of a way to save the Siren King, but he left in such a hurry that he didn't leave behind any instructions. We don't know much about the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. What are you trying to do?" Xiao Shui was very angry and scolded Long Xingyun. Long Xingyun was stunned by Xiao Shui's angry scolding. The flames of anger in his heart burned even brighter. In the past, Xiao Shui would never speak to him in such a tone. Even though Xiao Shui wasn't close to him, she didn't reject him either. However, ever since she met Mu Yu, Xiao Shui had been thinking about Mu Yu. Now that she was scolding him for Mu Yu's sake, his hatred for Mu Yu grew even more. Xiao Shui ignored Long Xingyun and turned to Mu Yu. She said sincerely, "Mu Yu, I know you represent the human race. You're different from us Yao, but can you do me a favor?" Mu Yu looked at Xiao Shui's earnest eyes and thought about their current relationship. He sighed and reached out to pinch Xiao Shui's cheeks. "All right, I'll do it for your sake." Long Xingyun trembled with anger when he saw how intimate Mu Yu and Xiao Shui were. "What do you need us to do next?" Xiao Shui felt relieved. "Go and guard the 2 entrances on this level. Don't let anyone in. Also, don't go near these pillars. If the pillars shift even slightly, it will disrupt my calculations. Give me enough time, and I'll be able to figure out this spell formation and find its weakness," Mu Yu stated his request. "All right. We won't let anyone in. Don't worry about that," Xiao Shui said solemnly. She walked to Long Xingyun's side and warned him to do as Mu Yu said. Just in case, she and Long Xingyun guarded one side while Long Yeli, who was in the form synthesis stage, guarded the other exit alone. Even though Long Xingyun was furious, he didn't say anything. At the very least, he had a chance to stay with Xiao Shui. He glared viciously at Mu Yu before leaving with Xiao Shui. Long Yeli passed through the pillar formation and flew toward the other exit. After Long Yeli left, the pillars and rocks stopped moving. Only then did Mu Yu begin to analyze the pillars. Countless runes flashed through his eyes, and the arrangement of the pillars was dazzling. He needed to find a weak point in this complicated spell formation. This was the most complicated spell formation he had ever encountered. It wasn't that it was profound, but it was designed to be very complicated. Therefore, it would take a lot more time to decipher it. Mu Yu had to take into account the flow of runes on each pillar, each ball, and each square rock. He had to figure out the connection between them. Only then would he be able to decipher the spell formation. "Little Shui, Long Teng, listen to my instructions. I need you to help me move a few pillars and balls away. The 8 trigrams runes under Mu Yu's feet surged, and the wind-heart linking formation instantly enveloped little Shuai and Long Teng. The two of them quickly understood what Mu Yu meant. They followed Mu Yu's instructions and carefully walked over. Every time they took a small step, the pillars and balls around them would move away. The distance they moved was very particular. Mu Yu needed to calculate the next step based on this. However, Mu Yu soon realized that just him, little Shuai, and Long Teng were not enough. In order to speed up the calculation, he shouted at Qiao Shui, help. Qiao Shui nodded. She left Long Xingyun and immediately floated over. Use your wind-heart linking formation. Qiao Shui did not summon the water spirit. The water spirit could communicate with Mu Yu's Mu Ling. However, Qiao Shui was avoiding this matter. She decided not to let the water spirit and Mu Yu come into contact before Mu Ling could figure out what was going on in his mind. Mu Yu looked at Qiao Shui in confusion. He did not think too much about it and enveloped Qiao Shui in the wind-heart linking formation. Then, he instructed Qiao Shui to move some of the pillars. Long Xingyun's face was ashen at the entrance of the tunnel. He thought he could spend some time alone with Qiao Shui. Who would have thought that Mu Yu would directly call Qiao Shui away? Chapter 697. When the target moved, the runes on its body would change accordingly. Mu Yu needed to use these changes to plan the overall situation. The wind-heart linking array conveyed the thoughts in Mu Yu's mind to the others. Countless profound and complex array patterns flashed through his mind. Apart from Little Commander, who understood array formations, who could keep up with these array patterns, Long Teng and Qiao Shui were completely lost. However, Long Teng was used to these messy formations, so it could happily hum its own tune. It would only move when Mu Yu asked it to. Little Commander could understand, but its mind was filled with thoughts of eating. With every step it took, it would wonder if the pillar in front of it looked like a stick of candied haws. Qiao Shui was confused. She was shocked by Mu Yu's complicated thoughts. If it wasn't for Mu Yu's reminder, she wouldn't know where to move. 20 hours had passed. With the help of Qiao Shui and the others, Mu Yu quickly figured out the general situation. In fact, he could ask Long Xingyun and Long Yeli to help. The more people there were, the faster he could move. However, Mu Yu didn't trust them. If Long Xingyun didn't move according to his instructions, it might disrupt his thoughts. Long Xingyun looked at Mu Yu and Qiao Shui with anger. He didn't know anything about formations and was still suspicious of Mu Yu. He had been thinking about how to deal with Mu Yu. At this moment, Long Xingyun seemed to have sensed something. He looked towards the tunnel. 2 people suddenly stepped out of the whirlpool in the tunnel. People from the Gate of Hell. He didn't expect the people from the Gate of Hell to have also found this flaw. Moreover, there were 2 of them. However, their cultivation wasn't high. They were only at the 7th layer of the spirit severing stage. Long Xingyun was at the 9th layer of the spirit severing stage. With his strength, it was more than enough to block the 2 people from the Gate of Hell. However, a strange light flashed through Long Xingyun's eyes. A smile appeared on his face. Then he shouted, "Stop. This is not a place where you people from the Gate of Hell can come." Long Xingyun's voice was very loud, as if he was saying it on purpose for Mu Yu and Qiao Shui to hear. Mu Yu frowned. He turned his head and saw the people from the Gate of Hell. His train of thought was interrupted for a moment. But after seeing the cultivation of the 2 people from the Gate of Hell, he was not worried. As long as they were not in the form synthesis stage, Long Xingyun was strong enough to deal with them. Mu Yu quickly continued to deduce, ignoring the outsider. Long Xingyun had transformed into his monster form and was fighting with the 2 people from the Gate of Hell. The dragon python's roar echoed throughout the entire floor. Long Yeli heard Long Xingyun's cry from afar. He was worried about Long Xingyun's safety and wanted to rush over to help. However, Mu Yu shouted at Long Yeli, "Long Yeli, you are not allowed to come over. You can't afford to mess up these things." At this time, Long Yeli was on the other side of the passage. If he rushed over, he would have to pass through the pillars and spheres protected by the Nirvana realm formation. This would disrupt Mu Yu's calculations. Therefore, Mu Yu did not allow Long Yeli to interfere. "My young master is in danger." Long Yeli stopped and said in a low voice. If he can't even deal with 2/7 sky of the spirit severing stage, then he might as well be killed. If you affect the Sea Monster King's escape, don't say that I didn't warn you when your Green Dragon Monster King comes after you. Mu Yu shouted. Long Yeli's expression changed. He really couldn't afford to be accused of such a big crime. Qiao Shui frowned and said, "Why don't I go and help him? In case something happens." "No, you are too far away now. If you move blindly, you will mess up all the pillars." Mu Yu shook his head. He was quickly calculating in his mind. The Nirvana realm formation of the entire Nirvana realm formation was getting clearer and clearer. He could not allow it to be interrupted. However, Long Xingyun suddenly screamed miserably. Following that, his huge dragon body instantly fell over. When his body fell over, a finger-sized sphere just happened to deviate from its original position in order to avoid his body. The formation patterns on the sphere surged. When it moved, the other pillars and spheres also moved. In an instant, all the objects protected by the Nirvana realm formation of the Nirvana realm formation were shifted. In an instant, the formation patterns became chaotic. Mu Yu frowned and looked at Long Xingyun coldly. "Xingyun!" Qiao Shui exclaimed. She wanted to fly over to help Long Xingyun. She looked at Mu Yu questioningly. However, Mu Yu's speed was faster than Qiao Shui. The heavenly constellations formation patterns flashed under his feet. He appeared in front of the two people from the gate of hell. The shadow clone sword had already been unsheathed. Before the sword had even fully pierced out, two bloody holes had already appeared on the throats of the two people from the gate of hell. Formation, worlds apart. Mu Ling crazily devoured the two people from the gate of hell. Even their twins couldn't escape. They were completely devoured by Mu Ling. The shadow clone sword returned to Mu Yu's hand. Mu Yu's figure landed next to Long Xingyun. He placed the shadow clone sword on Long Xingyun's neck and said coldly, "You have a death wish." Of course, he could tell that Long Xingyun had lost on purpose. The two people from the gate of hell were much weaker than Long Xingyun. Mu Yu had fought Long Xingyun before. He knew how strong Long Xingyun was. It would only take a little effort for Long Xingyun to kill the two people from the gate of hell. However, Long Xingyun had lost on purpose to disturb Mu Yu. "Mu Yu, don't kill him." Qiao Shui hurriedly shouted. "What are you trying to do?" Long Xingyun transformed back into his human form and quickly retreated to Qiao Shui's side. He pretended to be frightened as he shouted at Mu Yu. As he moved, more and more pillars and stones moved away from him, making the entire formation even worse. "You can't beat these two people from the gate of hell?" Mu Yu said angrily. Long Xingyun glanced at Qiao Shui. He knew that with Qiao Shui around, Mu Yu wouldn't do anything to him. So, he pretended to be weak and panted. "Of course I can beat them if it's any other day. But don't forget that you were the one who severely injured me a few days ago. I haven't fully recovered yet. How can I beat these two people from the gate of hell? You should be the one to blame for this." Long Yeli had already healed his injuries. As the little prince of the shifter race, Long Xingyun didn't have any elixirs on him. However, he just couldn't stand the sight of Mu Yu and Qiao Shui together. For the past few hours, he had been looking for an excuse to interrupt Mu Yu's calculation, but he couldn't find an opportunity. The sudden appearance of these two people from the gate of hell was equivalent to doing him a favor. Long Xingyun's sly smile disappeared as he continued to speak hypocritically. "Don't try to shirk responsibility just because you can't solve this formation. Qiao Shui, you saw it yourself. This guy is useless and wants to frame me." "Frame you?" Mu Yu narrowed his eyes. He despised Long Xingyun's actions to the extreme. As a member of the shifter race, this guy wasn't thinking about how to solve Zedui's Nirvana formation to save the Sea Demon King. Instead, he was purposely finding fault with Mu Yu and not letting Mu Yu solve the formation. Because if Mu Yu solved Zedui's Nirvana formation, Long Xingyun would feel embarrassed. That's right. You're just looking for an excuse for your own incompetence. Long Xingyun sneered in his heart. He really didn't care if the Sea Demon King came out or not because it wouldn't benefit him at all. After Mu Yu saved the White Ape Demon King, Qiao Shui missed Mu Yu. Although the White Ape Demon King looked at Mu Yu with disdain, he often used Mu Yu as an example to educate Long Xingyun and the other shifter race members. Especially during the battle for the spiritual Qi in Eight Grass Village. Mu Yu was in the limelight, but Long Xingyun was defeated by Shimen Wuji with a song. The White Ape Demon King was very dissatisfied with Long Xingyun's performance. When Long Xingyun was in the Azure Dragon dynasty, he was like the moon surrounded by stars. However, he was criticized by the White Ape Demon King. Therefore, not only did Long Xingyun hate Mu Yu, but he also disliked the White Ape Demon King. If the Sea Fiend King Yu Jiang was saved by Mu Yu again, and he didn't help at all, he didn't need to think to know that his face in the Azure Dragon dynasty would be swept to the ground. Perhaps the Sea Demon King would praise the human Mu Yu like the White Ape Demon King and criticize them. At that time, the genius prince of the Azure Dragon dynasty would be too ashamed to show his face. Therefore, Long Xingyun didn't want Mu Yu to undo the formation. Even if they wanted to save the Sea Demon King, it couldn't be Mu Yu. Qiao Shui was in a dilemma. She didn't know if the injuries on Long Xingyun's body were real or not, but she couldn't blame him anymore. Instead, she probed, Mu Yu, did you undo the Zitai Nirvana formation? No, Mu Yu said straightforwardly. Qiao Shui's face immediately showed a disappointed expression. Qiao Shui, he's just tricking you. We don't need to rely on a human. As long as we work together, we can definitely save the Sea Demon King. Long Xingyun revealed a cunning smile. His expression was as if he already knew that his plan would succeed. It was very disgusting. Then you guys do as you see fit. Mu Yu glanced at Long Xingyun in disgust. She resisted the urge to kill this guy with a single strike and walked to the side. The wood spirit transformed into a body tree. He silently lay down on the tree branch and began to close his eyes to rest. Little Shui and Long Ting also jumped onto the branch. The two of them were munching on apples again. It didn't matter if it had nothing to do with them. To them, the Sea Demon King's appearance wasn't that important. If they had something to do, they'd run errands. If they had nothing to do, they'd eat something. If they didn't like someone, they'd just say something. Qiao Shui knew that Mu Yu was really angry. No one would feel good if they were interrupted at a time like this. She was also a bit angry at Long Xingyun. She wanted to plead with Mu Yu again, but in the end, she couldn't open her mouth. Let's think of another way. Qiao Shui sighed. Saving the Sea Demon King was her responsibility, but it wasn't Mu Yu's. Unfortunately, neither Qiao Shui nor Long Xingyun knew anything about the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. If Boss Lu was here, there might be some hope. But Boss Lu was lost on some floor and hadn't come back yet. Mu Yu thought of Qiao Shui's attitude, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. Qiao Shui was still protecting Long Xingyun's life. Perhaps it was because of Long Xingyun's status in the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda that Qiao Shui couldn't just stand by and watch something happen to Long Xingyun. But Mu Yu still held some grudges in his heart. Mu Yu, why don't you continue to help Sister Qiao Shui? Little Shui's voice rang out in Mu Yu's mind. He lay on Mu Yu's chest and took a bite of an apple. Mu Yu glanced at Long Xingyun, who was pretending to know and randomly touching things. He shook his head slightly. We'll see. He was really disgusted by the short-sighted Long Xingyun. This guy valued his own reputation more than saving the Sea Demon King. He kept targeting Mu Yu, and even created such a laughable act to stop Mu Yu. If Long Xingyun, as a Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, didn't care about the Sea Demon King's appearance, then why should Mu Yu, as a human, get involved? Mu Yu was willing to do anything for Qiao Shui, but this was the only thing he didn't want to do. You know how to solve Zedui Heigen, don't you? Dragon Vine swung its long tail and asked. Chapter 698. Long Xingyun had been trying to get on Qiao Shui's good side this entire time. He had proposed all sorts of ridiculous ideas, but none of them were practical. The pillars and balls that had been imbued with the Nirvana realm formation technique all avoided him like the plague. Unlocking the Nirvana realm formation wasn't something that could be done with Long Xingyun's flowery words. However, Long Xingyun wasn't discouraged. Qiao Shui was also discussing with him how to break the formation. This was Long Xingyun's goal. He wanted Qiao Shui to stay with him instead of Mu Yu. Qiao Shui, we think that the reason why the balls and balls can't get close is because we're not fast enough. If we're fast enough, we'll definitely be able to get close to them. I have 90% of the true dragon bloodline in me. I can try to use a secret technique to increase my speed to the limit. Long Xingyun's voice was very loud. He was saying this on purpose for Mu Yu to hear. Long Ting snorted in disgust. Bastard. No, young master. Using the true dragon bloodline like that will bring great harm to yourself. Long Yeli hurriedly said. Although it will bring great harm to myself, I'm willing to take some damage to free the Sea Goblin King. Long Xingyun's face was filled with hypocrisy. Long Xingyun was already trying out this method. His body glowed with a grey light, and his aura was raised to a whole new level. He transformed into a dragon python again, and his scales glowed. He turned into a blur and charged at the nearest pillar. However, no matter how fast he was, the pillar didn't fall for his trick. It easily drifted away and maintained a distance from Long Xingyun. Idiot. Mu Yu had a green foxtail in his mouth. He glanced at Long Xingyun with disdain. This guy just liked to put on a show for himself. Unlocking the Nirvana realm formation technique with speed. Don't even think about it if you don't surpass Daoist Master Xian Jiz's cultivation. Long Xingyun only had a fake true dragon bloodline. He wanted to rely on speed to unlock Daoist Master Xian Jiz's formation technique. What a fool. Qiao Shui didn't have much hope for Long Xingyun. Even if he activated the true dragon bloodline's true dragon bloodline, he wouldn't be as fast as Long Yeli's. Besides, if true dragon bloodline's sides could really do it, Mu uses true dragon bloodline's sides. Long Xingyun's words. He Xingyun's bragoffs the Nirvana realm. Long estus. Shwez to long shwezov of course of shwe to xxu to sofs to the Xingyun of long of a long xiens. Xingyun of a long of his to estus. Was. Yes. Another branch grew out of Mu Yu's side. Qiao Shui had already landed on the branch. She sat down and said, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I don't know if Xingyun's injuries were real or fake, but he's always been like this. He's always been arrogant and condescending. Don't take it to heart. It's fine. I won't argue with people like him. Mu Yu looked down on Long Xingyun. Long Xingyun was too stupid. He wasn't on the same level as Gui cherishing his life. Mu Yu didn't take Long Xingyun seriously at all. Gui cherishing his life was arrogant and wanted Mu Yu's life at all times. But at least he was strong and cunning. He wasn't stupid like Long Xingyun, who relied on claptrap to attract attention. Qiao Shui knew Mu Yu's personality. She sighed, we still know too little about the Sea Goblin King. We can only hope that Elder Lu can find us soon. He's lived for a long time. Maybe he knows how to save the Sea Goblin King. Mu Yu didn't say much. He was thinking about something. Can you try again? I know this request is too much, but... Qiao Shui said hesitantly. Qiao Shui, don't you understand? If there's someone in the way, it won't work no matter how many times I try. To Long Xingyun, the Sea Goblin King's escape is secondary. He doesn't want me to make a move and steal his limelight. Mu Yu shook his head. He could spend a bit more time for Qiao Shui, but he didn't want to waste his time because of Long Xingyun. Qiao Shui's lips twitched. She looked at Long Xingyun in the distance and felt annoyed. Long Xingyun was spoiled and didn't understand the big picture. If someone like him controlled the entire Blue Dragon dynasty, the goblin race wouldn't be able to compete with the humans. A person with high talent but a domineering personality couldn't take on important responsibilities. But Qiao Shui had no choice. She stood in the goblin race's position and couldn't let Mu Yu kill Long Xingyun. I'm going to find the pagoda spirit. Once I find it, I'll be able to control the Yarrow ceiling pagoda, Mu Yu said. Since there was an eyesore here, Mu Yu didn't want to stay any longer. Otherwise, it would just be a waste of time. But you said the pagoda spirit could appear on any floor. How are you going to find it? Xiao Shui said anxiously. She didn't want Mu Yu to leave. I want to try my luck. At least it's better than staying here. Mu Yu sat up. If I find the pagoda spirit, I'll be able to control the Yarrow ceiling pagoda directly. I won't need to break the formation here. Xiao Shui clenched her teeth. Then go. I came to the Demon Island for the Sea Goblin King. I want to stay here and think of a way. Mu Yu also wanted Xiao Shui to go with him, but she had her own mission. He didn't force her. Be careful. If I see Boss Lu, I'll tell him to come here as soon as possible. Mu Yu smiled and put away Mu Ling. He walked towards the exit and left the 99th floor. Seeing that Mu Yu had left, Long Xingyun's eyes flashed with pride. We're leaving just like that. Aren't we going to teach that bastard a lesson? Long Tung asked. That's right. You already know where Zedui's weakness is. We can say it and slap him in the face. I like to see him flustered and exasperated, Xiao Shui said. I don't want to be a good guy. The Yarrow Prince didn't want me to interfere, so I don't need to. He's so strong, so let him play by himself. Mu Yu did know how to break Zedui. Before he was interrupted by Long Xingyun, he had already memorized the rest of the steps. After dealing with the people from the Gate of Hell, he finished deducing the remaining formation patterns on the body tree. However, Mu Yu didn't want to reveal the method. He wasn't someone who liked to be in the limelight. Xiao Shui would trust him more if he revealed the method in front of Long Xingyun, and Long Xingyun would be fuming. However, Mu Yu didn't want to do that. Bickering with a retard would only drag him down. If there was a chance, Mu Yu would be more than willing to kill this retard to save him from being an eyesore. After returning to the 21st floor, Mu Yu casually searched every floor. He wanted to see where the pagoda spirit of the Yarrow ceiling pagoda was. He would enter any passageway he saw without looking at the floor number. He carefully searched every floor. However, just as he entered a forest, two figures suddenly floated by. Mu Yu frowned. It was the people from the Gate of Hell again. These two people from the Gate of Hell were in the form synthesis stage. This time, Mu Yu didn't act rashly. He stood behind a tree and used Mu Ling to conceal his presence. He watched as the two people from the Gate of Hell landed not far from him. Mu Yu had seen one of them before. It was Gui Dai. When he first met Boss Lu in the Snowy Mountains, Gui Dai and Gui Han wanted to steal the sea-quelling thousand ruler from Boss Lu. Mu Yu stopped them. Ghost Han had used a crystal ball to release the flesh-winged horned monster. Wood Feather had fought a bitter battle with it. Although she had killed the flesh-winged horned monster, Ghost Butterfly had escaped with the crystal ball. That crystal ball had the ability to summon the flesh-winged horned monster. Mu Yu had always wanted to take it back and destroy it. Senior brother Gui Bao, I've already obtained the divine moonstone. However, Gui Han was possessed by a purple moon and died, Gui Dai said coldly. Gui Bao frowned and looked around. Gui Han shouldn't have taken the initiative to use the divine moonstone to summon the moon god. You should know that the moon god's projection can't fight without a sacrifice. He was used as a sacrifice by the purple moon. I'm not surprised that he died. Protect the divine moonstone well. Don't summon the moon god's projection carelessly. Otherwise, you'll become a sacrifice yourself. I understand. Gui Dai said indifferently. Then he thought of something and asked, why don't we bring the newborns to the island? If we bring them here, the moon god will use their bodies to revive. Wouldn't it be easier for the moon god to find the Sea Goblin King? You must remember. We can't control the moon god to do anything. They won't listen to our orders. Although newborns are perfect sacrifices, they'll be very weak for a short period of time. They won't have any fighting power, Gui Bao said. Gui Dai nodded. My mission is complete. I'm preparing to leave the subduing Yarrow Pagoda and give the divine moonstone to the Ghost King. What about you? Wait a moment. Come with me to the 46th floor, Gooey Bao said. Why are we going to the 46th floor? Gooey Dai frowned. Gooey Bao used a secret technique to inform me that he's trapped on the 46th floor. We'll wait here for an hour. The passage will change soon. Gooey Bao leaned against a tree next to the exit. How did Gooey Bao get trapped? Gooey Dai's expression changed. Gooey Bao told me that it was Muyu who did it. He also told me about the strangeness of the 46th floor. We must be careful of the formation there. Gooey Bao snorted. He didn't know that the 46th floor was a domain and not a formation. After that, the two fell into silence. Everyone from the Gate of Hell knew about the changes in the subduing Yarrow Pagoda's passage. It was clear that the people from the Gate of Hell had made ample preparations before coming to Ghost Island. They already knew about the subduing Yarrow Pagoda's situation. It wasn't time for the passage to change yet, so Gooey Dai and Gooey Bao were waiting. Muyu was furious. He'd always wondered why the people from the Gate of Hell would kidnap 9 newborns. It turned out that they wanted to use the newborns as sacrifices for the flesh-winged horned monsters. That way, the flesh-winged horned monsters could be freed from the subduing Yarrow Pagoda. The subduing Yarrow Pagoda left behind by enlightened Master Shenjizi was too powerful. Even the people from the Gate of Hell couldn't drag the flesh-winged horned monsters out. However, they used something like the divine moonstone. It was the same crystal that Muyu had used to summon the flesh-winged horned monsters. It was terrifying. If the moon god stone wasn't destroyed, then in the future, it wouldn't be the 9 newborns that would be sacrificed. One must know that the 39th floor of the Moon Clan's prison held countless flesh-winged horned monsters. Unforgivable. Chapter 699. Although Muyu was furious that the people from the Gate of Hell wanted to turn the newborn into a monster with fleshy wings and horns, he didn't act rashly. Right now, he didn't have Helion Kong's soul tool to protect him, and his cultivation was only at the spirit-severing stage. He didn't have any chance of winning against 2 people from the Gate of Hell who were at the body fusion stage. He had to wait for an opportunity. The Japanese really can't be underestimated. They really have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Muyu was still too careless. He thought that it would be fine to seal Gooey Pimming's body separately. He didn't expect that after Gooey Pimming's head was buried in the ground by Muyu, he could still use a secret technique to call for help. This Blood Realm demon puppet's ability was really strange. Why is this Gooey Pimming so tenacious? It's a guy that can't die. Longteng muttered. Things like the Blood Realm demon puppet definitely have some restrictions. It's impossible that it can't die. There must be a way to kill it, Xiao Shui said. Muyu thought of something. When Gooey Pimming summoned the Blood Soul, the skeleton could restrain the Blood Soul. Did that mean that the soul could also restrain the skeleton? It was a pity that Muyu couldn't verify this idea. Helion Kong and the others couldn't enter the demon subduing pagoda, and Muyu only had his father's soul in the soul anchoring formation. He couldn't risk his father's soul. Let's follow them first. After entering the 46th floor, the spirit extinction no immortal domain can suppress their cultivation. We'll kill the 2 of them together, Muyu pondered. Now that he didn't have Helion Kong's soul tool, he could only rely on the spirit extinction no immortal domain to fight against the body fusion stage people from the Gate of Hell. Once he entered the spirit extinction no immortal domain, he would be more than enough to deal with the 2 people from the Gate of Hell. An hour passed very quickly. Gooey Panther and Gooey Dai stood up and walked to the next floor. This floor was the 43rd floor. The other passage on this floor led to the 46th floor. The entrance to the 43rd floor was a large canyon. They came out from under a waterfall in the canyon. The sound of flowing water could be heard. The ghost leopard suddenly stopped. It glanced at the waterfall and did not continue forward. The 46th floor, according to what Gooey cherishes his life said, there is a domain there that will prevent us from using our spiritual energy. Just in case, you wait here for us. We will return to the next floor and head to the 99th floor. Gooey Leopard said. All right, come back quickly. Ghost Butterfly nodded and didn't say anything else. He stayed at the exit while Ghost Leopard went off to search for another exit, disappearing into the distance. F***ck, the Japanese are so insidious. Little Handsome cursed. Muyu also found it troublesome. He had originally planned to go to the spirit extinction without immortal domain to deal with the people from the gate of hell, but in the end, Ghost Leopard was actually so cautious that he left Ghost Butterfly behind. Ghost Butterfly was near the exit, which meant that Muyu could not follow Ghost Leopard to the 46th floor. The only way was to kill this person from the gate of hell. However, Ghost Butterfly was a body integration stage cultivator after all. Muyu would definitely have to pay a huge price to defeat Ghost Butterfly. If he couldn't kill Ghost Butterfly before Ghost Leopard returned, he would be in danger. That female ghost's cultivation is around the third sky of the body integration stage. Can we kill her together? Long Teng asked. Muyu shook his head. No, we can't do it. The hole where Gui cherishes his life was buried was not very deep. It didn't take Ghost Leopard long to dig out Gui cherishes his life's head. If we don't kill Ghost Butterfly and Ghost Leopard comes back, we will be in trouble. They are going to the 99th floor. We have to go back there too. Muyu continued. Qiao Shui was still on the 99th floor. If the people from the Gate of Hell were to go to the 99th floor, Long Yeli and Long Xingyun would not be a match for the people from the Gate of Hell. Muyu didn't want to care about the lives of the two people, but he had to protect Qiao Shui. Muyu originally wanted to destroy the exit like last time and block the people from the Gate of Hell from going to the 99th floor. However, this method was no longer feasible, because after the Hellgate people entered the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, they were clear about the changing patterns of each level of the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. They could easily calculate another path to the 99th level. If Muyu followed behind them, he wouldn't be able to destroy the exit every time. Sure enough, in less than 2 hours, Ghost Leopard came back from the passageway. In his hands was Gui cherishes his life's hideous head. Your body has been sealed separately. If we want to find them one by one, I'm afraid it will take a few days. Are we going to find them now? Ghost Leopard frowned and asked. Gui cherishes his life floated in the air. His expression was very ugly. His entire head shook, and all the soil flew out and left his head. No need. The Blood Realm Devil puppet has already fused with my head. I can subdue the Sea Goblin King in my current state. We will go directly to the 99th floor. Gui cherishes his life said coldly. A bloody head floated in the air. It looked very strange. Ghost Leopard and Ghost Butterfly didn't say anything. They walked directly to the exit. Muyu had already left this floor. He was waiting for the people from the Gate of Hell on the 43rd floor. He knew that Gui cherishes his life and the others would also wait on this floor for 6 hours before continuing on. We have been to the next floor of this passageway before. It's the 67th floor. Muyu hid in the forest again. He suddenly had an idea. 67th floor? Is that the place where we can imagine little Momo? Dragon Teng asked. Big Earthworm, why are you mentioning little Momo? Little Shui said exasperatedly. Alright, don't quarrel. The array of the 67th floor is called Primal Chaos Opening. We know what kind of place it is. Maybe we can use this array to deal with those 2.5 Japanese. Muyu treated Gui cherishes his life as half a person. He now needs to create some trouble for these people. He needs to rush to the 99th floor before them to inform Qiao Shui. In the Primal Chaos Opening, anything can be imagined. However, the degree of imagination has a lot to do with one's mental power. If one imagines something whose cultivation is higher than one's own, it is very easy to consume all of one's mental power. In that case, one would have to have a good sleep. Are you saying that we can imagine something to deal with them? Little Shui immediately perked up. Whatever one imagines will appear. It won't be seen through. It can also be used to fight. This kind of fun thing is what it likes the most. Ian, we can imagine a little Momo like last time. It will definitely scare them. Dragon Ting said thoughtfully. We can, but don't imagine little Momo's cultivation when you imagine it. We can only imagine its aura. Little Momo is a 7th rank monster. If we imagine it using the strength of a 7th rank monster, We will tire ourselves out. Muyu said. The things one imagines are formed by array patterns. The aura can be passed off as real. If one doesn't break it, it is basically impossible to be seen through. This array uses the mental power of the imager as a guide. The more energy one has, the more powerful the things one imagines. At the same time, it is related to one's cultivation. If one has enough mental power, they can even create their own world in the primal chaos opening array. Of course, with Muyu's current ability, it is impossible for him to imagine something as grand as a world. Little Shuai tilted its head. It doesn't care about little Momo anymore. Its little head is thinking of strange things. I have a good idea. The two of you need to cooperate with me later. We need to plan a strategy, Little Shuai said happily. Muyu used the wind-wind heart linking formation to connect Little Shuai and Dragon Teng together. This means that the three of them can work together to imagine and perfect each other. They can reasonably distribute their energy. The three of them quickly began to discuss the next battle. Little Shuai had the most ideas, but many of them were spur of the moment and messy. Muyu needed to perfect Little Shuai's strategy and modify Little Shuai's suggestions from time to time. Soon, the passageway on this floor began to change rapidly. 2.5 people from the Gate of Hell have already gone to the 67th floor. After Muyu cast an invisibility array on himself, he also entered the 67th floor after a slight delay. After entering the 67th floor, what entered their eyes was still the endless sea and the lonely island. However, if they want to go to the 99th floor this time, they have to go through another exit. Because of this, the people from the Gate of Hell had already left the island to search for the other exit on this floor. When Muyu came out, he saw the people from the Gate of Hell flying not far away. They still didn't know what kind of array was used on this floor. In order to trigger the primal chaos opening array, one had to use one's imagination to construct the array. One needed to very deliberately simulate the specific appearance in one's mind. If it was just the usual kind of abstract, fleeting thought that couldn't be shown clearly, it wouldn't become reality. Alright, let's play with these 2.5 Japanese necks. Little Shuai chuckled. Ghost Leopard flew at the front. He kept looking into the distance, trying to find where the other exit on this floor was. However, this floor was filled with endless sea. The other exit seemed to be a little troublesome to find. This floor is too big. How are we going to find the other exit? Ghost Butterfly frowned. Don't worry. According to the information collected by Senior Gui Yezi, the two exits aren't too far apart. This place looks endless, but it's actually just an illusion array. Gui Shiming said faintly as he floated. Although the people from the Gate of Hell knew the changing patterns of the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda's exits, they didn't know what was on each floor. To them, it was just an array. Is it there? Ghost Butterfly suddenly pointed into the distance. Gui Shiming and Ghost Leopard looked in the direction she pointed and saw a floating island. This island was floating in mid-air. On it were jade buildings and immortal chi. It was like a place of immortals. There was also a waterfall that poured down into the sea. The appearance of this island in the middle of the endless sea was very strange. However, since they entered the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, they could see different arrays on each floor. There were snowy mountains, forests, plains, and everything else. Therefore, they weren't too surprised to see this floating island. Gui Shiming stared at the floating island with a trace of doubt in his eyes. This island looks very similar to the floating Immortal Isle. Ghost Leopard said, the floating Immortal Isle was designed by the Array sect. Xian Jizi used to be a member of the Array Glyph sect. When the Array sect designed the floating Immortal Isle, they probably used this island as a reference. The 2.5 Japanese didn't think too much about it. They directly flew towards the floating island. They didn't notice anything strange. They still didn't know what this floor was. Chapter 700. When the 2.5 Japanese landed on the floating Immortal Island, they discovered that the island was completely different from what they had seen from afar. There were no pavilions on the island at all, only a huge crack in the ground. The crack was about 5 meters wide, and it was covered with a layer of runes that rippled from time to time. Where's the exit? Ghost Leopard scanned his surroundings from the top of the floating immortal island. Aside from the huge crack in the ground, there was nothing else. This made him suspicious. Gui Pai Ming's head floated to the top of the crack and looked inside. It was pitch black inside, just like a prison. But at that moment, an aura that made their hearts palpitate came from the crack. Then, the runes sealing the crack suddenly trembled and rippled. This aura isn't. Ghost Butterfly exclaimed. Moon Goddess? There's a moon goddess locked up here. Ghost Leopard was very surprised. At that moment, an orange-winged monster suddenly pounced from the darkness, but it was blocked by the runes above the crack. The runes let out a muffled sound that spread far and wide. TSK TSK, after so many years, someone has finally come. The orange-winged monster cackled as it looked at the 2.5 Japanese from the gate of hell through the runes. Greetings, Moon Goddess. Ghost Leopard and Ghost Butterfly hurriedly lowered their heads and said respectfully, "Cut the crap. Hurry up and think of a way to break the runes and let me out," the orange-winged monster said impatiently. "But, Moon Goddess, we can't break Enlightened Master Xianjiz's runes. We can only use the Moon Goddess Stone to collect your aura. Once we leave the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, you can use a suitable sacrifice to temporarily revive yourself," Ghost Leopard said hesitantly. "That damned bastard. He locked me up in this dark place," the winged monster cursed angrily. Then, as if it had cursed enough, it turned to the people from the gate of hell and yelled, "Then what are you waiting for? Let me see that Moon Goddess Stone." Ghost Butterfly took out the crystal ball, which reflected the shadows of all the winged monsters in the Moon Clan's prison. "Have you collected the auras of the other imprisoned brothers?" the orange-winged monster asked. "Yes, but whether or not I can summon you in the future depends on whether or not the sacrificial offering's aura is compatible with you," Ghost Leopard said respectfully. The orange-winged monster pondered for a moment and said, "Throw down the Moon God Stone. This crack is divided into many layers, and there are many imprisoned clansmen below. I need to collect their auras as well. But there are restrictions here. We can't," Ghost Leopard said. "The restriction here only targets living things. Other things can pass through it at will. I'll throw them to you after I collect them," the flesh-winged monster said impatiently. "Yes." Ghost Leopard hurriedly signaled to Ghost Butterfly. Ghost Butterfly was about to throw the Moon God Stone down. "Wait." Gui Pai Ming's head, who had been silent all this while, spoke up to stop Gui Dai's actions. "Do you, a ghost servant with only one head, have any objections?" the flesh-winged horned monster asked coldly. Gui Pai Ming's face had a slight smile. He wanted to show a respectful smile, but because his entire face had been corroded beyond recognition, it looked more like a sinister smile. "Lord Moon God, please forgive me. I just have a few questions that I don't understand," Gui Pai Ming said respectfully, but his eyes flashed with suspicion. "What questions?" The flesh-winged horned monster was very impatient. "Before I came to the Suppressing Evil Pagoda, Senior Gui Yezi told us that the moon gods were all imprisoned on the first floor. Ghost Butterfly said that they were imprisoned on the 39th floor. Why are you all imprisoned here alone?" Gui Pai Ming asked humbly. "What is Gui Yezi? Can he see through Xianjizi's thoughts? Xianjizi imprisoned us here alone because he wanted to leave a way out." "Leave a way out? What way out?" Gui Pai Ming asked in surprise. "What way out? None of your business. Why do you have so many questions? I heard that people who talk too much die early. Did you lose your body because you talked too much?" The flesh-winged horned monster sneered. Gui Pai Ming's face was sinister. Thinking about the matter of him being sealed by Mu Yu, his heart surged with anger, but he still said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Sorry, it's my fault. I've offended you. Properly act as a ghost servant. Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask. Hurry and throw down the Moon God Stone," the flesh-winged horned monster shouted. Ghost Butterfly had already thrown the Moon God Stone at the flesh-winged horned monster. The Moon God Stone fell on the formation above the crack, spreading out a ripple as it fell. Gui Pai Ming kept staring at the flesh-winged horned monster. His expression changed unpredictably. Seeing the moon god stone fall, he suddenly thought of something and his expression changed greatly. Not good. He's not a moon god. Take back the moon god stone. Gui Pai Ming angrily shouted. Ghost Leopard did not understand why Gui Pai Ming would suddenly say such words. Because he would not mistake the aura of a moon god. Gui Pai Ming, what are you saying? But Gui Pai Ming's body was already filled with countless blood soul, smashing towards the formation. The seemingly powerful formation suddenly became very weak and directly shattered into pieces, turning into fragments that floated in the air. At this moment, the entire island was like a piece of paper, split into two by the sinister power of the blood soul. After tearing apart, the entire floating immortal island had already disappeared. The so-called indestructible seal could not even withstand a single blow. And Gui Pai Ming's ghost fog formed a hand and tightly grabbed onto the moon god stone. What's going on? Where's Lord Moon God? Ghost Leopard asked in bewilderment. He still did not understand what had just happened. This is not a moon god. This place seems strange. Keep the moon god stone, Gui Pai Ming coldly said. The blood soul wrapped the moon god stone and threw it to Ghost Butterfly. Although Gui Dai didn't understand what was going on, she still quickly put away the moon god stone and carefully observed the situation around her. The floating immortal island was shattered. Everything had turned into formation dust, leaving only the ripples of the sea and the sound of the waves. Other than that, there was no other sound around. At the bottom of the distant sea, Mu Yu was pondering in a small bubble. Everything that had happened on the floating immortal island was naturally just their imagination. In order to trick these 2.5 people from the gate of hell, he had taken the risk to steal the moon god stone under the imaginary flesh-winged horned monster. Unfortunately, Gui Pai Ming seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and decisively destroyed the island in front of him. If it was not for Mu Yu's swift movements, Gui Pai Ming might have discovered his tracks. How did we expose ourselves? The aura and behavior of the flesh-winged horned monster were all perfectly imagined. Xiao Shui muttered. I'm not sure, but Gui Pai Ming is not to be underestimated. We've been fighting with him for so long. He's not as stupid as Long Xingyun, Mu Yu said in a low voice. Long Ting said regretfully, what a pity. We almost got the stone. That guy was too alert. We have to be careful. The moon god stone is on Ghost Butterfly. We have to find a way to steal the stone from her. We can't let this stone be taken out of the demon subduing pagoda. Mu Yu's expression was very serious. The moon god stone could summon the flesh-winged horned monster. If it was allowed to leave the demon subduing pagoda, the flesh-winged horned monster would borrow the body of a self-cultivator to be reborn. At that time, the third celestial stage would be doomed eternally. Then let's continue with the backup plan, Xiao Shui said. They had come up with many backup plans in a short period of time. After all, Gui Pai Ming was a very cunning opponent. Yes, it's little Momo's turn. Mu Yu nodded. The people from the Gate of Hell were still on high alert. But at this moment, huge waves rolled out from the sea. 4 ink demon gorillas as tall as small hills poked their heads out from the bottom of the sea. These 4 ink demon gorillas each had 16 powerful and thick tentacles. The powerful aura of rank 7 demonic beasts instantly spread out from their bodies as they bobbed up and down in the sea. The waves splashed as they stared covetously at the 2.5 Japanese people. It's a rank 7 monster. Ghost Leopard's expression changed slightly. A rank 7 monster was equivalent to a body fusion stage cultivator. But there were only 2.5 of them. It would be difficult for them to deal with 4 rank 7 monsters. However, the waves at the bottom of the sea surged, and 2 more huge black shadows leaped out. Then, 2 purple shadows broke out of the water. These 2 purple shadows were more than 50 meters long, and their huge bodies created huge waves. Their powerful and majestic roars spread far and wide from the bottom of the sea. Purple whale shark, one of the overlord-level monsters in the sea. Its strength was also a rank 7 monster. The people from the Gate of Hell quickly retreated. They were getting more and more frightened. This sea didn't look as calm as it looked. There were actually so many rank 7 monsters hiding here. However, there were still many sea flame beasts coming from afar. There were also countless sea flame beasts flying in the sky. These sea flame beasts were at least rank 6 monsters. Some of them even had the aura of rank 7 monsters. At the same time, there were also many small sea flame beast babies running on the surface of the sea. Be careful. Don't hurt the babies of the sea flame beast. Gui Pai Ming shouted. He also knew that the sea flame beasts were very protective of their babies. Once the baby sea flame beasts were killed, all the adult sea flame beasts would go berserk. With so many rank 6 and rank 7 monsters appearing at once, the 2.5 people from the Gate of Hell couldn't help but be cautious. The aura of these monsters were very real. If they were to really fight, even the twins wouldn't be able to escape. All the monsters roared angrily, as if they had been violated. They were hostile towards the people from the Gate of Hell. Then, the monsters that blotted out the sky and covered the earth pounced towards the 2.5 people from Japan. Be careful. Don't fight. Quickly find the exit. Gui Pai Ming shouted. Seeing that all the monsters were about to pounce on them, the people from the Gate of Hell emitted a dense ghost chi as they prepared to fight. However, at this moment, a tyrannical and overbearing aura suddenly exploded. It came from afar and arrived in front of the 2.5 people from the Gate of Hell. The seawater became very dangerous under the might of this aura. Gui Yeming's figure slowly appeared in front of the 2.5 people from the Gate of Hell. Ghost chi spread out in an instant, chopping all the monsters into pieces, turning them into a rain of blood. The seawater was immediately dyed red by the broken limbs of the monsters. Ghost Lord! Why are you here? Gui Pai Ming was obviously stunned. Gui Panther and Gui Dai also revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. If I didn't come, I'm afraid you guys would be buried in the stomachs of these monsters. A bunch of trash. Gui Yeming snorted coldly. Looking at Gui Pai Ming, his eyes revealed a sinister expression. Where's your body? Gui Pai Ming's face revealed a sinister and ashamed expression. He quickly lowered his head and said, reporting to Ghost Lord, this subordinate was careless and was ambushed by Mu Yu. Ambushed? I didn't ask you to come to the demon-subduing pagoda to listen to this kind of news. You've disappointed me too much. Gui Yeming was enraged. His body also emitted a powerful aura, causing Gui Pai Ming and the others to tremble in fear. Gui Pai Ming seemed to have thought of something and asked, Ghost Lord, didn't that Hellion Kong forbid you from coming in? And your aura? Chapter 701. Ghost King. The Moon God Stone has already established a connection with the imprisoned Moon God. However, Ghost Han accidentally summoned Lord Purple Moon. As a result, Purple Moon possessed him, Ghost Butterfly said hesitantly. Trash. Can't even handle a small matter. Gui Yeming angrily cursed, then continued to ask, Gui Shiming, have you returned to the past? Reporting to Ghost Lord, I already know the whereabouts of soul conversion technique, it is on Mu Yu. Gui Shiming lowered his head and didn't dare to conceal anything. When he thought of Mu Yu, Gui Piming's face was filled with anger. This was because he only had one head left because of Mu Yu. Mu Yu. It's him again. Don't worry about him for now, Mu Yu can't leave the island. He is already a turtle in a jar, we will catch him after we go out. The matter with the Moon Goddess is of utmost importance right now. Gui Dai, leave the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda with me immediately. Gui Yezi wants to try his hand at the sacrificial ceremony. Gui Cherishing Life and Gui Leopard, you two continue to the Sea Goblin King's sealed area. You must capture the Sea Goblin King. Yes. Gui Shiming and others replied. Gui Yeming pointed ahead and said, the other exit of this floor is on a small island over there. You two go there immediately. I can't stay in Subduing Demon Pagoda for long. The formation of this floor is very strange. Gui Dai, come with me. Gui Dai respectfully complied. Gui Shiming and Gui Leopard didn't hesitate and quickly flew towards the direction Gui Yeming pointed. Gui Yeming watched Gui Shiming and Gui Leopard walk away, then turned around and said, "Gooey Dai, let me see your moon god stone. Sir Ghost Lord, please take a look." Gooey Dai took out the moon god stone without hesitation and respectfully handed it over to Gooey Yemming. Gooey Yemming stared at the image on the moon god stone and slightly nodded. "Not bad, you did very well this time. Now we need to find a way to leave this place. Ghost Lord, please speak." Gooey Dai still lowered his head, he didn't dare to look at Gooey Yemming. "Give me your soul tool," Gooey Yemming said. Gooey Dai took out a white shoulder blade and placed it in Gooey Yemming's hand. "Now, close your eyes. I'm going to use a secret technique to take you out of the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. If you feel any discomfort, don't use your spiritual energy to resist. That's how the Ghost Realm's secret technique works." "Why do I have to close my eyes?" Ghost Butterfly was puzzled. Why did he have to close his eyes to use the secret technique? "There are some things that you shouldn't see, do you understand?" Gooey Yemming coldly snorted. "Yes, Lord Ghost Lord, please forgive me. This subordinate will do as you say." Gooey Dai closed her eyes. What she didn't see was that after she closed her eyes, the corner of Gooey Yemming's mouth suddenly revealed a gorgeous smile. This smile made Gooey Yemming look very awkward. If Gooey Pimming was here, he would definitely be suspicious because they had never seen Gooey Yemming smile before. However, Gooey Dai didn't notice anything. She only heard a rustling sound. It was as if some branches were spreading and climbing up Gooey Dai's body. Gooey Dai frowned. She felt very uncomfortable because a pure death aura seemed to be covering her body. She recalled Gooey Yemming's words and didn't resist. At this moment, Gooey Dai's body suddenly shook. She opened her eyes in shock. She lowered her head and saw a tender green branch sticking out of her chest. The branch released a powerful suction force that spread throughout her body and sucked away all of her life force. "Ghost Lord, you." Gooey Dai raised her head in anger but met with Gooey Yemming's bright eyes. She trembled. This wasn't Gooey Yemming's eyes. "You're not the Ghost Lord. Who are you?" Gooey Dai wanted to shout but she suddenly covered her throat. Her throat was unknowingly pierced by the branch and she couldn't make a sound. "Lower your voice." "Of course I'm not your Ghost Lord." Mu Yu slowly floated up from the sea and calmly said. He was playing with Gooey Dai's soul tool. He wouldn't show mercy to the person who killed the gate of hell just because Gooey Dai was a woman. Gooey Dai still wanted to struggle but she couldn't move anymore. Her life force was being sucked away by Mu Ling. Even her soul and the twins couldn't escape. It really wasn't easy. "We finally got rid of a female ghost." Mu Yu slowly sank Gooey Dai's corpse into the sea without causing a splash. He then looked at Gooey Shimming and Gooey Leopard who had already left. He didn't let down his guard. "Really? Why didn't you leave that Gooey Leopard behind as well? With his intelligence, we could have killed him just like we killed this female ghost," Longteng said. Mu Yu shook his head. Gooey Shimming is too suspicious. He only has his head left and Gooey Yemming still wants him to go to the 99th floor alone. He'll definitely be suspicious. That's why I have to let Gooey Leopard go with him. That's the only reasonable arrangement. Everything that happened just now was Mu Yu's act. Actually, those rank 7 monsters and Gooey Yemming's aura were all a bluff. If Gooey Shimming and the Ghost Leopard had attacked the demon beasts from the beginning, they would have immediately discovered that although these demon beasts looked incomparably powerful and their auras were genuine, in fact, they were just paper tigers. They would be exposed at the slightest touch and had no real combat power. Fortunately, Mu Yu imagined Gooey Yemming in time. He imagined Gooey Yemming's aura as a tribulation passing stage cultivator. He had Gooey Yemming kill all the monsters and made up a convincing story. The most powerful thing about the Primal Chaos opening formation was that it could imagine anything. Gooey Yemming's aura was just too powerful. It intimidated them. Even the naturally suspicious Gooey Shimming couldn't react in time. Gooey Shimming is such a smart person. Even the flesh-winged horned monsters couldn't fool him. Why did we fool him when we imagined Gooey Yemming? Little Shuai asked with confusion. Mu Yu thought for a moment and said, Gooey Shimming's head has fused with the Blood Realm demon puppet. I think the Blood Realm demon puppet must have some sort of connection with Moon God. That's why he was able to see through Moon God's disguise. The gooey Yemming we imagined was a tribulation passing stage cultivator. He had nothing to do with the Blood Realm demon puppet. Plus, I acted like I killed the monsters to save him. The primal chaos opening formation made it difficult to tell if it was real or fake. Whether it was powerful or not could only be determined after a fight. Little Shuai was in charge of imagining the movements of the powerful monsters and the scenes of them being shattered. Mu Yu was in charge of imagining gooey Yemming. The two of them worked well together. Luckily, we know a little about gooey Yemming's tone of voice. Mu Yu kept imagining what gooey Yemming would say. He used gooey Yemming's tone to fool gooey Yemming. To make it more convincing, Mu Yu even asked gooey Yemming about the whereabouts of Soul Return. He wanted to make the act more convincing. We already have the flesh-winged horned monster's stone. What do we do next? Destroy it? Dragon Vine asked. Mu Yu realized that the Moon God Stone was releasing a strange power. It seemed to be protecting it. With his current power, he couldn't break it. In the end, he chose to give up. Let's go to the 99th floor and see if Boss Lu has reached the 99th floor. Then, we can work together to fight Gooey Shimming and Ghost Leopard, Mu Yu said. Even though Gooey Shimming was only left with a head, Mu Yu didn't dare underestimate him. From the blood soul he used, Mu Yu knew this guy's power hadn't decreased even though he had lost his body. The blood-field demon puppet was a skull. At this moment, it was fusing with Gooey Shimming. Even though Mu Yu had obtained Ghost Butterfly's soul weapon, this soul weapon would be restrained by the blood-field demon puppet. It was unrealistic for him to deal with Ghost Leopard and Gooey Shimming alone. It's fine. Anyway, the exit we showed them is fake, Xiao Shuai said unconcernedly. Mu Yu imagined an exit in front. After Gooey Shimming and Ghost Leopard passed through this fake passage, they would appear on another floor. However, the other floor was actually an ordinary tower that Mu Yu imagined. In reality, Gooey Shimming and Ghost Leopard were just going around in circles on this floor. Let's get out of here quickly. Our imagination is limited. The lower floors are just some random fabrications I made up. I can't make too many fake floors. The ghosts will soon discover the floors, Mu Yu said. Just as he finished speaking, the sky full of blood souls suddenly appeared again and covered Mu Yu. It really is you, Mu Yu. Gooey Shimming's cold voice gradually sounded. F***ck, you found out that something is wrong so quickly? Mu Yu was shocked and quickly dodged. The blood souls couldn't do anything to him, but Gooey Shimming's strength was still in the form synthesis stage. Especially when Ghost Leopard was here. Gooey Shimming said coldly, the next floor is the 29th floor. I have been to that floor before. It is a huge altar. It is not an ordinary tower at all. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that something was wrong. When I came back, I saw you. So that's how it is. Mu Yu frowned. No matter how much he calculated, he had missed one point. This ghost cherished his life too much. Although he had been tricked by Mu Yu had never been to the 29th level. His imagination of the 29th level had a flaw. Where is Ghost Butterfly? Ghost Leopard shouted angrily. Are you talking about that female ghost? Let me think, she has already become a water ghost. Mu Yu stepped on the surface of the sea, and suddenly the sea surface surged with monstrous waves, covering the line of sight of Gooey Shimming and the others. Two huge dragon vines shot out from the sea, and kept circling in the air. But Gooey Shimming's icy cold blood chi rushed out, shattering all the illusions, and Mu Yu had already rushed through the entrance that they had just entered. He must leave this place. Just now he imagined a lot of things. It consumed a lot of his energy. Xiao Shuai is already yawning. The dragon vines are also listless. With his current state, he has no chance of winning against Gooey Shimming and others. Swish. Mu Yu stepped on the island and disappeared from the island. Gooey Shimming and Ghost Leopard stopped at the entrance. Ghost Leopard wanted to chase after him but Gooey Shimming stopped him. Aren't we going to kill him? Ghost Leopard asked angrily. No need, we must quickly go to the 99th floor and take down the Sea Demon King, Gui Shiming said coldly. I'm afraid Ghost Butterfly has met with misfortune. The Moon God Stone has also fallen into his hands. We must take back the Moon God Stone, Ghost Leopard said in a hurry. Why are you panicking? He can't destroy the Moon God Stone. Since he can't destroy it, he can keep it for us for a while. He can't get out of the Demon Island. Sooner or later it will fall into our hand. Gui Shiming shot out a blood soul and collapsed the entire island's exit, not allowing Muyu to come in. After a quarter of an hour, the island's exit will change and the exit will recover in half an hour. This means that Muyu can't enter this floor. Chapter 702. The Japanese are really cunning. They can even find us like this. Little Marshall couldn't help but scold. Muyu also felt quite vexed. He couldn't beat Gui Shiming and Ghost Leopard right now. Other than running, there was no other way. Gui Shiming didn't chase after them. He should be looking for the real exit to the 99th floor. Muyu was worried about Xiao Shue's safety, so he had to return to the 99th floor. He calculated the fastest route. If this level was the starting point, it would take 12 hours to reach the 99th level. This made his heart sink. Because the Ghost Cherish's life route would take him at most 3 more levels to reach the 99th level. The time taken would be around 5.5 hours. He didn't know if Xiao Shui could escape from Gui Shiming's hands in the next hour. What do we do now? Long Teng asked. There's no other way. We can only wait for the exit to change on this floor and hurry to the 99th floor. Muyu didn't have any better ideas. Long Xingyun and Long Yeli couldn't stop Gui Shiming and Ghost Leopard. With Xiao Shue's personality, she wouldn't let the gate of hell succeed. When the time came, there would definitely be a confrontation. The ones who would lose would be Xiao Shui and the others. It was useless for Muyu to be anxious now. He had to wait for the exit to change. Then, he remembered the Moon God Stone he got from Ghost Butterfly. He took it out and wanted to see if he could find a way to break it. However, Muyu tried all kinds of methods, but he couldn't destroy it. Whether it was Mu Ling or his shadow clone sword, they couldn't leave a scratch on the Moon God Stone. Little Marshall, try using your little claws. Muyu threw the Moon God Stone to Little Marshall. Little Marshall flicked his thin claws. The claws left a white shadow in the air and sank into the Moon God Stone. Hiss! The Moon God Stone was split into 2. Little Marshall's claws were really indestructible. At least, he had never encountered anything that he couldn't cut with his claws. However, the Moon God Stone was the same as Gui Peiming's head. After it was cut off, it would automatically stick together. There was no way to separate it. I know how to deal with this thing. Flesh-winged horned monsters are most afraid of sunlight. If we take this under the sun, we might be able to deal with this ball, Little Handsome suggested. Or I can go find the Eternal Day Forbidden Land that Father mentioned and leave this thing there. That's fine too. Muyu remembered Deadwood Daddy's advice. To kill the flesh-winged horned monsters, he needed to use the ultimate daylight spirit of the Forbidden Land of Eternal Daylight. Muyu had no idea what the ultimate daylight spirit was. The flesh-winged horned monster was trapped in the Yarrow Ceiling Tower and could only be reborn through the Moon God Stone. This meant that if the Moon God Stone was left in the Forbidden Land of Eternal Day, the flesh-winged horned monster had no chance of escaping. The 99th floor. Xiao Shui was still at a loss. She had no idea how to approach the pillars and balls. Long Xingyun had been happily trying all sorts of methods, but none of them worked. They were all bark and no bite. Xiao Shui, I just remembered a method that Grandpa taught me. Let me show you. Long Xingyun's arms were covered in dragon scales. Rings of golden light glowed brightly on them. Ripples spread out and formed into the shape of a heart. They moved toward the pillars and balls. This was his best skill. Back in the Azure Dragon dynasty, he had used this skill to capture the hearts of many demonesses. He would often display it in front of Xiao Shui. Normally, Xiao Shui would only praise him out of politeness, but today, Xiao Shui wasn't interested at all. Xiao Shui looked at the heart-shaped ripples. She knew Long Xingyun was trying to please her. However, The heart ripples looked different in her eyes. She discovered that Mu Yu's shadow seemed to be in the heart of the ripples. Qiao Shui shook her head. After Mu Yu left, Qiao Shui felt a little disappointed. She knew Mu Yu was still in the tower, but she felt like she was miles away from Mu Yu. She really wanted Mu Yu to stay by her side. When Mu Yu left, he seemed to be in a bad mood. Qiao Shui wanted to leave with Mu Yu, but she had to find a way to save the Siren King. So, she could only stay with Long Xingyun. Long Xingyun had been doing childish things in front of her. Qiao Shui looked at Long Xingyun's funny face, but her mind was full of Mu Yu. Compared to Long Xingyun, Mu Yu was the one she could rely on. She knew that after that accident, everything seemed to have changed. Qiao Shui, is this heart ripple pretty? Long Xingyun asked with a smile. He had no intention of saving the Siren King. Everything was just to draw Qiao Shui's attention to himself. Yeah, Qiao Shui answered casually. Long Xingyun sat down beside Qiao Shui. Don't worry. We will definitely save the Siren King. Didn't Elder Lu say that? Lord White Ape gave him something. He can use that thing to save the Siren King. We just have to wait here for Elder Lu. Long Xingyun held Qiao Shui's hand, but Qiao Shui suddenly pulled her hand back. Long Xingyun saw Qiao Shui's reaction and was very angry. He had seen Qiao Shui not have such a big reaction when Mu Yu touched her hand. I don't know when Elder Lu will be here. I hope he will be quick. Qiao Shui's gaze fell on the exit. Her eyes flashed with a trace of expectation. However, this trace of expectation was mixed with a certain charm. She was not looking forward to Elder Lu. She was looking forward to someone. The person who had left not long ago. Long Yeli walked over and said, "Why don't we go find Elder Lu and see what's wrong with him? Why hasn't he appeared yet?" Qiao Shui shook her head. No. Mu Yu said that the exit could change at any time. Once we leave, we might not be able to come back. It's better for us to wait here. Without Mu Yu leading the way, we won't be able to get anything out of this place. Long Xingyun said disdainfully, people like him like to be in the limelight. I think he's just spouting nonsense. If he could break this formation, he would have done it a long time ago. Waiting for a few days is just an excuse. Qiao Shui frowned. She did not like Long Xingyun speaking ill of Mu Yu. Xingyun, Mu Yu is a formation master. The owner of this demon ceiling pagoda is also a formation master. If there's anyone who is most likely to save the Sea Goblin King, it's definitely him. Qiao Shui's tone was very serious. Long Xingyun was very jealous. He snorted coldly. Just as he was about to insult Mu Yu, something seemed to have changed at the exit. A voice was heard. He turned around and saw a person from the Gate of Hell and a repulsive head floating in the air. Someone from the Gate of Hell is here to die again. Long Xingyun stood up and looked at Ghost Leopard coldly. As for Ghost Leopard, Long Xingyun directly ignored him. In his opinion, a head could not cause any trouble at all. Although Ghost Leopard was at the form synthesis stage, they had Long Yeli at the form synthesis stage on their side. In addition, Long Xingyun and Qiao Shui had Shui Yumeng's ability. In Long Xingyun's eyes, it was a piece of cake for them to deal with this person from the Gate of Hell. So the devil race has been here for a long time. Not bad. Ghost Leopard looked at Long Xingyun and the others ferociously. His eyes were cold and sinister, making them tremble in fear. It's Ghost Leopard. Xingyun, don't be careless. We are no match for him. Qiao Shui did not underestimate the enemy like Long Xingyun. Although Ghost Leopard's head did not seem to have much combat power and his aura was not very powerful, she felt that something was wrong. I'll kill them. Ghost Leopard said with a murderous look. Don't kill them yet. I need a complete body. Ghost Leopard sneered. You want to kill us? Let me kill you first. Long Xingyun was already very angry. His hands had already transformed into pitch-black dragon claws. He had never liked humans, especially the people from the Gate of Hell. Xingyun, don't be rash. These two people from the Gate of Hell are not simple, Qiao Shui said in a deep voice. Long Xingyun laughed. Qiao Shui, don't be afraid. For people from the Gate of Hell, as long as they are not in the tribulation stage, I don't care about them at all. You wait here. Uncle Yeli and I will take care of this hindrance. Long Xingyun and Long Yeli rushed towards Ghost Leopard. His dragon claws drew a black mark in the air and grabbed towards the head. Long Yeli pounced towards Ghost Leopard. Their attacks were very fierce and did not show any mercy. They wanted to win with one strike. Ghost Leopard, go and capture them alive. I'm worried that Blood Soul will turn their souls into holes. The souls of the devil race are also very strong. Ghost Leopard said. Clowns, leave them to me. A dense ghost chi emerged from Ghost Leopard's body. A twin jumped out from the ghost chi. Countless pitch-black chains rattled and rolled over like venomous snakes. Long Yeli rushed to the front. His arm had also turned into a dragon claw. He clawed at the pitch-black chains. In his opinion, his dragon claw was incomparably hard. It was not a problem for him to crush the chains of the people from the gate of hell. When the chains collided with the dragon claw, Long Yeli's expression suddenly changed. A cold and gloomy chi entered his body through the dragon claw. This cold chi seemed to have ignored the demonic power in his body. His entire body felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. Young master, quickly leave this place, Long Yeli shouted. He knew that he had underestimated Ghost Leopard. With a flash of his body, he had already revealed his huge dragon form. He was in the form of a flood dragon, but he was still far from a dragon. He wanted to leave the range of the ghost chi, but the chains followed him like a shadow. In an instant, his huge body was tightly bound. The gloomy and cold ghost chi entered his body, causing the demonic power in his body to be unable to circulate. In just one exchange, Long Yeli, who was in the form synthesis stage, was defeated by Ghost Leopard. Long Xingyun was also shocked. He finally understood how laughable he was. However, his speed was not as fast as Long Yeli. Thus, he fell behind. When Long Yeli was captured, he stopped in his tracks. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran. At this moment, Qiao Shui also rushed over. The water curtain that filled the sky poured down and turned into countless icicles that shot towards Ghost Leopard. However, the ghost chi poured into the icicles in an instant. Those contaminated icicles turned into pools of black water and sprinkled down. Long Xingyun could not dodge in time. He was splashed by the black water that was contaminated with ghost chi. He felt as if he had taken a cold shower. The demonic power in his body was also frozen. A terrifying ghost chi invaded his body, causing him to be unable to condense his demonic power. He was directly hung on the ground. You can't even withstand a single blow. Ghost Leopard looked at Long Xingyun with a cold smile. Then, he glanced at Qiao Shui who was resisting the ghost chi and asked, Gooey Pixie, among these three, whose body do you want to use? Gooey Pixie glanced at Long Yeli and Long Xingyun. A trace of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. These two have the souls of dragon vines. However, this form synthesis stage guy's dragon soul is not strong enough. His body is not as good as this guy's. Chapter 703. Bastard. Let me go. I'm the prince of the devil race. Long Xingyun shouted angrily. The prince of the devil race? Then your dragon vine bloodline must be very high. Not bad, not bad. Gui Zieming's head floated in front of Long Xingyun, giving him a fright. He could even see the red veins and flowing blood on Gui Zieming's face, which made Long Xingyun's hair stand on end. What do you want? Long Xingyun felt a chill in his heart. He grew up in the devil race, but he had never met someone from the gate of hell who could still live with half a head like Gui Zieming. Don't you know what I want? This girl's body is the most suitable for my Bloodrealm devil puppet, but you're a man, and your body isn't bad either. I'm in a bit of a dilemma. Should I choose you or that girl? Gui Zieming stuck out his tongue and licked his already tattered lips. His tongue was still stained with his own blood. You. I'm warning you, if you dare to touch a hair of mine, my grandpa, Green Dragon Devil King, will never let you go. Long Xingyun said fiercely. Long Xingyun was still hoping that Green Dragon Devil King could scare off the people from the gate of hell. After all, the 10 Devil Kings were very famous, and people in the self-cultivation world were very afraid of them. However, it would be strange if the members of the Hellgate were frightened by the Azure Dragon Monster King. They were completely heartless and unscrupulous. Back then, they went to the second layer of heaven for the White Ape Monster King. Now, they came to the Demon Island for the Sea Monster King. Why would the people from the Gate of Hell be afraid of Green Dragon Devil King when they specifically targeted the Devil King? Gui Zieming sneered, "If you devils want to find us from the Gate of Hell, then come. We from the Gate of Hell also like your souls. Compared to normal self-cultivators, your souls are better." Gui Zieming approached Long Xingyun. He suddenly closed his eyes and sniffed Long Xingyun, as if he was smelling Long Xingyun's soul. What do you want?" Long Xingyun was scared silly by Gui cherishing life's perverted actions. He realized that his identity was not worth mentioning in front of the people from the Gate of Hell. He was no longer as spirited as before, and his heart was filled with panic. "I'm thinking whether I should choose your body or that lady's body. That woman's body can make me stronger, but I'm not willing to take a woman's body. What do you think?" Gui Paiming sneered. Choose. Long Xingyun looked at Gui cherishing his life in horror, then glanced at Xiao Shui who was trapped by the ghostly aura. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Choose her. I'm the prince of the demon race, and I'll control the entire Azure Dragon dynasty in the future. As long as you let me go, you'll be an honored guest of my Azure Dragon dynasty in the future. Choose her." Gui Paiming snickered, "Of course I can choose her body, but I want your soul as well. You can't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me." Long Xingyun was frightened by Gui cherishing his life's expression and shouted in horror, "Don't worry, I'll deal with her first. It's not your turn yet." Gui cherishing life glanced at Long Xingyun with disdain, then turned to Xiao Shui, "Last time, you and Mu separated my body. Now that you're in my hands, I'll take your body as compensation." Xiao Shui was not afraid at all. Her expression was calm, "If you want to kill me, then kill me. What's with the nonsense?" Xiao Shui looked at Long Xingyun indifferently. She had heard everything Long Xingyun said, and she was already disappointed in him. Usually, Long Xingyun used his identity in the Azure Dragon dynasty to do whatever he wanted. Xiao Shui didn't want to bother with him, and even stopped Mu from killing him. But this time, Long Xingyun's choice made Xiao Shui understand that some things were unforgivable. "Long Xingyun, you're so pitiful," Xiao Shui said softly. Then, Mu's face appeared in Xiao Shui's mind. Back in the second heaven, Mu and Xiao Shui didn't have any relationship. But Mu had chosen to give Xiao Shui the teleportation jade pendant and let her leave so that he could face everyone alone. Compared to Long Xingyun, who had betrayed his companions, Mu held an unshakable position in Xiao Shui's heart. "You're not afraid of death. This makes me look forward to your body even more." Gui cherishing life sneered and flew toward Xiao Shui. The sky full of blood souls quickly turned into a huge blood shadow. At a closer look, it was Gui cherishing life's usual appearance. The red light on the blood shadow flickered and flowed. It was clearly stinking blood, and there were many blood souls struggling in the blood. The blood shadow gradually shrank as it moved toward Xiao Shui, until it was the same size as Xiao Shui. It wanted to merge with Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui looked at the approaching Gui cherishing life. The water spirit had already spread out and dispersed all the ghost chi. The water spirit was very special. It was on the same level as Mu Ling. However, Mu Ling wasn't afraid of ghost chi, but the water spirit was. "I won't let you have your way." Xiao Shui gritted her teeth. A green dragon scale appeared in her hand. The dragon scale instantly turned into a layer of quintessential essence and covered Xiao Shui's body. Green stripes appeared on Xiao Shui's skin. These stripes were profound and complicated. Then, they turned from green to azure. Her eyes were like two blue gems, emitting a cold chill. Her originally black hair also turned blue. It was as soft as a blue waterfall, gently floating behind her. Icebound 1,000 miles. The azure water curtain flowed in the air. It was light and sharp. The surrounding temperature quickly dropped. Everything was frozen and withered. This was a frozen world. All the ghost chi seemed to have slowed down. Long Xingyun, who was trapped by the ghost chi, couldn't help but shiver when he saw Qiao Shue's transformation. He was so cold that ice crystals appeared on his eyebrows. Long Xingyun seemed to have thought of something. He shouted, "Qiao Shui, Grandpa said that you can't use this dragon scale to borrow Shui Yomeng's power. Otherwise, including yourself, we might all freeze to death." Freeze to death? Do you really think your identity as a dragon prince will allow you to live? Qiao Shue's voice had completely changed. Normally, her voice was like the tinkling of spring water. It was cheerful and crisp. However, at this moment, it was like ice that wouldn't melt for 1,000 years. It was cold and penetrating. When it reverberated in the ears of others, it was bone-chilling. Gui Shiming frowned. His blood shadow stopped. The surrounding cold air seemed to have frozen the blood on his face. His blood soul also became unstable. These blood souls were objects without a physical body. Very few things could stop their attacks. However, at this moment, they were affected by the cold air. What a powerful ability to control water, Gui Shiming exclaimed. His eyes revealed an extremely greedy expression. He had once seen the ability of Shui Yomeng's spirit Lord Xianming in an ancient book in the sect. When Shui Yomeng's ability to control water was unleashed to the extreme, it could freeze everything, including the blood and spiritual energy in a person's body. Gui Shiming knew that Shui Yomeng was in Qiao Shue's body. If he could control Qiao Shue's body and obtain her ability, his combat strength would rise to another level. "Your body is mine." Gui Shiming laughed sinisterly. The bloodlight on his body shone brightly. All the ice on the blood souls seemed to have melted. They pounced on Qiao Shui again. Snowflakes floated in the air. These snowflakes seemed to have a life of their own. They enveloped all the ghost chi and froze them into ice crystals. "My body only belongs to me," Qiao Shui coldly shouted. All the ghost chi was frozen by the snowflakes. From afar, it looked like a black fog covered with a layer of crystals. It did not fall, but it was also unable to move. At this moment, a joyful voice sounded from Qiao Shue's body. Two beautiful creatures flapped their wings and floated out of the water. They sang in the air. Their frail bodies were so spiritual that people could not help but feel pity for them. Blue lightning suddenly shot out from the water. It quickly flowed between the snowflakes. All the gloomy ghost chi was instantly cleansed by the lightning and disappeared. Gui Leopard kept retreating. A white soul power surged out of his body and wrapped him in it to resist the cold. He was extremely shocked in his heart. Even his body integration stage cultivation felt threatened by the bone-chilling cold. Gui Shiming's blood souls that were originally close to Qiao Shui seemed to cower. They were also afraid of the lightning released by Yingyu. His blood souls were nimble and flexible. They kept dodging in the air. They shuttled through the intertwining lightning. They avoided all the lightning and grabbed at Qiao Shui. Gui Shiming's speed was very fast. His body had already turned into a blood shadow. The ghost hand in the blood shadow had already touched Qiao Shui's skin. However, just when Gui Shiming's hand touched Qiao Shui, his face changed. He immediately pulled his hand back. The temperature of Qiao Shui's body had already dropped to a terrifying level. Now, Gui Shiming only had his head and soul left. The moment he touched Qiao Shui, his soul trembled. Even his soul was not immune to that terrifying cold. Ice ceiling 1,000 miles. This ability could actually be so powerful. How can she withstand this kind of cold? Gui Shiming coldly looked at Qiao Shui's skin. At this moment, Qiao Shui's skin had become extremely pale and translucent like crystal. Then, Gui Shiming's pupils shrank. He saw cracks appear on Qiao Shui's body. It was as if an ice cube had been smashed. "I would rather turn into an ice sculpture than let you take over my body." Qiao Shui's voice was still so cold. However, her consciousness had become somewhat fuzzy. Shui Yomeng's freezing ability was too overbearing. She had never dared to use this ability casually. Normally, she would only control water. She did not dare to lower the temperature of water by freezing it. Especially after Spirit Lord Shui Yomeng was sealed. His body could not withstand such a low temperature. What a stubborn woman. Gui Shiming retreated. He did not dare to touch Qiao Shue's body again. Qiao Shui had already become the source of the cold. That temperature was extremely low. Once he entered Qiao Shue's body, his soul would be instantly frozen. Rather die than submit. Gui Shiming's blood souls shrank back. Only his head was left. His head quickly retreated to Gui Leopard's side. The two of them released a gloomy spiritual power together to resist the terrifying cold. Death is nothing to be afraid of. Qiao Shue's voice gradually weakened. She could withdraw her ability. However, once she did so, with her current cultivation, her body would be taken over by Gui Shiming. She would not allow other men to casually touch her body. Her body now belonged to that carefree young man. Darkness gradually invaded her. She was not even afraid of death. However, at this juncture, only Mu Yu's figure remained in Qiao Shue's mind. Qiao Shui liked this young man who dared to pursue his beliefs. Even if there was another girl in his heart. Even if you choose Qian Ran in the end, I will keep my chastity for you. Qiao Shue's gaze was filled with determination. She felt herself sinking. It was as if she had fallen into a boundless abyss. However, a warm current suddenly spread throughout Qiao Shue's body. It was a familiar feeling. It was as if spring flowers were blooming, the ice and snow were melting, and everything was returning to spring. Silly girl, I said that I would protect you. Chapter 704. The moment the water spirit came into contact with Mu Ling, a warm feeling swept over Qiao Shue's body, and the chill in her body gradually dissipated. Her dry skin also began to heal under the vigorous vitality. She opened her eyes and saw Mu Yu's familiar face. Next time, don't use abilities that can harm others and yourself, understand? Mu Yu patted Qiao Shue's head and hugged her tightly. The warmth of his chest melted the chill in Qiao Shue's body and pulled her heart back. Qiao Shui could feel the anxiety and nervousness in Mu Yu's heart and felt a burst of joy in her heart. It turned out that he had never left. She liked the feeling of being hugged in someone's arms. Do you like it when I hug you? Then I'll hug you every day from now on. Mu Yu giggled. Qiao Shue's face turned red. Only now did she realize that after the water spirit and Mu Ling fused together, they could communicate telepathically. Mu Yu knew exactly what she was thinking just now. Don't be naughty. Let's deal with the people from the gate of hell first. Qiao Shui broke free from Mu Yu's embrace and stood up. Her originally cold and stiff body had already regained its senses. The spiritual power in Mu Yu's body was still exuberant, flowing through her body and healing her internal injuries. The meridians in her body were like rain after a long drought, rejuvenating and revitalizing her. Japanese people are really annoying. Mu Yu turned his gaze back to Gui Shiming with disgust in his eyes. If he hadn't arrived in time, Qiao Shui would have fallen into an irreversible danger. Brat, are you in such a hurry to die? Gui Shiming glared at Mu Yu. He had been disrupted by Mu Yu time and time again, not to mention that his body had been separated. The resentment in his heart towards Mu Yu wasn't something that had only existed for a day or two. Now that he saw Mu Yu, all the old and new hatred welled up. He had to settle this once and for all. Mu Yu looked at Ghost Leopard and Gui Shiming. Both of them were at the combination realm, especially Gui Shiming. Even though he only had one head left, it seemed that his cultivation was not affected at all. Back then, the Blood Realm demon puppet was also a head dripping with blood. Gui cherishing life had fused with the Blood Realm demon puppet and only needed a head to survive. Truly an unkillable cockroach. Mu Yu quickly thought of a countermeasure. Long Xingyun and Long Yeli's bodies were still stiff. If Qiao Shue's ability had been delayed for a moment, the two of them would have been frozen into ice sculptures. Now that it was impossible to count on the two of them for help, he could only rely on himself and Qiao Shui. However, Gui Xiaming suddenly turned around, turned into a bloody shadow, and quickly flew toward Long Xingyun. Long Xingyun's eyes widened in fear as he shouted, "Qiao Shui, save me!" Qiao Shui furrowed her brows. She recalled Long Xingyun's choice in the face of Gui Qingliang and felt uncomfortable. She turned her face away. This kind of person should have died a long time ago. Mu Yu already knew what had happened through Qiao Shue's mind. When Long Xingyun was threatened by Gui Qingliang, he let Gui Qingliang choose Qiao Shue's body in order to save his own life. Now, he was shamelessly asking Qiao Shui to save his life. Long Xingyun shouted, "I am a shifter, even the shifter emperor is useless," Gui Qingliang said ferociously. Long Xingyun's voice suddenly stopped. Gui Qingliang's bloody shadow had already fused into his body. Long Xingyun's body suddenly trembled, and then his body underwent a strange change. His blood seemed to be boiling, his skin began to crack, and his veins were exposed. Even his bones were visible. A white shadow was pulled out of Long Xingyun's body. It was Long Xingyun's soul. Long Xingyun's soul had not lost consciousness yet. He still had a panicked expression on his face as he desperately struggled to escape from Gui Qingliang's control, but Gui Qingliang did not give him a chance. Although this is not the soul of a true descendant of Dragon Vine, it is pure enough. Not bad, not bad. Gui Qingliang had taken over Long Xingyun's body, and the flesh on Long Xingyun's face was slowly changing into Gui Qingliang's face. He stood up and slowly moved his body. There was a series of bone-cracking sounds coming from inside his body. "We should have saved him," Qiao Shui suddenly said. Mu Yu nodded, "Indeed. Long Xingyun has become Gui Qingliang's reborn body. But there is no way we could have saved him. You should have let me kill Long Xingyun earlier." After Gui Qingliang had taken over Long Xingyun's body, he did not immediately consume Long Xingyun's soul. Instead, he trapped him in the air. He looked at Mu Yu and Qiao Shui with disdain. "Do you two know what these pillars and balls mean?" Mu Yu was confused. After Gui Qingliang had taken over Long Xingyun's body, the first thing he did was not attack them. Instead, he asked them a strange question. "You came here to find the Sea Goblin King. But you don't have the Blood Realm Devil Puppet, so you can't sense the Sea Goblin King's existence. But I can show you. I will let you experience the feeling of helplessness when hope is right in front of you, but you can't touch it. Only then will I be able to kill you." Gui Qingliang laughed sinisterly. After killing so many people, he liked to see the despair on people's faces. Mu Yu had always been against him. He did not want to kill Mu Yu directly. He walked towards one of the pillars. The pillar was obstructed by a formation, and it was a distance away from him. However, Gui Qingliang did not care. He stopped at the limit of the pillar. He stretched out his hand, and a blood-red light shot out. It turned into specks of starlight. Then, countless blood souls jumped out of the light and pounced towards the pillar. Just now, the pillar could avoid any attack, and it could also avoid any object approaching it. But it did not have any reaction to these blood souls. The blood souls directly landed on the pillar. Every blood soul bared their fangs and brandished their claws, tearing and biting the pillar. The stone on the pillar was broken apart piece by piece. Soon, the pillar was gnawed to pieces, and the thing inside was exposed. Inside the pillar, there was a dense white skeleton. This white skeleton was in the form of a goblin. It looked like a human, but it had a slender tail. This white skeleton was surrounded by formation patterns. The formation patterns were like a cage, trapping this white skeleton inside. Could it be that there is a white skeleton trapped in these hundreds and thousands of pillars? Qiao Shui's expression changed. No one knew how Daoist Master Xian Jizi had sealed the Sea Goblin King. That's right. This is indeed the graveyard of a Sea Goblin King. The Sea Goblin King you are looking for is among these white bones. Gui Ziaming smiled. His smile was very evil. Countless blood souls flew out of his body again, and rushed toward all the stone pillars and stone balls. These blood souls were like locusts passing through. After gnawing on a pillar and stone ball, they continued to pounce on the next one. It was as if they were hungry, and they were extremely crazy. In just a short moment, more than 1,000 skeletons appeared in front of them. There were big and small skeletons. Most of them were human-shaped goblins, and their bodies more or less had the characteristics of goblins. Those huge pillars and stone balls were the goblins' original forms. For example, there was a 20-meter-long sand killer whale, a 50-meter-tall coiling sea snake demon, a 30-meter-tall sea flame beast. There were all kinds of skeletons, and they were similar to the skeletons of the goblins on the Sea Goblin Island. The only difference was that the color and texture of these imprisoned skeletons seemed to be very hard. They were not on the same level as the skeletons of the goblins outside, but they were on the same level as Hellion Kong's skeletons. Which skeleton do you think belongs to the Sea Goblin King? Gui Zieming laughed cruelly. The Sea Goblin King also became a skeleton? Muyu didn't understand. Wasn't the Sea Goblin King an immortal body? Even if it was sealed, it shouldn't have died. How could it be a skeleton? Ignorant and inexperienced. There are only souls and skeletons on this island. What do you think caused this? Gui Zieming laughed coldly. It was as if he was chanting, and a kind of awkward syllable came out of his mouth. This syllable was sour and unbearable. It was extremely unpleasant to hear, and there was no pattern to it. However, every time he chanted a syllable, all the blood souls would become extremely excited. They passed through the seal, and attached themselves to every skeleton. The originally white skeletons seemed to have been plated with a layer of red blood paint, and emitted a demonic red light. Every skeleton was flowing with light and vibrant colors, and a fishy smell penetrated the formation patterns, assaulting their nostrils. Blood Realm Demonic Puppet, King of all bones, only I am supreme, Gui Zieming shouted loudly, and all the skeletons wrapped by the blood souls began to move with a rustling sound as if they were alive. Their bones didn't scatter under the support of the blood souls, but slowly moved. Then, all the skeletons suddenly faced the sky and let out a long howl. That kind of mournful sound came from the skeletons, and it carried a trace of whistling sound. It was as if the skeletons were leaking air, but the pitch was terrifyingly high. The deafening sound made Mu Yu and Xiao Shui involuntarily use their spiritual power to seal their hearing. But even so, the sound still reverberated clearly in their minds, and it didn't disperse for a long time. A scarlet light flashed in Gui Zieming's eyes, and he revealed a cold smile. Do you know which one is the Sea Goblin King? Mu Yu's gaze swept over all the skeletons, and he quickly noticed that one skeleton was different from the others. The reason why he was different was because this skeleton had a tall and mighty human form. It didn't have any characteristics of the goblin race, and it emitted an insufferably arrogant aura. Even if it had become a skeleton, it could still vaguely feel its disdainful majesty. After so many years, someone has finally come here. What Mu Yu didn't expect was that this skeleton could actually speak human language, and Mu Yu had heard that voice before. It was the Sea Goblin King Yu Jiang, whom Mu Yu had seen fighting against Venerable Xian Jizi. The Sea Goblin King's empty eye sockets turned toward Mu Yu and the others, then he took a look at Long Yeli, who was still trapped, and Long Xingyun's soul, which was trapped by ghost qi in the air. He said calmly, Blood Realm Demonic Puppet, is this a trick of the Gate of Hell's people? Gui Zieming laughed. The Sea Goblin King Yu Jiang is really experienced and knowledgeable, and you actually saw through my ability at a glance. The Sea Goblin King was silent for a moment, then he said, in order to refine the Blood Realm Demonic Puppet, how many high-level demonic beasts did you kill? How many people did you kill, and how many skeletons of demonic beasts and humans did you collect? Not more, not less, exactly 9,999, Gui Zieming said with a smile. His smile sent chills down one's spine. Chapter 705. They are Azure Dragon Dynasty's monster clansmen. You shouldn't have seized their bodies. The Sea Demon King's voice was quite calm. Since he was just a skeleton, outsiders couldn't see his expression clearly, and they couldn't judge his mood. The Sea Demon King clearly knew what happened outside. He already knew when Mu Yu tried to break the formation, and he also knew how Long Xingyun deliberately caused trouble for Mu Yu. But the Sea Demon King's voice couldn't be transmitted because he was surrounded by the formation's outer layer, and he couldn't say anything. Gui Piming sneered coldly and said, I have the Blood Domain Demonic Puppet now, and you are just a skeleton. You can't go against my orders. It's useless for you to control me. There are Xianjiz's formation restrictions here, and it will be difficult for you to break his formation techniques. The Sea Demon King didn't deny anything. He had a good understanding of Xianjiz's formation techniques. After all, he was sealed by Xianjizi in the past, and he still couldn't escape now. I really can't break the Zeti parameter, but I have 4 living sacrifices, and I can bypass the Zeti parameter's restrictions. I can use my soul to open a passage and help you escape. You should thank me. Gui Piming shifted his gaze from the Sea Demon King to Mu Yu, Qiao Shui, and the others, and a ruthless glint appeared in his eyes. Sacrifices? Mu Yu furrowed his brows. I originally planned to use the souls of the human race that I collected in advance, but I found that the souls of the 2 of you are much stronger. So, are you going to obediently surrender, or do you want me to personally kill you? Gui Piming sneered. Your blood soul isn't enough to kill us. After Mu Yu ate a strange peach from the reincarnation seal, he wasn't afraid of these blood souls. Even though the reincarnation seal's protection time was limited, Xiao Shui picked a large pile in the past, and he still had some left. These blood souls were different from ordinary souls, and they possessed strange abilities. But Gui Piming knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to kill Mu Yu and Qiao Shui by relying on blood souls. I don't need to rely on blood souls. Ghost Leopard and I are enough. The person you want to save is right in front of you, but I will kill you with my own hands and let you die in despair. Gui Piming laughed loudly. Ghost Leopard had already walked to Gui Zieming's side. His body integration stage aura was like rolling thunder as he faced Mu Yu and Qiao Shui together with Gui Zieming. Mu Yu held Qiao Shui's hand. Qiao Shui, do you trust me? Qiao Shui was stunned for a moment before she nodded slightly. Okay, use your cooling ability again. This time, I will protect your body, Mu Yu said. Mu Yu and Qiao Shui's cooperation could produce unexpected results. It's just that Mu Yu didn't know that Qiao Shui could use such a powerful ability to control water and temperature. Otherwise, he would have thought of a way to use this ability to deal with Gui cherishing life. Qiao Shui said hesitantly, back then, the 9 Heavens Demon Sealing Array sealed Xianming's ability. I can barely use the ability to control the temperature with the help of Grandpa Azure Dragon's dragon scales. However, the dragon scales have less and less quintessential essence, so the duration is limited. How long? About half an hour. Alright, half an hour it is. The black and white spirit energy in Mu Yu's body surged and poured into Qiao Shui's body like a warm current, protecting Qiao Shui's meridians. Qiao Shui's eyes turned azure again. Water flowed out of her hand and turned into droplets of water that filled the air. But what surprised Qiao Shui was that every droplet of water contained a cyan seed. This is? Qiao Shui asked in surprise. Mu Yu wasn't very clear about the specifics. These seeds weren't controlled by him. But after the water spirit and Mu Ling combined, the water spirit's droplets were automatically wrapped with these insignificant cyan seeds. The only thing Mu Yu was sure of was that these cyan seeds contained a huge amount of vitality. It's the water wood spirit. I have seen it before. Mu Yu thought back to the Hue Yumeng's lava cave outside of Mist Breath City. When the water wood spirit fused together, the water droplets released were also like this. At that time, he was able to turn the ferocious Hue Yumeng into a pot of lava. The finger-sized water droplets floated out and quickly scattered in the air. In an instant, all the water droplets turned into crystal clear ice droplets. Like a beautiful piece of art, they wrapped around the cyan seeds. The surrounding temperature dropped again and the cold air began to spread in all directions. You're still using this trick. Too bad it's useless against me. Gui Piming glowered at Qiao Shui. Qiao Shui's ability to control temperature affected him greatly, but now that he was in control of Long Xingyun's body, he could rely on his powerful cultivation to resist the cold air. Gui Piming took out Gui Yez's soul armament. His soul armament was as black as ink and exuded a powerful soul force to protect him. Countless droplets of blood shot towards Mu Yu and Qiao Shui like arrows. Icebound 1,000 miles. Qiao Shui cried out. Absolute cold air swept out again and the ice droplets shot towards the blood arrows like bullets. The blood arrows contained the destructive power of the tyrant of darkness. They pierced into the ice droplets in an attempt to contaminate the ice droplets and turn them into their own. But at that moment, the seeds within the ice droplets seemed to be summoned by something and sprouted in an instant. They were originally seeds the size of sesame seeds, but in the blink of an eye, they grew into stalks of green plants. These plants were also very small, and they grew in the finger-sized water droplets. They did not break through the water droplets, and they were like miniature plants. Violets, ivy, morning glory, rootgrass, colored glass flowers. There were even weeping willows, immortal seeking pines, summer fir trees, and other miniature trees. Plants of all shapes and sizes rippled within the ice beads, bursting forth with vitality. After the blood arrows entered the ice droplets, the leaves of these plants trembled slightly and absorbed all of the blood arrows, turning them into their own nutrients and becoming even more vibrant. What? Gui Shiming's pupils shrank. He was very familiar with his own blood arrow. It was composed of sinister blood souls. Blood souls could restrain a lot of things. They had a form but no body. They could not be blocked by spiritual power or magic weapons. They were real soul-killing weapons. He knew that Mu Yu and Xiao Shui were already immune to blood souls, so he deliberately added Gui Shiming's soul power to the blood souls. It was enough to injure a person's body. However, he did not expect that Mu Yu and Xiao Shui would still be able to successfully stop the blood arrows. Moreover, the entire process was natural, as if the blood arrows were just there to give them warmth. The end of water and wood, specialized in restraining demons and ghost. Mu Yu was not surprised by the plants growing within the ice droplets. Water could nourish wood, and wood could protect water. The two complemented each other and were the most perfect combination. After the ice droplets absorbed the blood arrows, they did not encounter any obstruction and continued to envelop Gui Shiming and the ghost leopard. The vitality contained within them was extremely powerful, causing the ghost energy to retreat. Hey! Isn't this the ability of Xian Ming and Gomang? How can these two humans possess their power? The Sea Goblin King looked at Mu Yu and Xiao Shui from the side. This time, his voice was filled with surprise and confusion. Clearly, the Sea Goblin King was not unfamiliar with Xian Ming and Gomang. The bone-chilling cold made Gui Shiming and Gui Bao feel that the spiritual energy flowing in their bodies had become sluggish, but they did not stop. A red ghost blade appeared in each of their hands. This ghost blade had a strange skull engraved on it, and rays of grey light flickered within it. As soon as the ghost saber appeared, it emitted a red glow that enveloped them, resisting the biting cold chi. Then, a ghostly hand suddenly stretched out from the red glow, and a majestic and evil ghostly chi instantly shattered all the ice beads that were coming toward them. After the ice droplets were scattered, they turned into even more small ice droplets. Inside each ice droplet, there were even more delicate plants that were blooming vividly and did not disappear. Little devil, I'll give you 100 flowers blooming, 10,000 trees meeting spring. All the delicate plants in the ice droplets suddenly burst out of the ice droplets, and branches and leaves rapidly grew out of the ice droplets. Thousands of branches and tender green leaves swayed in the air, spiraling towards Gui Shiming and the ghost leopard. The red light formed by the red ghost knife was tightly wrapped by all the branches. The veins of the leaves were suffused with white, and the branches were suffused with black. When they got close to the red light, they had already eroded a big hole in the red light. Gui Shiming and the ghost leopard could only retreat again, but this time, Xiao Shui's icicles blocked their path from behind. Northern Underworld's 9 fiends ghost general descend. The ghost leopard shouted, and 9 fiendish auras emerged from his body. The fiendish auras intertwined in the air and rotated into a 9-star array. Black gas spiraled out of the array, and a huge black ghost shadow was faintly discernible. The evil secret technique of the Ghost Realm's bloodline, the Ghost General technique. At that time in the Moyun mountain range, Gui Shenyu used the Ghost General technique to replace the immortal confining prison's array core. Although he didn't succeed in the end, the Ghost General technique still left an extremely deep impression on Mu Yu. At this moment, the real Ghost Realm's child was on the Demon Island, so the Ghost General technique used by the Ghost Leopard must be even more perfect. The moment the Ghost General appeared, all the branches that were rolling towards Gooey Shimming and the Ghost Leopard suddenly changed direction, and all of them bombarded the Ghost General's body, but the Ghost General didn't suffer any damage. The Ghost General had the ability to steal the sky and change the sun, and could replace someone to deceive some rules. When Mu Yu controlled those branches to attack, he locked onto the aura of Gooey Shimming and the Ghost Leopard. But because the aura of Gooey Shimming and the Ghost Leopard were transferred to the Ghost General, the branches also made a mistake, and attacked the Ghost General instead. When cultivators fought, because their speed was very fast, it was impossible to hit the opponent just by feeling. If you want to deal with the enemy, you must firmly remember the opponent's aura. When using magic, you must also use the enemy's aura as a guide, so that the magic weapon Flying Sword wouldn't miss. But the Ghost General technique was too evil, it could transfer the aura, so that Gooey Shimming and the Ghost Leopard were equivalent to invisible people. They didn't have aura, and their speed was very fast. Mu Yu wanted to use their aura as a guide to hit the two from a long distance. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.